Set it up.
Your Hangout on air is live. My face is on air. Okay. Links right here. Aha. Well, the YouTube
Michael.
page.
I'm good. How are you? Cool. See you when you get here. All right. Bye.
Sorry.
I mean, 9% is pretty good. All right, now.
This video is available.
Are we sure we're broadcasting? So.
Video and band.
Rishi, did you get that one online?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see if we can do the same with the iPad. And then I'll log in on my Hangouts to Robert Berry, and then you can try calling me from there. And we'll do a test run.
I'm calling now.
Calling who?
Calling Nathan Thompson, you think? I don't think I'm being heard.
I'm getting it on here. And Dan is probably getting it on, that's probably Dan's laptop. Where's connection? And yes. So we're supposed to put in Rich King, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's not a hangout, it's YouTube.
Yeah. Well, okay, maybe I just did it wrong. Let me email this to someone and see if they can connect. Yeah, that's me scratching my head.
That's from 20 seconds ago, kind of like the delay.
Yeah. See, Rob, are you you're on the internet right now?
I'm trying to get in there right now on this.
Okay.
I'll just email it to everyone. Let's see.
Rashid, is that King Rich all lowercase or is it uppercase?
It doesn't matter, I don't think. I think I have a lot of anything.
I think it's Rich King.
No, for the email though, it's King Rich.
All right, I sent you guys.
I got an email on my phone, but not on this stuff yet because I'm not in.
All right.
Sorry guys, is that sasupenn.edu?
Yeah.
Maybe get an
Okay.
Ah, it
Can
works.
you see me? Oh, this is today. Okay.
It's working.
Did you send it to me too?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So now we just figure out where we want to direct the camera.
Right.
There you go, Rob. So if anyone wants to put that link on your website, so that
Oh,
anyone.
yeah, we should put it on the blog.
Facebook,
Mhm.
and then Twitter, and Rashid, I want you to go into your Twitter account and open Instagram from our Twitter account. Make a Twitter for
But do we want to
comments.
send it now already, or wait till people get here?
At least set it up now.
Well, we'll
Yeah.
just tell them we're warming up the room.
The quality is obviously a little fuzzy.
Yeah, I think if we move it to get closer, it would be better, but we don't need to. Well, we'll be filming little bits with that camera. So.
I think it's probably because it's connected to wireless and not Ethernet.
Yeah. Yeah. This is gonna be insane. We should put like, I'm gonna put mute on my computer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll mute a bunch of stuff, that's right. I just wanna make sure all the terminals are doing what they're supposed to.
It says like, say something, so there's an open chat as well, right? Like there's a way to chat, so people can write.
Yeah, there usually is on that stuff.
Like it's right here it's on the right of the screen on mine. I'm gonna write like
Personal, it's thumbs up. I like this.
Okay. So if I toggle, I should be all right. And I must be, because I just got an email from Sam.
This is the first thing that actually worked. Apart from the mechanics of
All right, so I could go, let's try a little something here, guys. I'm gonna use Hangout app here. It's Rob Berry. And call comments in.
Who's gonna be here tomorrow?
Me.
Okay, if you're gonna do I won't be here tomorrow, so if you're gonna do the live streaming, I went in through YouTube. Did it that way.
That's me calling. Somebody pick up on the main computer, or whatever one is handling the screen.
Where's the call coming here?
It should be coming in on making comments.
Are you sure you wanna do that? Would you?
Well, that's how we're gonna do Google Chats with the offsite stuff. Looks like no one can
I
hear.
don't think it's the same as a hangout.
It is.
It's a hangout on air.
Yeah, I don't think that YouTube and Hangouts is the same thing.
My understanding was.
It's using, it's a YouTube stream, it's using the Hangouts on air technology.
All right, so why don't you try,
This one should just stream and not do anything else, or because
Why?
otherwise,
If you want to do a call, we can
'cause
do a call.
if someone
but I
answers here,
want
it's going to be
come
like
up over
this is
there.
what people are going to see suddenly when there's someone answering.
Let's say a call comes in on this computer, we can just decide to display this computer.
But it won't wind up in the stream,
It won't wind up in the stream.
Unless we point it, like I'm
unless we point that at the room.
Yeah.
Excellent, okay, that's fine. So incoming, yeah, because incoming calls can come in through, JC, you've got your computer on,
I do, but it's not hooked up.
but you won't be on
Unless
projector.
I move to another table, because I don't have an HDMI.
We could, wait.
Do you need this?
I have this, oh yeah, I would just need one of those
Oh,
to be hooked up from here.
This one's my personal one. I should
Alright.
probably put my name on it at some point, but
You want to put
Are there- Is there a way to
I'll
hook
get
two
my
of
name
those
on
there?
it.
But I should, and then it means that we can put it to different things, I guess.
Station.
Does anyone see on their YouTube channel of the stream, like, my chats? that I put?
Yes. Am I in the room? I'm in the room?
Yeah.
I saw it. Yeah. We should have some type of Facebook page, right?
Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can,
No, I just was sort of thinking their link will come up when I put the name in our, in this post I'm about to put up.
the English department also has a YouTube channel. But I don't know how to access it, I don't have that.
No worries.
I thought I did this correctly.
What are you trying to do, Rob?
Bringing up whatever's on my screen here.
To show on
This is
three?
HDMI, right?
To show on 3? No, that's VGA, that one. HDMI,
Oh, that's what I probably did.
HDMI is the thinner one.
That's what I did wrong. There it is. Excellent.
Okay. And so, can we use it tomorrow also?
My dongle?
Yeah.
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 That's fine.
Well, I don't care so much about the streaming elements tomorrow too. We'll want to do the closing stuff with all the hangouts, and I want to get more video anyways. But we don't know how many people are in for tomorrow.
True.
We know the offsite people. Like I said, those guys in Lancaster are going from 3 p.m. today in a 24-hour nonstop gig till 3 p.m. tomorrow. So, look, monkey.
We want to be displaying that completely sometime.
See how far it goes forward.
Yeah. I don't have.
So when the presentation goes, you see, I'll probably just kind of start briefly from here,
And then we'll have the people sitting?
and then we'll get them started.
It's actually, what time is it? It's like noon?
Yeah, it's
I wonder if
over
people
one.
are,
Yeah, it's coming up. We just got a text message or an email from Aaron got it. It says he's not gonna be able to get here till 1. I got a call from Michael O'Brien to hear. That's the way that's gonna go all day, so. I have this email.
I'm sure, is that a bit clear?
Hello.
Hey, John, how are you?
Good to see you. Good.
See ya.
This is June. John, you still go by John?
Hi, I'm Rob.
Oh, Ron.
Oh, hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome. We're just getting all our technical stuff where it needs to be.
So you can pick a workstation.
Okay.
It's also going to be backwards, no matter what.
Like probably 4.
What is it?
All right.
Very
Is
cool.
your computer?
Oh, yeah,
your
yeah.
laptop?
Oh, yes, I
It's
do.
true.
Okay. So, and you have your own.
Wait,
you can do it on the
uh,
internet.
It wasn't backwards.
Because otherwise we have a group code if you need it.
First, it was backwards.
Maybe the text is
You,
almost
you need Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
So, Han, it's Han, right?
Yes, I usually go by John.
John, okay.
Here, well,
Well, this is Rashid, who you'll also be working with today. He's kind of Rashid's one of my assistants on the Ulysses Scene project, and a studio assistant. So we've got some shortcuts and things.
It's great.
What sort of format are you working in?
Usually, I work with computer graphics, but not like really advanced kind. So I do the outline work on paper with ink and scan it and sort of do the color or screen
Yeah.
toning with Photoshop. And so it sort of makes me
Have you ever used or heard of a program called Comic Life?
Comic Life? No, I don't
All right,
think
so
so.
we'll be using that a little bit today.
Okay, great.
Two, it's a great step saver. We've also got some different challenges that have like certain templates set up so that you can do breakdowns and all that sort of stuff rather quickly. I forgot my whiteboard at home, so it's a thing to get that. But we can even show you around Comic Life and how to do that. You got some ambitions for what you want to do?
Yes, sort of. Well, so I was hoping to partake in the Poetry
Excellent.
to Comics Challenge. I don't know how elaborate it would be, but it would be interesting.
Yeah, I work a lot with adaptation, so that'll be kind of a fun thing to do. And I know we have at 5 o'clock today, there's about 5 people coming over from the television. Great, that'll also be working in that program, so, and in that challenge. And so I'll be doing some presenting at that time period on the legend.
Okay.
So,
It's great.
have you got something prepared that you think you want to?
No, I not at this moment, but I was hoping to like do some sort of
Okay.
I also brought some poems here, so
that's
some
great.
already here if you want to look.
Yeah, JC brought some stuff, mostly all modern stuff, right? JC, that's what you said in the email, it's mostly all modern.
No, well, I've got a William Blake, Walt Whitman, I've got some Auden, Yates, Baraka. I've got one called The Invention of Comics. Should be interesting.
So there's material like that. Did you bring much drawing material of your own?
So I was hoping to actually today. So usually when I work, it tends to take very long time because I like to like get going to shop channel of accuracy. So yeah, usually what I do is to take my picture myself. And so the actual working is very long time. So I was hoping
Draw?
to sort of get them.
Yeah. So,
Great, and we'll show you shortcuts.
it's a workstation.
Great.
So,
That's
what
one of the
work
stuff
is
we're
that
talking about.
each workstation's got to have its own ability to project on.
Why don't you get yourself set up, you're working on a laptop?
You have your laptop?
We'll find those connector cables here that you'll need, and we're just gonna each people in the room, see what their interests are first. I'm gonna do a
It's,
little orientation thing for you first, but it's gonna be really
well,
easy.
hopefully,
Okay?
I think we'll just be like one.
It's good to meet you,
laptop
and we'll be,
workstation.
how long are you here for?
Plan on being on the
I'm not
laptop.
sure, so I do have an exam to study for later on.
Do you know which one?
But I mean,
Paper?
yeah.
Okay. So, you can pick out.
I was talking, we're gonna be connecting with, Penn College Art and Design.
For now,
This
there's
is their third year. And they have like 67 students that are doing 24-hour challenge.
Oh,
But it's an art school, so this is like their midterms, right? So they get to do it as an intern. You know, for the rest of us, it's kind of like falling the worst time of the year. So, hey, how are you? Good. I'm Rob. You are? That's right. Oh,
I knew it was like the.
well, welcome. Welcome. So you talked to JC a little bit already. We're gonna get people set up at a couple of different stations, and then we'll kind of take you through what everybody wants to do. So,
And I think you want to work on people.
yeah, we could definitely do that. Did either of you guys see the supply list that I put up yesterday? I don't know how much of stuff you brought yourself. I do have quite a bit of stuff here too.
that's
So
great.
we're just, if anybody's doing, like, I think I only brought 60 pages of picture paper about that. So if anybody's planning on doing a whole 24-hour, 24-page comic, we're gonna need to get more paper. So, it looks like you brought a laptop. Are you gonna be working?
I'm gonna paper.
Okay. Well, if you need to
Okay.
pull any, there's, right over here is the wireless code for anybody who needs to connect to the Wi-Fi. If you want to pull anything from, I use Google Images a lot when I draw, a whole lot. So if you want to get yourself online with your laptop, and you can go ahead and,
So there's no Wi-Fi.
there is Wi-Fi, it's that wireless Wi-Fi up there. You got a group code for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's AirPen guest is going to be the network name,
Okay.
and then that's the. So,
why don't you go get like $20 for a bottle of water? And then we'll see what we gotta do on coffees or whatever they charge us. Right, you get $20.
Hey, good to see you.
I'm
I'm glad you're
here.
So it should be fun, then?
Yeah.
If you want to go look at.
So have you got some idea of what you wanna be spending the day on?
How have you been?
Oh, I guess the good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one's different challenges?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we're
that's
gonna-
right. I was
it's-
actually taking.
Because it's like an open drop-in sort of thing, some of the things that teach sports, and just kind of do
Right out of-
quick exercises.
Right.
That's what people love.
Yeah.
Because those are a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, that was one I was at South Street. The one right after that. We actually think.
Yeah, so then
There's a word letter one,
we're gonna be.
I don't know if you remember that, where it's like you get like 6 different
Yes.
words and you make
And
a
we
6
have
different
freedom,
panel
right?
thing or something.
Instead.
In the
But we're gonna be doing.
in the page, you have to
Did you learn it?
reflect each of
Oh,
those
which
words.
one's all?
That you-
There's also the artist writer meetup, where like we're gonna work with
Cool.
a sort of a set grid pattern and
Yeah, mostly like
two
two
people
I guess,
collaborating on.
not as much like theory or
These sort of
Like,
collaboration.
art creation, or workshop.
Yeah.
So it was like-
The kid one, it's a little bit more involved, that's going on, starting around
Oh, yeah,
three.
yeah.
Yeah, but
And that's about the whole
like both
stuff that
theaters
we're
provided really,
They were complimenting.
Yeah. anyway, so it was an interesting year of.
But generally speaking, it's just a bunch of
Well, we're
different
hoping
types
for
of
the course to be,
content.
like, it's gonna be twice a week, so on Monday it'll be more theory stuff.
See.
And on Wednesday we kind of try to practice. with-
And when we get a few more people in the room, I'll go over some of the things that I brought for
So.
like
as the,
supplies for people can use.
Oh, gosh, what's his name? The Jimmy Corrigan.
Yeah.
Chris
Yeah,
Ware.
Oh, yes, as the quote suggests,
Hours per.
right, it takes like quite a long time to get anything done, so would most of the majority of the work be done in class or like as a homework?
Well, okay, like, we'll do some stuff in the class and then
Okay.
some of it will be like, come back next week and we'll get that.
See.
Oh, you're talking about for.
Oh,
For
yeah,
next
first
in the
class.
spring,
Yeah. Yeah, we're excited by trying to make the first half of the course have, sort of some specific homework that'll get people working together. We're gonna be doing it in this room. So it'll be really collaboratively working at it. And then the second half of the course, while it'll still be directed study, won't focus as much on analysis of different genres of comics, but on helping
Actually
to
create.
build and create a comic
Oh, that's great.
in that 7-week program, depending upon, you know, how many people you might be working with, what your ambitions are, and we'll try to show you all the programs.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna, we're really excited for that. And we think we're gonna be able to have some people phoning stuff in for that too, right? Some presentations.
During the semester, yeah.
Yeah, that was good news. Oh, you got one of those later.
I have a nice one here, I have one here.
Yeah.
Where she said the other one, and it's like.
Yeah.
For one of the workstations doesn't have it.
And she says we're cool on,
Let's use the sheet.
oh, perfect, I didn't see that you set one up, excellent.
Is it working, the code?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it takes a little minute,
Uh,
to get the group call, but.
King? Richard King.
Yeah, Rich King, that's it.
Is that the song?
Yeah, it's the guy who set up the code.
It's a nice name, Richard King.
Yeah,
It is a nice name.
Did you say Lynch King?
Rich King?
Oh, no, because like.
He's not a poor king, he's a rich
Yeah,
king.
he's a
No,
rich
no,
king.
no, because there's a.
He's not
No,
a
okay, I was
poor prince.
making a Warcraft.
So is this okay, the angle that you got?
yeah, I think it's gonna be fine, I just, like I said, I just.
Just.
Yeah, well, it's a screen save, yeah. So I don't wanna do the beginning presentation from the screen, because I think we're gonna get people dropping in. And I'm gonna give until about, like, after Dave gets back to the whiteboard.
Yes.
Send it out. Then I think we'll do some exquisite workshops.
get the quotes?
orientation?
Absolutely.
The quotes? Yeah, did you get the two? Oh, the, wireless? No, but I.
The other thing
usually
is,
sit in
that,
there,
if you're gonna
so
video
I
that,
think it would-
I can also send you the PDF file
I'm
of
trying to
the
guess that.
so we can just presentation I built, keep it, so that we can, we can edit it later, you know? But they're all just sort of like talking points with some examples, you know, and then I saved a tremendous amount of, like example image files in my camera roll in my iPad,
Okay.
so we'll be able to kind of, like for the 9-panel thing, I think I've got like 5 different pages of Watchmen where they will
Okay,
build off of that 9-panel format. Did you see these?
so these are,
So these are
to start
templates.
with, yeah.
Yeah,
So these are 2 sets, these are.
yeah, actually, while I'm explaining mine, I explain it to these guys too. So one of the things we'll be doing if you're doing stuff by hand is, John, let's have you come over here, John.
Oh.
Get this all at once. Made a couple of templates. So I'm assuming most people want to work in standard comic book form. We can change that. There's a program called Comic Life you'll be learning a little bit of today. It's college has, we'll be using a lot in the course, and it's very cheap. And
These are kind of.
these are done with Comic Book. What I do, I work hands-on myself. And what I tend to do is I do all my layouts in Comic Life. So I don't have to make all of the shapes, balloon sizes, and worry about what sort of language fits where, because Comic Life will provide that.
Oh, that's great.
So what I've done here is just an example of a 6-panel grid for a standard comic format page, and a 9-panel. This 9-panel, you'll notice, is a little bit more, there were 2 different options. We're the gutter here, the tiers.
You can draw monsters.
You can draw monsters, yeah. But no, they're wide enough. They're wide enough so that like it gives you a little bit more space to play. Other people will do a more even gutter. But what we'll do is with a whiteboard, when we're doing layouts, we'll be able to just kind of layouts on paper, like this stuff over it, you'll get a sense right
When you
away.
get a chance.
How big the words need to be, we're trying to put in each panel.
Are you gonna?
That wouldn't necessarily be the final version. But then that would be like the thumbnails like we were talking about. You can go back into Comic Life, which we'll have over here. Print them, boom, and then you can use it on a whiteboard to go right into it. I'll show you that.
Oh, that's
So
great.
you already have a way to get on the net.
Yeah, that's always.
But I forgot my light board when I left the house this morning, so my assistant Dan just went down to get it, so. Hey,
How's it going?
good, I'm Rob. Anthony, good to meet you. Come on in. We're gonna have a lot of different workstations, but the goal is to be sort of collaborative and share stuff together, so we're gonna try to put you in a couple of these tables first, rather than putting everybody in separate tables. And then we'll talk about what you want to do, which section to get you into. Unless you're planning on just doing the whole 24 hours, 24 pages all by yourself.
No, probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, and you just want to do your own thing or one of the challenges?
I'll do the challenges. They seem like they should be fun.
Yeah, there's fun stuff either way. I just, we're gonna start with a couple of little challenge exercises too, because, one thing I want to do is, use a 9-panel. Do that like that. Right on my light. I got a template about the light. That's the other thing. Sam, your office is here, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, forget one. What? Some asking.
Masking tape? I don't have any, do you need Scotch tape or actual masking?
Masking would be better than Scotch, just because it doesn't. Scotch is hard to get up off of something with some good
Let me see if there are any.
But I need lightweight tape like that, you know? What did you?
I didn't know. I'll go check that.
Thank you. Oh, dude. $6 for both of these? Hold on to somebody for a while. Sorry. Guys, what? You good? John, you good? So Anthony, what are you going to be working with today? What sort of materials are you interested in?
We actually have one to start with.
Okay, so you're not working digital, you're working physical.
That's
Good.
So,
All right, so these, I believe, the pilots. Now, here's what I'm going to warn you about with this. It's important to know for anybody else working with pens. Pilots are great. They're really flexible. They're great for sketchbooks, but they're not a pigment agent, so they will fade over time. You probably want to get comfortable with.
There you go, comics presentation, largely based on some material.
So these are Micron pens. Lincoln, what have you got?
I didn't bring it.
Yeah, I got stuff. But so it's Micron pen. The difference is it's
one of the,
So it was a half hour.
right. So it won't.
yeah, so I talked about the
fade.
sort of
They don't want to make
elements
something that's going to be bluer in areas. Also, these can tend to on better paper. Because they have
no,
sharp
actually
edge,
like
so
more,
it kind
more
of eat into the paper. So if you're doing like cross hatching and stuff, we should areas that drop out. So, so you might want to, like I said, I think I sent around to most everybody.
all hell.
Yesterday, I think I sent
How message.
the supply list, the mix of suggestions,
Like,
stuff like that.
not realized.
But I have a lot of that stuff here.
I can hand
So-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, there's also
Slide.
a new art supply store, I think, over on
It's over on
Chestnut or something. Yeah, where that's the phenos and everything is. And that's a big new development area.
This is on the skull.
And they're pretty good, okay, you know, they have, the prices are reasonable and not too,
That's
It was
so
a
good.
really nice experience.
pretty good selection for a smaller art supply store.
I'm glad that worked out. Yeah. I didn't see that, you were able to.
Oh, I do actually have this slide.
Yeah, I didn't see the side where you emphasize the skull. I'd like to see that.
Do
you have that?
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Let me just find it real quick.
Yeah.
So,
Nothing.
that slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it right there.
They might,
Right.
be working on layover.
Yeah.
It's one of those illusions where you don't see it until you see it.
Right, and then you can't unsee
And I sort of pointed out the significance. That's one of the researches. Eye tracking research by a psychologist named Artis, and
Oh, yeah, you talked about that in your.
right. And so that was another example. That's another one that I use, which is from.
Where are they hiding in the car?
So what it is it's from a comic series called Yotsumoto, which is a really famous Japanese manga series. And so basically, yeah, it is. But there's the author produces like one volume a year, and he's been doing that for like the last 13, 14 years. So
Yeah.
it's been going on for a while. But what's really impressive about the way he sets up the scenes is that this is from the book 3, page 15, chapter 15, right? And it's just a picture, it's just an episode of her. That's the main character. That's giving the ball, a dirty ball that she picked up somewhere to a friend or older friend.
Yeah.
So it's not really a significant scene.
Right.
It just passes by and nobody really cares.
Right.
This is from book 6, so it's like 3 years or 4 years after the guy published the third one.
Okay.
And then there's a scene, and they're just talking about something entirely different, cameras and bicycles. And on this scene, though,
That
you see
panel,
it, you see that she's
she
still
kept the ball.
kept the ball and like
Wow.
keeping it there and didn't throw it away. And then nobody mentions or nobody like makes any explicit reference to that particular law.
Right.
And people didn't even notice, and that
How
wasn't
did
really
you
related
notice?
to me.
You just close reading?
No, actually, a friend of mine told me.
Yeah, wow.
So
Take the spot.
it's an anecdotal.
I feel them.
That's
Yeah,
kind of
like-
amazing, so he might be.
They can be rough, they don't need to be sharp.
Right.
Probably. I mean,
Yeah,
sure.
You
I mean, I don't
notice-
need, they don't need to do that.
So I pointed this out as an example of a strength of comics where you can put details or sort of information there without
Without calling
noticing.
attention to it,
Right.
but there they are.
But it's there, and upon close reading.
Yeah, you can get rewarded, yes.
And you don't have the same sort of reading.
Are you LinkedIn? Can we broadcast that up so we can see? No, that's your connection for your.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But so basically what it is this is from a presentation that I presented.
Do you have an HDMI on this?
Yeah, I do actually.
Do you want to,
I,
you can.
Sure.
That's HDMI. Let me put that up. You're right.
You didn't expect that to present again.
Yeah. No,
We love technology. HDMI, right?
yes.
That'll take just a moment.
No, that's another. So that's mentioned as an example of what people's preconception.
Oh, yeah, right.
is, right? That's all in Korean, so.
I'm right. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, no.
You want to just sign in there, we're getting everybody sort of all
Okay, sorry.
in place.
Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, I've done it twice before,
Yeah.
so.
Just make it come up, Sam.
What's that? Yeah, I noticed. So we might want to detect this today.
Oh, that's right, you had the mirroring issue before last time, right? Talk about that?
Oh, I see.
I had just heard.
Unplug it, plug it back in.
Sure. So, go to display.
Well, first you have to close it.
Show your launch tools. Click on that. No, that's.
I really gotta get something.
Close your preferences and then try to. Usually they do show mirroring options.
Right. It says,
There's an arrangement tab.
um. Maybe it's not the signal. I guess what I could do is send the PowerPoint slide to the really connected computer.
I was just curious to see if you have any other dongle.
I do have one.
Just test that, just to see if.
I have one. Try.
Because like, I think
Those be easier with whiteboard, I know, but that works.
yeah.
That'll be fine. Oh, let's see, that's fine.
I reckon,
Oh, great.
We were,
Yeah.
Saturday parking
Across
across
our
our
response. So. It's better.
Now we probably have to change it over there though.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Something happened.
Oh.
For a second.
there it is.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
So I
Wow.
guess it doesn't direct HDMI to Macs for some reason.
Okay, great.
So.
I am, rather woefully ignorant in my appreciation for and the knowledge of. It's a shame. I just under, and they always look sort of, Like they have this own kind of internal language that I feel like
Yeah.
escaped me from coming into it at the
Right.
age that I was in.
The nose
You know?
blood,
Yeah. I
the
mean,
sweats, right?
I'm old enough that I remember when they were first starting to flood over into, in the 80s, people were first starting to sort of see stuff come over here. Excited by it. But back then, what was staying in the States was a fairly limited amount of it, and all really giant robot, samurai giant robots was all there was, and we kept hearing there was all this wall, but it just wasn't going over back then. But I love it when people are presenting or talking about it. It's amazing storytelling stuff, right? And it's amazing that there's this fantastic culture of visual storytelling.
Oh, yeah, which is a huge
Right.
part of
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, and like there's manga on everything.
Right, the sort of diversity of topic is one of the strengths, I think.
Yeah.
Of this Asian sort of manga.
Yeah.
And also, I think there's a portion in Scott McCloud's Making Comics where he talks about or compares manga or Japanese art as an analogy or being analogous to Galapagos in terms of evolution, and that it was separated from the sort of Western mainstream.
Has its own fauna and
That's
flora.
really pretty great, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't remember that one.
Had very specific and very different sets of rules and expressions that are only visible in that medium.
Are you familiar with Scott McCloud, both of you? No? McCloud's great. He's one of the people we'll be using in the text for the course. I actually brought one of those too. They're pretty cool. He did a book on how comics work as a language, and it's done in the language of comics. So it's really fantastic. I suggest giving it a look through.
Yeah.
But it really sort of clearly lays out the history, but also just all of the potential for diverse language.
Yeah, he was in my class. We started with that book last year
Yeah.
on that.
So I was amazed at how he was using the medium itself. That made it extra persuasive in terms of his argument, because he was utilizing the very medium that he was promoting with his arguments.
Yeah.
So.
Now, let's see. We're gonna wait until Suzanne's back, and then we're gonna do a little material talk, and we'll kind of get things started to roll a little bit before.
Did you want to explain your
Oh, sure.
ball again?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if I could sort of explain this well, but just to provide you some background information, this is a scene from the book 3, chapter 15 of Japanese manga series known as Yotsubato, which is like what's it called? Slice of life genre comic, depicting a story of a 5-year-old girl named Yotsuba and her interactions with her neighbors and friends. And so this is a scene where she's interacting with older girls, and she's presenting, here you see her presenting another girl with a ball, like a dirty ball that she found somewhere. And it's not really mentioned where she found it, like it's not, this is the only portion of the chapter that this ball is even mentioned, or there's like no causal relationship to any other events that happened before or after. So this is pretty insignificant. It's just here to show what sort of innocent character she is and how she's not really familiar with the social norms. And it's also here she's depicted as being somewhat removed from that. She's not smiling, she's not interacting in any ways or thanking her for that ball. So that's all there is in this scene, and people just think that's it.
Right.
Now,
Does Yotsuba grow over the years, or does she
No,
say 5 years?
it's actually pretty interesting. What the
Like the
author does.
Simpsons, they never grow.
Oh, no, so
Age, they never
this is
age?
pretty interesting. So what the author does is he slowly progresses through the timeline. So when the series starts, it's July, and every chapter it's like 1 or 2 days of her life.
I see.
So it is progressing, and she's getting older.
She is.
But at the same time, it's mostly within the same time.
It's very slow though, it's not,
Right.
it's not like
So-
real time.
So it's neither like that infinite loop style that you see in a lot of comedy shows, nor is it like a gasoline alley type of approach where the character actually grows and goes through life. So it's like a sort of compromise between the two. But so the interesting part about this is that this is from book 6, chapter 36, and given that this guy produces like a book or even less within the span of a year, like this came out 3 or 4 years after the mention of the Paul episode, the initial Paul episode. And here, they're talking about completely different things. The main topic of the discussion is a bicycle and a camera and so on. So it's totally unrelated in any way to the clip that was shown before. And interestingly enough, if you look closely at this panel here, it's depicting this girl's car. And
There's the dirty ball.
you see the ball. And so you see by closer observation.
Excuse me, just real quick. Do you have a Twitter account?
No, I don't.
Okay, don't worry.
Oh,
Rashid's gonna be on.
That's great.
Twitter
So
stuff.
did you ever stop to reread the scene and see what it might have to connect with book 3?
yeah. So
And
really,
discover kind of new things that way?
so well, I guess an interesting narrative approach that's sort of unique to comics medium that is being shown here is that these non-explicit sort of presentation of information can take place, and it will convey this information only to certain readers who pay more attention to and invest more time into going through and reading carefully of the materials. And
Can you hold on this for just a minute? Because I want to point something out to people that I think is really striking about this work and about manga, but very clear in this example. Look at this phase with this really cut and paste diagram of a Nikon camera and the way that they still are able to make the design consistent
It's close to Edge.
throughout.
It's
You know?
close to Tay-Tay.
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of wonderful, the sense of design that they're employing there. But it tends to do a really interesting thing in this panel number 2, where you have the camera, you kind of know that she's probably saying that, or that could be an omniscient narrator saying that, to give you more indication of what that is. But it really sets up a great dynamic about the difference in personalities between these two characters, you know, which the material I'm telling you, cartoon is something I'm looking for. And it's great that manga has that freedom of expression. And new cartoonists, particularly when we talk about this the last day, I guess, there's a tendency to overdraw instead of thinking about how it operates as a language and what it does as a design and how those things have their own unique universe to them. And that's a fantastic example. But you see really throughout. I mean, you find it here in bicycles, you find it here in the car seat stuff. It's there. It's just, it's like, how obvious, how strong is that one? And we still do, it still doesn't fall out of our sense of normal, you know?
you can also view this as a sort of masking effect, right? Where you sort of simplify the characters themselves and add a lot of detail into the environment so as to help readers identify themselves with the characters who are very generic versus having a realistic environment like feel self-subversion.
That's great.
Yeah, McLeod also talks about how in manga there's a tradition of making the villains more realistic and the heroes more abstract, right? Is that something you
Yeah.
think is
so.
accurate? Yeah.
Right, so I guess in many of the modern versions of the medium, they've been playing with the norms and
Yeah.
cliches, and so
Right.
that's less true in what modern day does, I guess. But still, yeah, definitely, there's more of a simplification.
Yeah, the heroes are simplified so that we can identify with them more as readers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so cool. Thanks, man, that was
Oh,
amazing.
great. Fantastic.
Great.
I think I'm gonna do a little mini presentation, we'll do a little warm-up stuff, and we'll get people into separate teams of what they want to on. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and then we can, people interested in
Yeah.
challenges.
I'm gonna move you over to one of the other tables and do a little presentation from here, so that I'm not gonna do it from the board, because if people want to come in at any time, I don't want them to feel restricted. We're gonna have kind of a drop in day, because it's. Now, or do I need to? No, I'm on. See, there was a light thing. Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay. These weren't done at dinner, were they? I think those are either on or off.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll leave them on. It's nothing here that, you know, I can't show you in greater detail. Off of a different report on the screen. So, would you text Dan and see how far it is? I want to be able to factor in that. So, some of you we've already met who came in. Rob Berry, William Tartunis, my partner, Jason Cloutier, who's a teacher here at Penn. You can also see Rashid and Samantha here are helping us out with today, but we're going to make that draw too. Because one of the things that we're going to be doing today is really going to be about looking at the language of comics and its potential. We'll take some challenges along the way. Today is actually the 10th anniversary of the 24-hour comic challenge, which is going on worldwide right now. And it's where people try to take and make a 24-page comic book, start to finish, in 24 hours. It is not for the faint hearted. It's a lot of fun. Sorry, I didn't answer that. That's Michael O'Brien. He's the guy that's presenting that. If I could keep dropping in from other types of things all day, I'm not sure there's a question. Oh, there's Dan. Guys, this is Dan Pio. He's also going to be helping us out in Broadbent today. What was I saying? So yeah, 24-hour comic challenge is great. We decided we'd try to set up some other unique challenges that people could do in short bursts of time, and that are more conducive to a collaborative studio environment, which I personally feel is the only way to do comics. There's a kind of a famous saying about comics, and that's that the production to consumption rate for a single comic is about 1,000 to 1. That means for every minute you spend reading a comic, somebody put 1,000 minutes into it. And everybody's kind of like, yeah, that's a conservative estimate. It's probably a lot more when you figure how long it takes to get comfortable enough to make that first page. So we're going to go with some easier. But given that that's the sense, it's really, really hard to make comics now in the digital age where people are certainly consuming them faster, you know, and to make them in a way that people can still get them. Sort of like, you know, Game of Thrones. So it's comics, you see there, visual language can be used to tell all kinds of stories and all tremendous appeal. We start here with like a little bit. You're going to see in this presentation just a few examples of this stuff, and I'm going to bring up broader examples earlier. Little Nemo is particularly great because the origin of comics as opposed to cartooning, and really began in American comics, particularly thrived and began the newspaper industry. So we kind of are wrapped a little bit inside that before we we think of as comics as their own unique.
Windsor McKay.
Yeah, Winter McKay was that one, you know, we'll talk more about him. However, there is this overwhelming idea that comics are largely a genre rather than a style. They're not. They're predominated in the United States, of course, by what sells, and in this case, it's largely superhero driven, has been for easily 50 years now. This is slated back and forth.
Not that there's anything wrong.
I believe it. I really want my Captain America shirt. There's a lot of great things that are done in superhero comics because that's what the industry was. And there's a sort of feeling that if you want to make a future, a livelihood out of comics as opposed to just treating it like a expensive art form. You don't make much money out of poetry, but it is, you are your own boss, right? Well, in comics, you can make more money off of Superman doing your own autobiographical. No. However, you're not your own boss anymore. So it's a thing to consider. But there's a tremendous amount of diversity. We've got a few people here that are great examples of that. Joe Sacco in his new book on the Great War. Charles Burns from Black Hole, Philly guy. And Alison Bechdel from Fun Home. They'll have a lot of examples. We can talk about that with the students. But
Who just won a MacArthur grant?
Yeah.
Genius grant?
MacArthur Genius. Genius. She was named a genius because a group of people got together and said, she's a genius. There's no submission process. You don't have to know the right
it's not a prize that you can apply for.
Yeah.
You're nominated, you're bestowed this gift upon you.
Yeah, and she is that. Only 2 cartoonists have won it, by the way. And that's her and Becca. Got it, so today we're going to look at production, we're going to look at design, we're going to look at those sorts of things a lot. Some of the stuff that we just mentioned in John's thing, some of the things that's really great in Windsor McKay, about the way the pages are designed, a little harder to see here, but everything. Big wind comes and everything goes up in a tornado here, and then in the lower panels, everything falls. I mean, just little design elements that hold everything the key. But you're going to have to draw. And we're all going to do that today. Right, Sam? This is a favorite of mine talking about comics, and I can send you to a link. It's a wonderful article called How to Read Nancy. Nancy by Ernie Bushmiller is like Chris Ware, who we're going to see in a minute, a great example of pictorial design just run down the streamline. If you were able to think about comics not as drawing, but as mid-century architecture, American architecture, like you go, oh, I get it in a minute. You know, all the coincidence of line, where site is going, all that. There's sort of an austere hand to the way Bushmiller was making these comics, and they're just like the most silly gags ever, you know, but rendered in a very, very unique way. That's what it is. It's about rhythms. You know? There's a sense that for people who begin drawing, that it's about, oh, my drawing isn't good. It's not naturalistic enough. A horse doesn't look like a horse. You know? Somebody said sometime, you can't draw chameleons and blenders if you don't want to make a comic strip. It's about chameleons and blenders. And it's true, but the fact of the matter is if you really need to draw chameleons and blenders, there's a better way to do it in comics. Because you're going to have to draw a lot of chameleons. Whatever you think you're going to do in comics, you're going to draw tons of them. And that's the rhythm thing. Some of these rhythms, this is a good design comic by a friend of mine who was going to speak today, but he had something else to come up. Gene Cannon, this is an abstract. He's just simply taken the rhythms of the comic as we recognize it. And it's abstract by nature, even though we kind of know what it's doing. We kind of know where it's going. We feel its narrative, right? storytelling without us knowing the language. We know the language of how the story is formed, but we don't know what it's conveying. So that makes it like a distraction. And again, a great genius of these rhythms, who we mentioned just a bit in manga, is Chris Ware. The way he uses things like rhythms to set up the pace of the story is a really, really important design structure that we'll deal with. Some of that today will also come in when we talk about cinema. There's an overwhelming feeling that comics are like movies. There are certain similarities to the mediums. There's certainly a lot of cartoonists that are excellent at crafting storyboards, and a lot of directors that have come to rely upon that for how a movie is made. But they are really unique art forms, and I often like to talk about how comics is a little bit more like acting than it is directing. We'll talk about that in a minute in terms of oration, but we'll be using this thing, which is from Alan Moore's Watchmen, I think you might be familiar with. It's an incredibly cinematic approach. They have this grid-like structure of 9 panels, and then to be able to break it every once in a while to give increased meaning to what you're throwing into the image. We're going to deal a little bit later in the day when we log in with some people in Lancaster at the Penn College of Art and Design, and with Michael O'Brien, who just joined us, about depiction and journalistic integrity. This is the Yellow Kid, Paul's comic book from the turn of the 20th century, and it's an amazing thing in the history of comics. Amazingly flawed, perhaps, in many ways, but a good example of how comics has come along since then. So we'll talk about that. And then, again, as I was mentioning about adaptation, some of you are interested in poetry. Element that we're going to do, we'll show some examples of that. We'll talk about how comics are a perfect thing for sort of adaptation, staging, because it's really expression, how it's about placement and design. In the same way that, like, as an actor, knowing when to punch. This is part of the famous Hamlet soliloquy, "To Be or Not to Be" speech by great cartoonist Will Eisner. I'll show the whole thing later. People will be in that poetry section, but it has some comments here about what he's done visually to be able to increase the impact. That's fine. So that's what we're going to do in comics today. We'll get started with everybody now, yes, right? Let's see, Dan, you brought the light board? Yes. Excellent. So a couple of people came in since. CN, are you working digitally? Are you working in what we call physical comics today? Okay, you don't have to be sure. We have some supplies around. I just want to see if anybody did bring supplies. I kind of want to know what you're working with in case I want to steer you in a different direction. That's all. You know what you're doing. So you don't have, you didn't bring any supplies with you, and you don't have a laptop. Some of you. Oh, you do? Okay. Well, some of you that will want to connect your laptops, you'll look up there. You'll find that we have a group code for the room, so you might want to log those in. Sometimes Google Images is a really great.
If you're a Penn student, you probably
source for comics. If you're a Penn student already, you're going to be in, but if you're a guest, you're going to want to log in for this. Mike, I don't know if you're on for that. So, and then did you have, I know some of you wanted to talk about like doing things like the different challenges. We're going to start with a little exercise in just a second, and we're going to maybe do some exquisite corpse challenges. Okay. Did anyone, are you guys familiar with that? Did you see what we talked about on the website, exquisite corpse? Cool. All right. How are you? You still going over here?
Yeah.
brought some poems for those of you who may be interested in doing the Poetry to Comics Challenge. It's got a bunch of different lines here, so you guys can look at it. What are the time comes if you're interested in that challenge? What kinds? Some of these are famous, so I think that the other ones are kind of, they have, seem to call out for interesting imagery treatment. So, for example, this one's called a palindrome, and a palindrome is a word like radar, right? That's a split in the middle like a arrow. And so the poem works in the same way, but if we try to do that with the page of comics, that's the same thing.
That's great, I didn't know you brought calendar, perfect.
I see you can apply to the same symmetry.
Yes.
Fearful symmetry chapter.
Fearful Symmetry chapter of Launchpad.
Yeah.
Chapter 5, exactly. So that one would be an exercise like that. You got some Baroque poems here from The Dead Lecturer, which opens with quotes from the Green Lantern. So it's very steep in comics imagery.
I didn't know
bunch of
that.
other things.
Oh, while we're going over it too, circulating around is the Scott McCloud book we're going to be using. There's also another one that'll be the textbook of the class that we suggest really heavily. Is Drawing Words and Writing Pictures. It's a great book by Adam and Jessica Abel. There are 2 books in the series of that. That's the basic one, the starter one, and it's dynamite. It's like, it's a course in comics in and of itself. And we've stolen from the brilliant.
Yeah, there's a bunch of great exercises in it.
So,
Why not? Yeah. It's a textbook, it's for.
all right, so we're going to get started with a little puzzle game. Okay, let's do, well, we need to decide one thing, because I'm going to just turn it this way. Here's an interesting point, by the way. If you're making comics now digitally, you kind of want to do them this way, because everybody's screen is that. There's drawbacks to this landscape format. One of them is that there's not as much room for word balloons, right? And it's also very difficult to have them printed because most books don't find that way. The standard format is easier for that because there's more room for word balloons. Some have more narrative. You know, some do, but it's expensive.
Yeah.
And it's actually really the binding I should mention. I make comics in both forms. I might use this scene comic that we make is in the landscape form. I do suggest it for a lot of people working digitally.
100 Demons was like that, Linda Barry. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a thing to consider. But unless somebody really wants to go that other direction today, for the group stuff, we're going to use the standard form, which is the report. Okay. I made a couple of these are talked about in supply list. These are 300-pound Bristol paper, smooth surface. This is the kind of defining comic book storyboard. You can get a pack of these for $10. It's 20. So figure you'd have about 50 cents a sheet of paper. That's not too bad. If you buy the ones that are pre-lined for you, they're going to cost you about $1. That's the way to throw those lines in. So I don't suggest that. So we're going to try a little exercise. You, and somewhere on one of the boxes in the sheet of paper, using the format area, write your name in the lower portion of the box. That's easy, right? Everybody's got that? Now you're using non-photo blue pencils. Here's the other part. You're going to have a minute to make a self-portrait sketch in that same spot. It's 12:57. Go ahead. Don't worry about drawing. This exercise is to not worry about drawing. It's non-photo blue pencil, which means it's tough to erase. But
Wait, not this.
no, use the non-photo blue pencil that I handed you. Yeah. It's tough to erase. You're going to have to trust yourself a little bit, but it doesn't show up when we go back and ink it. So. What did I say it was? 12:57. Oh, time's almost up.
Also realize, Jimmy.
Linda Berry does this in like 45 seconds. She's like, okay, you got 45 seconds to draw.
Yeah, Jerry Corrigan was landscapes here.
How much time?
How much more time do you want?
How much time?
I'm gonna count 5 seconds down. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. Pass it to someone. Same drill. Any other count?
Write your names too.
Yeah, names should go probably on the bottom. But you'll start to see stuff like that happen. Maybe Sue Yan put her name at the top and her self-portrait underneath it. You know, so will Anthony do the same if he goes to the panel next to him, or will he change it? You know? Oh, we have tons of waters and stuff too. Now what you're looking at is a 9-panel grid. Cliche, you have one on your table. Make sure there's another one over here. This is an example of a 9-panel grid. We're going to use this as a template when we're starting to make comics in a couple of minutes. The 9-panel grid is the Watchmen grid I mentioned. It has really a tremendous amount. I have enough for everybody to have one, but when the time comes, let's just throw a few around. It has tremendous advantages cinematically, particularly when you break it apart. And I think that this is the one that I suggest for a lot of people to start with. But you'll notice in the quotes there of some of the things that I put word balloons down. When we go to actually do layouts, what's going to happen is again, this is going to be fast. Boy, I think you're running out of time. I'm counting to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did we give them more time than we gave you? Yeah. I kept talking. All right, pass it. I don't care who, pass it to whoever. If you're not somebody who hasn't done it yet, though. So this is just regular 11 by 17 layout on printer paper, super cheap. Get 500 of these for $5. And I do a lot of layouts this way. I tend to work on smaller sheets and thumbnails, and then come back and do it in the computer. But what you'll notice on this is that I put in some word balloons, put in some text boxes, I also put in a little higher font point, so that if you want to do bold letters, you kind of know how big they're going to be. Because when we start doing layouts, really simply just going to do a trace through of that 9-panel grid and use that with a sense of, yeah, you're not going to say the same thing here, but you now know roughly what your font size is going to be. Everybody's familiar with the comics book Peanuts, right? Everyone has. One of the brilliant things about Charles Schulz is that he would write and draw with the same scale pen. So the font size of what they were saying in Peanuts matches the line weight of the drawings of the characters. Now, think about the scene Peanuts over the years. Like they're in a regular 4-panel rhythm, 1, 2, 3, 4. But sometimes it's 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes it's 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And they wound up in all sorts of newspapers with newspaper syndicates. And some of them can go really tiny, and you can still read what's in there. You know? So font size is a bit of an issue in terms of drawing. You really want to think about the scale of whatever you're doing and kind of matching some of the scale of the vertical. So we're counting to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sam's done it faster. Pass it on. You gotta do it.
Your skills.
You gotta do it. Write your name down at the bottom. Or the side. And then make yourself a little self-portrait. Haha, JC's got one. So this is kind of a cool exercise, and it's mostly intended to kind of like warm people up to getting the idea that like it's just drawing. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Just get into it, right? The next thing we're going to try is a little exquisite quirks experiment. Is anyone familiar with that? Do you know what that is?
Oh.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, you read it off the website?
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, it's a cool technique. It's an art technique that the surrealists are credited for it, but they actually like stole it from a popular parlor game from the 17th century. Been around for a long time. But they're the first ones that really tried to turn it into sort of an art. And it's kind of a good way at looking at narrative structure and how do you make things kind of go from panel to panel when you don't know what's coming next. So we're going to try that, I think, with the 6 panel. Let's see, we got 3. Let's do 6 panels. Those are easier halves. All right, count to 5. Count to 5. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pass it on.
It's like only Rashid has the.
It's just Rashid me. Yeah, guys, I'm going to keep talking until you ask me questions. So, what do you got? Oh, you were saying it's my turn?
Yeah.
You just have to draw your self-portrait.
Oh, okay. Supposed to take the whole amount of time? So how many spots do we have left on the page, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Should be full page now.
I didn't do a full count.
Oh yeah, we've got 2 pages going.
So we got 2 pages with 4 left.
So now we draw our idealized self.
No, this one's fun. This next one. Machine, I'm counting to 5 for you while I explain this next one. Ready? Okay, cool. All right, so well, let's pass it on. Just pass it to somebody. Guess what?
Who hasn't done it yet?
Who drew Batman?
Did anybody draw Batman? Oh, for purposes of today, you may have seen that disclaimer up there. I've got another disclaimer of my own. If we do some genre type comics, feel free to draw Batman. Just like alter it a little bit somehow. Feel free to draw Superman. Just give him a U on his chest instead of an S or something. All right, just like, you know, that's a whole other conversation. So there are open panels on the page, right? And the pages are just a bunch of pictures right now. Names attached to it. You're now going to have a little bit longer period of time to pick one panel and figure out what you can draw in there that will connect it to the other panels. Either it's story driven, she wrote with pen instead of blue pen. We're gonna do that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, did you? I gave you a blue pen today. You still got the blue over there?
Yeah.
I've got more of those. So we talked about comics and sequence. Take a little time. As much as you want. I'm going to tell you if we're going to change it, and then we're going to pass it along to somebody else, and then we're going to see if we can make a sequence out of it. All right. So we've got a bunch of different things here, right? Pick a panel and choose what you want to draw in there that will somehow connect the sequence of the page. You guys get me on this? You want more clarification? In other words, if you've got, great, this up, that's going to, this is computer driven, take too much time. It's blue pencil, I didn't see it. So we got this, right? And here we've got 1, 2, 3 things. We've got these open panels.
When you point it to the live stream, you said everyone might be able to see it.
Yeah, I think the blue pencil though is not going to let it. Yeah, better, maybe. I don't know. How about this? Let's use these whiteboards. So sequence could come in a lot of different ways. Sequence is. You want to scan it? No. Give me a word. Food? Okay. Burgers, fries, and Coke. Give me another word.
Velociraptor.
Huh?
Velociraptor.
Velociraptor. I have no idea what Velociraptor looks like. Their head got a little bit more than that. Give them a little tiny dinosaur. How's that? Okay. So there's no real sequence here. Give me another word.
Gotham.
Gotham. So here's the thing about sequence. I can make this sequential from Velociraptor to Batman by devices such as coincidence of line. I can make it narratively sequential by going like this. Bat signal there. I can make it sequential here by having Batman being murder. Okay. Sequence comes in a lot of different fashions. There's all sorts of things that we can do to connect those. Now, I might say here that, okay, well, we've got this missing sequence, which is closer to what you've got going on there, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a thing here. Seems very simple. Water tower. This. Bat signal, except now that bat signal is the golden arches. Okay? So then you get sequence from boom to boom to boom to boom. Okay? It's not the coolest comic book in this place everywhere. drawn. But it is sort of the language of how these things start connecting. So there's lots of ways to do that. And I am not opposed to, since we're working as a group, allowing you to go in and decide that if you're doing Felice's, maybe you're going to put burger in his hand. Decide burgers can be used in the next panel. Something like that. Okay? Is that more clear? Yeah?
But if a comic book like cartoonist were to do it without, because they're doing this out of sequence, like a cartoonist normally draw like that, but it's like a sequence beforehand, or would you?
Would a cartoonist do it this way? Oh no cartoonist in the right mind would put themselves through this hell. No, this is really an exercise to get your brain open up to the thing. You don't, no, that's not how we're gonna. No, nobody works that way. I don't think I've ever done it before in my life. I don't think I'm looking forward to trying to figure out Velociraptor and Gotham. Yeah, go right ahead on that. And then that's going to lead us into the conversation about the exquisite corpse. I'm going to get everybody else started on that. So, what time are we at? Just because I want to make sure.
1:15.
Huh?
1:15.
Is she not going to exempt you from the exquisite corpse because you seem to be on the Twitter devices? Yeah, but they were asking, they may call me on my phone and want to, and once they're up and rolling, and then Mike's going to send them, how are you on stuff? Are you ready to send some stuff?
It was the DNS settings were messed up, so I deleted them, and then I was able to do it.
Cool. All right, so the next thing we're doing is the exquisite corpse. Who has pencils of their own? So, exquisite corpse is going to be, I think we're going to use the exterior borders of our template here, right? So maybe you need a folded sheet of paper. I'm often against the idea of folded sheets of paper, but we might want to use them for how we bring it up to, well, the whiteboard. So I'm going to make sure each of you have one of those, and then we'll take it from there. We're going to do exquisite parts, which is targets off of the sequence. But it's different. It's going to be a little bit more of a trust issue. And I will explain how that rolls in a minute. Cool? You want to add anything in here? Spot. Yeah, these are all the kind of like, let's get our head around the counting sorts of exercises that are not necessarily the all of it. You do it? Everybody's good there? Okay, cool. Pass it on once it's done. Let's fill those other four. Is that you or me?
That's you.
Where am I? Anyhow, you have it?
Okay.
We're also probably going to get a call from Alex Simon about the Ronald McDonald. Is that Boba Fett?
Making appearances throughout the day.
I wonder, does anybody know what the sound is like on the live stream? Are they?
We checked earlier when we first ran it, it was fine.
Yeah.
But, we weren't like this.
Yeah, and there's a little sound bar down bottom. It's a little green.
Well, I know I'm walking all over the place for a lot of this stuff, so, you know. They see you doing one?
Sure.
I don't know if we have an even or on. But I know I'm walking all over the place.
I sent out the link.
Huh?
I sent the video link to folks and then
Okay,
chat.
so here's what we're gonna do now. Well, actually, let's give Khalid to the bathroom. Let's give him a minute. You have pencil. Ian, you don't have pencil? You do have pencil? Okay.
Is there a sharp?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
You don't have pencil?
I have, I mean, you don't have to.
Oh, I have a sharp. I think I brought my other sharp. That's a little neater. Yeah. Somebody need a sharpener? There you go. All right, Exquisite Corpse. You should all have a folded sheet of paper with you. And what we're going to do with that is unfold it and using the template below paper, like just, you know, don't really need much of this template. Actually, I think you're backwards. Yeah. Yeah, so that should be a blank sheet that you're working on, right? Yeah, the template's on it. So the exterior, you're only, with the Exquisite Corpse, you're limited by two things when you're starting, right? You're limited by this external space of this border here at the edge. And then this part here. However, the trick is you're going to make any kind of a sequency, drawing, maybe a couple of things that connect as a counter in either the top or the bottom. Actually, no, we need to decide. Bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. If I got the wrong amount, we're working out. So we're going to hand them off. Right? So I don't want everybody doing all the top. And we're kind of stuck in the same position. So you can make as many sequences and panels and have them say whatever they want them to say. If you're working on the bottom, bear in mind somebody's going to put something up here that connects to those that are influenced by what you did.
So are we using the 9-panel grid? So we're going to do
You do not need to use the 9-panel grid.
and then 3 middle ones?
No, I just use these 9-panel sheets because they give you a little bit of internalized panel, should you do it that way. You know? You don't need the 9-panel grid itself. Okay? It will, if you're writing stuff, being able to see through, will tell you about what size the lettering should be, but that's not a big issue either. Okay? Make sense?
So we'll draw like
Huh?
We'll draw a sequence.
You'll draw
Our own sequence.
You'll draw your own sequence. You'll draw, or it could just be, some people in Exquisite Corpse will have a lot of fun by drawing the legs of something that's going to be standing up here. So your sequence, if you're at the bottom, shouldn't really have a beginning, because somebody else has got to begin. If you're at the top, it should maybe have a beginning in the top left corner, you know, but could flow down this way. So you could draw a guy standing here, and he may decide, oh, I'm going to now put panels in next to it.
So it's a two-panel area, in a sense?
Sorry?
So you can consider that a two-panel narrative, in a sense?
No, I'm not limiting it in the number of panels.
Oh,
And I'm not saying that this is a panel and this is a panel. I'm saying you gotta do something down here that somebody up here is gonna do
Okay.
something with.
So my sort of understanding, the format of exquisite corpse is that images have to connect, but this is more the narratives have to.
Narratives and images may connect. You may decide to do just the exquisite parts physically, where you have somebody's feet standing here, you know, and a skateboard and saying something, and then somebody decides it's an elephant. Right, but then they would kick those same lines and build. It's a little odder version of that. You don't need to. It's up to you. Entirely up to you. And again, you don't need to use the box grid that's there. You can do with it anything that you want. You just want to use that external frame. Because when you scan them and put them together, we want to that's just yours. Yeah. Let me see, bottom, top. I think top for you and bottom for John. Yeah. Let me say hi to the student that just walked in. Take a look at it, and then I'm going to check and see with the guys up in Lancaster if they're ready to receive. Okay. Hey, how are you? You are Aaron. Yes. Nice to meet you, Rob. Aaron, I'm going to try to move you over into these tables. Okay. Like that, because we're going to probably use the scanner later, probably use comic likeness and stuff. Did you bring a laptop? Are you using anything you need Wi-Fi for?
I have an iPad.
Okay. There's a code that we've got for the room, so you'll find that up here.
Okay.
So, let me get my phone a minute, and I'm gonna check with these guys. I'll do that. Unless you want to, can you just check real quick with Bob up in Lancaster from the last emails and see if he wants us to send him a package of stuff yet?
Okay, although he said he probably won't be ready for 3 minutes.
He's not, but he wanted to maybe have,
So should I?
he wanted to maybe have access to some of the stories that Michael brought.
Yeah.
Sooner. So,
I also have song.
you got sound files?
Yeah, in my house. Hear it and read it.
Yeah, no, that's great. They don't, like I said, they don't go on until 3. So, and they're doing their organizational stuff first, but he's got like 7 guys that do this. So I'm kind of waiting to hear back when they want to pass that on. I have a feeling JC is going to ask them. He's going to go, yeah, please, because then that's 7 people. Aaron, we did a few exercises to get started. I know he's got you coming in on the exquisite corpse now too. Let's make sure for the people that are flipping around with the sequence panel that we save Aaron a spot before we pass on. Okay? Let's see if I can find some nice examples of scenes.
For the exquisite corpse, we're using the blank sheet or the box?
I want you to use the blank sheet, and use the other one as a sort of a template. So, in other words, the exterior borders shouldn't extend beyond that. You'll also know that if you decide you want to put in chalk of any kind, that gives you sort of the size of the text font that you'll need. Sam, should I? No, I'm up. I was going to say, do I need to turn on and off again in order to get back to my photo file? Everybody's kind of clear on the exquisite corpse there. I know you came in a little late, but you
What kind of rules do you do? Are you doing it that you can't see?
JC, you gave him your paper. Were you at
Yeah,
top or
the
bottom?
bottom.
Okay. The only rules that we've got for you are that you're gonna start, you started on the top, so we'll figure it out.
I was.
No, you know what? This is-
Oh, yeah.
You don't actually need to use these.
Okay.
Okay? You need to think about this template for containing the space, right? Right, the exterior template. Draw anything in there that you want, and then you're gonna pass this on to somebody else. But if you're on the bottom, you gotta remember your page probably has to have something
Right.
here, right?
So you're having it, they can see what I've done, right? Or you
They
have
will
a
see, the guy doing the top will actually see what you've done.
Okay.
That being said, they won't know what's gonna be on the next page, we're gonna figure that out.
Right. Okay.
So,
And we're just doing a warm-up exercise, doing exquisite corpse challenge as a group. To join in, which more on
say that. Who's got my other sequence? John, you got the other sequence one in hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there,
Working on-
can we give her a sheet?
Absolutely. Are you gonna come join right in on the exquisite corpse? Is there a little warm-up exercise? Great. Let's have you get a seat somewhere, probably over
This
here.
way.
I'm gonna move some of this stuff, which is for later, for intelligence section.
No, it's not something that.
But we're gonna try to get people working together first, so. But if you wanna move forward, so I'll get her a second. How's that sound? Because I'm bubbling though.
So is Michael, is the material ready to be sent now? Is that what I should say? Or
It is.
It is, right?
Yeah, he has material that he can send now. Now, do you have Michael's email in amongst our other exchanges? You know, dispatches from the Monkey Boys?
Yeah.
Well, see,
I'll email Robert,
And
see
then-
if his team's ready.
perfect. And Brianna? Brianna, nice to meet you. So, did you bring any supplies or anything with you today? Is there anything okay? That's fine. Well, this is the best way to find out. Let me get you set up with some stuff. Guys, I do have erasers. I know you guys have pencils. Not all of you may have erasers. If you want those.
It's just this group thing where you are all in for something on the day, some of those are
So the way the exquisite corpse works is you start the top half of the page and somebody else is going to get it next to the bottom. So people are starting with the bottom and then the top. So we're going to change in a few minutes and switch things up so everybody will get a chance to play with other people's drawings. They're all going to be just the pencil sketch versions. Don't get too hung up on stuff yet. And if we get ones that we like that people want to play with, we'll look at how we bring those up into the ink format very shortly. But the idea is really sort of open your brain to how the sequencing comics go, you know, and to sort of be spurred by what's happening. So what we're going to do is I'll give you two sheets here. So this one sort of serves as a template. That doesn't mean that you need to draw this thing on the panels, but it'll show you where the end of those panels need to be, kind of on both sides. So you want to keep everything within that. Right? Bear in mind, you can have stuff sort of run out, and people have to finish that drawing. So you can even be words that run out. You know? So, and you can either make it through a series of panels, or just a little like notes or whatever you want to do, and then we'll see where it goes. Okay. One of the other things about using this template is if you do decide you're going to use text, you'll notice you can sort of see what size you can sheet. Okay. Got it? Okay. Yeah. Bear in mind it's one page, and you're starting on the top, so you probably are starting something, but somebody else is going to finish whatever you do. So, what they'll do with it then, I don't know.
I just emailed Bob.
Yeah, I saw it.
But
Yeah.
do I have to finish the whole column page?
No. So you're happy with what you're done?
Yeah.
All right, so what if,
Happy as well.
what if we take, how many more minutes do we think people need to finish their first half page? Yeah, you just got here.
I know it's just a moment.
Having fun? It's very nice.
Yes.
So here, they'll figure out what to do. Don't want to leave blank. You want to let it go into that and turn it into something. There's some like ones like here.
Right, so, again. Right.
Yeah, these water.
I guess oh, that's the water.
Yeah. I think I can get rid of my Batman McDonald's Velociraptor. I don't want to take you too much away from what you're working on, but if you look up here for a minute, you'll see a Chris Ware page. I really like Chris Ware. We'll see more of these. Some of the things that Chris Ware does with design are really important for when you're thinking about how we look at the whole of the page, see it as one united thing, and then how once we start reading the page, we kind of zoom in and follow our eye. But continuance of different forms within the page will expand upon that notion. So you see this kind of literal space that runs here, and part of that is caused by strong dynamics here that go from panel to panel, right? They cross through panels. And none of them are really proceeding down until we get to this final panel where you're going down. The same thing is true in this strip, right? So if they're broken and cause you a little bit moment of time, a little different moment of time is happening between these. When this ends abruptly, you get the sense that there's a moment of time that happens in this panel that is briefer than this panel. Right? Really interesting, subtle mechanisms that he uses. And they're not, like, they are about camera angle. Camera angle helps do that. But it's, and you'll notice also a design element here. Wow, there's a unity between this panel with her hand pointing on these close-ups here. And we still are reading it very clearly in even tiers. Another really great feature to the way the page is set up are these swirling sort of arrows that come from these word plates. Right?
Have you ever met Chris Ware?
I have not.
He looks just like his.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's got many pictures of him.
He talks, he kind of,
Yeah.
his same mannerisms, you know.
He may be the smartest guy in comics, and he
probably
has
is, yeah.
the enormous cranium of the smartest guy in comics. He kind of looks like the leader, that villain in the Hulk that has the really
Doughier version of that.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, he's a nice guy.
I didn't have the opportunity. He's very shy. A lot of
Yeah.
people in comics are very shy.
He was doing a signing. And
Yeah.
Very cool guy. Very nice. Yeah. He's probably this guy. He's got to be the smartest in the industry.
I fundamentally believe that Chris Ware is there's other good arguments for other great people, but I fundamentally believe that Chris Ware is our current Leonardo da Vinci type of genius.
Yeah, even, because it's like, I don't really like his style or necessarily all the stories, but you can't help but, look
Yeah,
at it and read it.
they depress me, you know. I like, the worldview is not something I really want to go, woohoo! But they're amazing, and the way they're put together is just incredible. All right, I'm gonna, before we get ready to think about passing stuff on, I'm gonna show you somebody who's cheating. It's my studio assistant, Dan, so I get to actually call him out easier. See what Dan did? He's starting a story by putting the ending in, and not really thinking about all of the page. He's gonna go, I'm gonna leave the part here that I wanna let them alter come in a lot. So you started sort of backwards again.
Yeah.
You know, because you know you're on the bottom of this equation. So that's cool. It's cool, but it's a little bit like allowing your own stuff to sort of dominate what the next person's doing. So
Wait, I thought I had to wait for it. Should I do it?
you filled in on this whole page.
Well, I was working on this one.
Yeah, but how many did you do?
I did this one, that one.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you. That wasn't me. You finished out the sequence on that page. I just wanted to do one more of the panel.
Oh, okay.
So yes, you should be working on that
All right.
now. This will be interesting to see how that sequence together.
Yeah, what? So should I be doing?
Yes, yeah. No, you were a bottom.
Okay.
See, the VJ's taking here, doing just the other way around. See, what he's done. He's doing multi-panels, starting at the open end of what he's doing, but he's letting them run up. He's letting people decide how that panel's going to fill that page, and then expanding down towards however he wants to see it finish out.
I don't know if I want to actually
Then don't. You might want something to unify the edge of the page. You know, open space is a unifying form in page design. It's a very, very unifying form. But you may think about like, okay, you've got this sort of still shot. I mean, you could have something as simple in the way this works as a long shot of just the water, the cliff on the horizon, and then leave it open. Don't panel it in. You know what I mean? Like put a long shot in like this. Okay. It's a possibility. Your story. Dude, I feel like we need music. I used to not having the radio. I'm gonna pull a couple of extra chairs just.
When comic artists start working, do they normally already decide like how many panels per page? Kind of what is like a structure of that book?
Yes and no. The story will tell you what to do more often than not. So if you look at the template, you know, that if you want to look underneath and see what's written in some of those things about the template, those are kind of broad points about what's useful about a 9-panel grid storytelling. And there are a lot of people who use a 9-panel grid for those kind of reasons. The whole book sometimes will be a 9-panel grid. Watchmen is, what is that? 600 pages maybe of a 9-panel grid. So there's pace there. We looked a little earlier at Ernie Bushmiller's Nancy, which is the standard script format. And he never really confined himself to panels that were the exact same size like Gerald Schultz did. But there's an external rhythm to what this newspaper is going to allow, scale and all that sort of stuff, effectively what he did. I think that a lot of times, oh, there's 6-panel grid that we'll have examples of for other stuff as well. And 6-panel grid and a 4-panel grid were really popular in superhero comics in the US.
Did you follow that? They just had that lawsuit. Was it Kirby's estate was suing?
It just settled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? It's like a closed thing, right?
It's a closed, yeah, it's a closed, and nobody's gonna really discuss what it meant, but it means that Marvel now gets to say that they can own those characters, and they won't, fall out of their ownership rights. It's a big deal, but moreover, it's a big deal because cartoonists, Aaron, before you got here, we talked a little bit about cartooning as an occupation, how in America it's really the people that are making what we would consider to be the best livings at it are the ones that are working for the big companies. So they're not getting getting to do really their own thing that much. Rare few of them that get to do their own thing.
Yeah, superstars.
Yeah. That being said, that's how the industry was for a very long time. And what I was talking about with Jack Kirby estate is Jack Kirby pretty much created most of the popular Marvel superheroes you've ever heard of.
How much? That was like collaborative, wasn't it? He didn't like.
The process was collaborative, and the collaborative process is a slippery slope sometimes. But he was, the bottom line here is that he was collaborating with Stan Lee, and Stan Lee was the nephew of the publisher and the chief editor. And so the company line was that everybody that was working for the company, other than he, were all doing work for hire. So as soon as Jack turned in his pages, no matter what he put into them, Marvel owned them.
Yeah.
So work for hire is a very unusual thing in art. It's a very difficult thing. It's a very difficult thing when you're talking about multi-million-dollar properties.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge.
But,
And they had no idea it would get this massive.
well, Jack did see a lot of that start to happen in his own lifetime, even in the 70s when he left to go to DC. It was because Marvel was starting to merchandise all this.
Right.
And he wasn't seeing a dime off of the merchandise. So there are numerous places I could send you to for more on the Kirby estate. I'm an incredible Kirby admirer and fan, but
I wonder if
it's fraud. It's a slippery slope. Work for hire is a very slippery slope. That's probably the best way.
I wonder if the practices in working for Marvel and that have gotten worse because now they're even part of a bigger corporation. Before it was just.
Well, now they're Disney.
Yeah, and Disney.
And there's a lot of belief that the only reason they settled on this is because any fault with what the copyright decisions might have done would globally affect U.S. copyright law.
Really?
There's so much stuff at Marvel, if DC, sorry, not Marvel, but Disney needed to actually settle through on some of this stuff. So there's settlement, they're out of court settlement, which grants him.
It must be massive.
It's probably a good amount of money off of whatever's used in perpetuity for the merchandise, and certainly it's going to include creator credit, which is an important, really.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really hard to hear that, Spider-Man was created by Stan Lee. I think Steve Ditko did a lion's share of it.
Right.
So, all right, so I'm gonna kind of want to. What time are we at right now? It's really
48.
Huh?
About 10 to 2.
About 10 to 2. Let's get this till about 2 on the top half of the Exquisite Corpse. And move on. If you guys are done with your Exquisite Corpse pages and you think about what you want to be doing next, some of the things that will be going on soon will be the poetry stuff. If you want to do the poetry adaptation stuff.
Yeah, if you think you want to be trying to adapt one of the poems, here's the poem. So if you're done and you have some time, you can start to consult them, maybe choose one that you think you might be interested in trying. So they'll be here for you guys if you're done.
So we do this in half, it always does. This is how I work. Yeah. I do that all the time.
You can also start your own project if that's what you were hoping to do.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, guys, is we can use some of these templates if you want, and you can start your own project, or you can work together, as we talked about, with Writer Artist Mashup, and I will help you through. There's this program called Comic Life that I'm going to want to probably start to put up next. So, are you on Comic? Can you pull Comic Life up there? And are you on? You're looking on the HDMI. Yeah. Okay. So let's see if we can bring that table up. Is that HDMI or is it?
No, it's HDMI.
Dan, are you going to try a poem? Do you know what you're going to try to do? There's something.
Yeah.
No, that's not. Try to bring it up.
I put it directly to here. So,
Does it?
I think so. I think that's the HDMI. So that was.
No, you're on student desk 1, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I must have hit something else. I hit it on the display. So we're going to try to put that. Oh, it's already displaying for I turned mine off. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Sam, can I borrow you? I have trouble, he's on 1. It could just be the mirroring thing again. Well, I'm trying to display it over where mine was, on student desk 3.
So.
He said he's on
first-
HDMI.
First you should where you want to do it, and then what you want to do. So
Oh,
where-
I'm displaying from, I did it backwards.
Yes,
Oh.
so, explain on here if you want to show one.
Thanks, HDMI. We may also have that mirroring issue.
Let's see, I hear the projector turn on.
Fantastic. So Rashid, why don't you bring up a Comic Life page? You and your Boba Fett. So, has anyone used the program called Comic Life? No? John, you're going to love this program. You need to buy this. It's cheap. It's like $9. It's great.
You can get the trial for free. See if you like it.
Yeah, it's like a month-long trial for free. Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right off the App Store. Yeah.
Yeah, it's made by a company called Plask, P-L-A-S-Q. Rashid, would you go to a file and do standard format for the new page? They all no, not new page. We have to go to file, page setup, page type, go to comic paper sizes, and then comic book standard. And portrait is correct, not landscape, portrait, and then OK. All right, so now what this format has done is it's given us comic book page. You see over here on the left hand side. Would you zoom out a little bit for me? All right. Now, if you go over on this form here, let's grab this 6-panel layout. So grab that block, swing that over.
Yeah, that's the advantage. It gives you all these layouts already kind of set up. You can see them and then just decide which one you think the page you'd like it to have. And then you keep adding pages like that.
Right.
So it's really user friendly.
But maybe you decide that, hey, you know what, when I do this page, maybe I need some thumbnails already, and I know that my page down here is going to be a full tier. By the way, I don't know if we did this. These are tiers. These are columns. Okay. These are gutters, spaces in between. These are bleeds, spaces outside of the full margin. Okay. Comics will allow you to use bleeds in a lot of cases, but there are some that don't. So it's a kind of important distinction between bleeds and Rashid, will you delete this panel here on the left? So click on that, delete. Click on this panel, grab that edge, pull that over. See how it gave you an alignment guide, right? And put some dialogue or anything in there. I love this. I'm not a computer personality, I have to tell you. And this thing is great. Now you'll notice up here, you can use different fonts. You'll notice that he's got 10-point typeface, which is a little heavy. You can actually change the stroke size if you want on the balloon. You can change the shape of the balloon. You want to squeak and move that balloon shape a bit. You'll notice it stays center justified, which means that it centers each line of text according to the width that you have, which is normal for rounded shaped like word balloons. You can move the tail independently. So I find when I'm taking something past this stage of breakdowns, the thing is, you could, actually, why don't you grab something from the desktop and put it in one of those panels. So grab that filtered avatar or something there.
Just give it a second.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly big load. But you can add images directly into the panels. This is really, really nice if you're doing photo reference things like you were talking about, because you can shape your photo reference, put them into your page here, you know, and then do your rendering in separate models with all the panel borders also. Or if you're doing them physically, you can print off, which is what I do. I print off these pages, and then I work on a whiteboard, and then all my lettering is right where I need it to be, and I can just trace it right through. I don't actually draw much beyond my thumbnails for this, because then I find that I often make changes in the drawing based upon how the word balloons balance the page. As we saw in the Chris Ware drawing, you remember, word balloons take up a lot of space in comic. They, especially if you have a lot of people talking, especially if you're James Joyce's Ulysses, which I am, there's a lot of people talking. And they affect the design of the page tremendously. Remember how we saw all those arrows from the Chris Ware page, from the thought balloons, and how that was a real key element of the design. So sometimes it is really good to go from the thumbnails version that we're doing here into a cleaned up version like this that gives us something like. So I suggest this really highly to anybody who has a laptop. It's a real simple program. And we'll be able to use it today if you want to work in your own stories to be able to set stuff in. So,
So you do that simultaneously with like, the design or drawing?
okay, so when I'm making comics, most cases, sometimes with adaptations, I don't do this, but with most cases, I will start with thumbnails like this. Actually, I tend to work a little smaller in thumbnails because they're just easier to store, more portable in the long run. So I keep those. And then I'll put this next to me and go on the computer, look Comic Life. Say, okay, that's a 9-panel grid, so I'll get this off the grid. Do I think I can make that? Maybe I can make the curves a little smaller. So I'll change that,
I can't get.
and then I'll drop in text for any
It's
system.
gonna do it.
Then I'll print it,
I can't get it.
and from that printed version, I'll take this and this. I'll take that printed version and I'll take a good piece of finished paper, right? And on a whiteboard, I'll go ahead and I won't have to redraw all that stuff. I won't have to get a ruler out and go through all that craziness and redraw all your panel borders and where all your work was. And then I look at the thumbnails and draw in. It's a lot faster.
So you already kind of decided where you want your bubbles.
That process really happens during my time here. You know, a lot of deciding the rhythm of the page, a lot of the art of the comic is in this raw moments.
Right.
Those are really important.
Yeah, I don't know what the new.
But by the time you get it into the real math of the page, you want to own those moments down.
Then when you're talking about rhythms, it has to be kind of important that's like, so like, repetition rhythms, rhythm.
Safari, yeah, okay.
Same page.
Well, there's rhythm from page to page.
That's right.
And that's an important thing. But one thing that's weird about comics too, that's another way that's different from film, is that every time you turn a page, you encounter, actually, if it's reading in a book, it's just like a computer, every time you just spin your counter, you know what's going to happen. So, remember we looked at the Chris Ware page and like, oh wow, this is one page, unified design. But once we start to go into it, reading, comics are a reading medium. They're not a watching medium. The world just goes on, and you have to pause it if you really want to catch up. You're reading, you can look at it anytime you want, just back to what you're doing. Your eye moves around the whole surface of the page differently than a book, but it still zooms in on where you were the same way it does before. So the idea of creating rhythms on simple pages and then seeing what they go to after that.
I mean, it's in there, it's like,
It's just a lot of
you don't need to go like,
I'm just getting real because she came in late.
Yes.
No.
Whenever you're ready to stop.
Okay, whatever, okay.
Right, and these experiments are about process, so I want people to be comfortable with that.
Thank you, sir.
But if there, you know, there's other stuff where you just. You probably like, I know which is, I got the tools. No? So what do we think about passing on the exquisite corpses? Everybody close to ready?
Almost.
All right.
I can pass mine.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know what? We can pass a couple now. That's right. What are you, you're at bottom? I was bottom. I think the top is ready.
I know.
Change.
Yeah, it goes, yes. Yeah, I got that.
Of course, you were at top. Are you ready to change? Change. This is where it gets complex. Don't have to. You don't have to complete the story. You don't have to know where the story was going. You kind of want to know how to finish it, though, using what's already there. Does that make sense? It's a subtle difference. It's a little bit like that difference that we were talking about with sequencing in the first experiment, you know? And it sometimes is really a lot of fun. Like, I know this version had a lot of half up when she used it.
That's
And then she left open paths.
Sorry.
So it's interesting to see what those turned into. You know, those could, there's no reason why that face in that panel could have the body of the cat in this panel, or something like that, you know? So those kinds of things are a really fun part of the math. But again, your idea here is to try to get yourself from what's happening. Let's think about sequence again, and then first Batman pterodactyl experiment, Batman velociraptor experiment. Think about what's in that first panel, and think about how to bring it to that last panel, or vice versa if you've now got, you have been given a bottom of the page and you're moving to the top. Think about what that first panel ought to be, so that it pays out that bottom panel. There's a couple of different ways to look at that. Is the first panel a long shot, or is it a close-up? Is the panel shape square or long, rectilinear? So you can think about the design of the page that way. Did you hear back from
Not yet.
Bob?
I'm also emailing
Alex?
the pen video
Oh.
So, I did write
Oh, wait a second.
to Robert. Did he write it? Oh yeah, Anthony.
Anthony sent me an email on to make a copy, so I think earlier saying he was gonna be late. Unless there's is there a second Anthony?
Yeah, the sound was not good.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah, he's got it.
Okay, now I'm making it off. No. All right. Aaron, are you done on your?
I'm done.
So here's another thing we didn't got to get you caught up on. We started a little warm-up thing, but you came in too late for that. So name on one of those accounts, and then self-portrait.
Yeah, like we
have a minute.
As well as yeah.
And actually, blue line, yeah.
But they may be experiencing some delays. But I know that they're only starts at.
So you thought,
Yeah, that'd be great. So right. Yeah. It won't be before 3. So.
John's at the bottom. Are we missing a top for John? There's a top. Well, no, but he's got a bottom over here from here and came in above. You got top. I thought we were off somewhere. Are you ready?
I was gonna go for that.
Well, you're good when you come back. You're gonna have to draw the top of the
Oh, okay, I'll go top
other. Wait, so you're ready now? John, are you ready?
Yeah, almost working on the last panel.
You're ready.
Should be.
Nice job on the 1 minute. All right, so.
So
We're off somewhere in the calendar. If you'd like. That's all we need.
are there people who are students, are they gonna get graded for this kind of stuff? Just totally, okay.
Well, we are beginning a course of this.
Okay.
Next semester is gonna be the course. No,
Next
it's just, we're just having fun today.
Okay,
And they asked us if we'd like to do an event, to kick it off and experiment with this, what I consider to be the next generation enterprise version of comics.
What's
It's
this?
great to be able to make this sort of thing, it's- So you've got that one. And you've got this one. So yeah, it was kind of set up with that in mind. And the 24-hour comics thing is its 10th anniversary now, so we decided to do it based upon that. But it's good, but it's a horrible time of year scholastic.
oh, yeah, the date, okay, yeah, I'm not.
Did you get online, Aaron?
I did,
Okay.
it was just my iPad, was actually funny.
Turned on
The AIC.
I think so. I know how to work that one.
We can try. We know how to do everything else.
So is there supposed to be something? Like did you draw this?
Oh, yeah, I think
Yeah, is there supposed to?
No, that was like a, frame that we're given.
I-
Oh, yeah.
I think that it was, I don't know for certain.
Right, I was just, because the top circle.
Oh, yeah,
He's
don't worry
right.
about it. Just consider this. Okay, I think I was drawing on the wrong.
Oh, yeah, no, no, okay.
Yeah.
That's soft nails.
Yeah.
We're getting some, probably just quickly retweeted with Calvin. Yeah, I did an interview with Calvin about the class.
You already did it?
Yeah,
Oh, great.
just the other day. And I'm gonna see him a couple times for New York next week. So I'll be up to the
You'll see him
ICD2.
there.
Yeah, I'll be up there for the ICD2 conference. And then I'll be up there on Friday.
All right, so I emailed. But I haven't heard back from that customer.
He did send us an earlier email
Yeah.
saying
About his mother.
their Google, well, there's that, but also the Google account to log in on.
Yeah, should I email that again? It's a Gmail address.
It was. Why don't we do an email there and see if somebody else is receiving in case he had to run out at the last minute. I didn't think about that. Oh, are you waving to yourself? I thought you were
Where's that
waving
going
something.
to?
We're on live stream,
All right.
so
With a 20-second delay.
yeah.
So you're still not waiting.
I'll just put the dialogue. Should I add dialogue?
Feel free, I mean, it's.
Yeah, we got an email from the guy at the Lancaster today. I don't know if he told you. Well, not only they started, well, their thing was always set to be 3 o'clock or 3 o'clock. And they're doing full 24 hours and all that. But the head of the department, who was better contact on all of it, his mother's been in hospice. And he got the word from his sister today that she's doing really badly. So he may have to leave the event as soon as he gets them all set up and go over just to see her. So that's why I'm surprised. He did want us to make sure we got together by some stuff by 1, so it's right there. Hmm?
That sounds like an awful.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, it's a 24-hour comic event. It's midterms for them because they're a college market, you know. So it's part of it. They get credit for it there. But they also had like a panel discussion last night as well for the event. So it's like a crazy week for him. Oh, and he told me he had like mid-semester critiques too this week. So,
He's having a rough one.
yeah. Does anybody want to show me what they're working on or talk about it, or that's what I'm here for? Supposed to be.
Yeah, do you have tips for like,
But what?
do you have tips to figure out like perspective?
Yes.
Or
Yes. Perspective is a tricky. It's a tricky deal. There are numerous books on perspective. I actually think that there might be a little brief thing on it. And I know there's a big chapter on it in your second book. But it's hard. Are you trying to do far distant perspective?
yeah, like further distance, something in
Well,
It would be hard to come in. You should probably try to just to have fun making up stories instead, because it's like a lot to learn. You're just, in other words, it really matters just the stories you're making up at this point.
I never want to put somebody off on the idea of trying to learn a craft that is complex. But it's its own complex study, even beyond the art of comic.
Yeah.
The problem with it is, it's an important one too. I mean, perspective in comics can be used in a lot of different ways. But hey, you know what? Think back to the Peanuts strips that we were talking about. Did you ever see any of the Peanuts strips have any kind of perspective other than frontal perspective, where you like, see the bottom of a chair or the edge of a sofa? There's Snoopy's house, and it's all flat perspective. Cool. Deep perspective has its own really useful set of tools. Here is some stuff in this chapter on creating a sense of place that you might want to look at. Now, these are great fool the eye perspectives, right? That they use here to do that. So you notice how, like, the dresser gives a sense of where things are. The line here gives a sense that this wall is. So you don't really need much more than that. Or this one, which is really, really great depth of perspective. Kind of gives you some indication of how vanishing point perspective works. You know? But I think there's even more examples of how to do that here. Definitions of it. Sense is that Aaron's pretty much getting it spot on. Try not to, in this exercise, give yourself a challenge too much of perspective. Indicate it simply, the line here. Line there.
What's that book?
This book is drawing words. I'm sorry, were you still looking at that page? Or looking up?
This is huge.
There's a second book too called Mastering Comics, which is like a more advanced class. But
This seems like more in depth than like Scott McCloud.
this is a course in comic making.
Oh, okay.
It's designed to be a 15-week textbook for, principally for art courses. We've adapted some of the exercises for what we'll be doing in the spring semester. And I can use it as a reference point for a lot of the students that want to be further with drawing. But, you know, our course is offered through the creative writing. So it's a little, but it does go into inking, it does go into all that sort of stuff. Really important to keep your stuff.
Yeah,
So, you know,
it's
pen, yeah, the thing about pen nibs is great. There's a set of exercises in there
You wonder if,
for staying limber when you're shackled to a drawing table. For
yeah, that's a good
10 hours
idea.
a day.
You know what I found? Do you use dip pen? Dipping?
I don't care for Crockel or Hawkbill pens at all. I don't really use pens, Aaron. I don't know.
No, digital?
I was trained as a painter. So pretty much I use a brush for just about everything.
Oh, okay.
If I need a hard, less flexible line, which is rare, but like a horizon line or an area attaching or something like that.
Yeah.
Where I really want it that kind of tight. I use my graph pen.
Right.
You know, they're portable, they're easier to contend with, you know. And the flexible nib pens like Purple and Hawkbill, they're great, but they're messy.
Yeah, there's a certain aesthetic, yeah.
Yeah.
You like the flow of the brush.
Yeah. But if you're one of those guys that does a lot of like hatching,
Yeah.
you know, they're irreplaceable. My work doesn't really have a whole lot of that. My work, like I said, I was trained as a painter, so brush feels more natural.
Right. Definitely.
We did do some stuff, but it's pretty line work lately. I should show some of that, shouldn't I? Let me show you some of my own work. We're going to do more of this when we do the poetry section. Rashid, can you turn off your unit on 3? Turn mine on. It's VGA. Remember how to do it? So, do you want to go to projectors for you to come over, Jay, or do you remember?
Oh, I think I know it.
You're 3, right? Yeah, I'm on desk 3 and projector 3.
There you go. Right.
Am I up?
Yeah.
Cool. So I recently illustrated James Joyce's The Dead. This is not a comic, but in terms of some of the things you were asking about line work, this is a pretty good example. All of this is done with a brush. The color and snowflake pattern were put in digitally behind that. All the line work that you see here, all brush. I don't believe there's any. I don't believe any micron pens were damaged in this process. But this is an illustration job. It's different than comics. It uses a lot of things that you use from the language in comics. But the idea was to have a kind of an old-fashioned line work approach to the project. So
These links and this information is going
it would feel kind of like old-style printmaking, but because it's a more modern novel, it would have things like frequencies, point of view camera work, which you wouldn't find anywhere else. And as you can see,
Those are the contributors.
a lot of these figures are still fairly cartoony, like we talked about in terms of stuff. But the idea of kind of keeping let's fool you into believing you're in another world.
That kind of works, looks really good too, because it's, you know, Victorian,
Narrative.
Yeah.
yeah, the line is very,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, and you can sort of see there where you've got like point of view camera work that you wouldn't be able to have. What we got? But like if we zoom in on some of these figures, right? Top corners, you can see that they get quite cartoony themselves. So really an older style illustration, a little bit closer here to
So that's the
newspaper
illustration.
illustration. The snow here was placed digitally. Mostly because these were kind of large. They were shown in the museum in Dublin. So I wanted to roll them up to take them over. So I had to work in. Is everybody familiar with the additive versus subtractive method?
Okay.
Basically, additive is what you're doing when you're writing on a pencil, on a piece of paper, making marks. But subtractive method is when you're withdrawing those marks. So if you had a black sheet of paper and you were scratching them out, scratch board, that's subtractive. A lot of people do that when they create big snow patterns or stuff that's really dark and has like cross hatching going backwards into it. There are methods for doing that, like where you could go ahead and make this all black, plastic board, ink it all in, and then just come back and hit that stuff. You can't roll backwards. You can't shit that off. It's gotta be on board, right? So we had to kind of cheat some corners here. There. But that's an illustration stuff. Let's see some comments. Save the shape just not.
Yeah.
To this.
We're talking about
That's
that.
great.
Because I didn't want anyone to this project.
Right.
So it'll be out by the 10.
And they know that.
The kids are-
Stories.
Oh, yeah.
These elements of it.
A lot of other people. So
They're aware.
Right.
Like I said.
I also do this adaptation of James Joyce's Ulysses.
Just adapted.
Right.
Though they
They're
technically
all
could all
leading.
have
Right.
kind of like that long.
Again, these are
The what?
watercolor and brush.
Right.
are you doing those all in one layer? Are you gonna?
These are all
Right.
pretty much one
Ripped from
layer.
the elements. Yeah.
The text file is a handmade file by my partner Josh Levitas, and we dropped that in after the
So
fact.
this is a word doc.
But for the most part, these are all done this one. And what you can kind of see here is an example of what we were talking about with page design,
So.
trying to fit
we
James
finally
Joyce's
get set up
complex
with
language
that,
into a system that moves around and has key features that keep your eye moving. But really lets the language of it sing by itself, you know?
And say that this is part of the
So you find these key moments. There's not a lot of,
songs.
we were talking about like
There's a link.
perspective drawing, right? No, perspective drawing going on. This is not really a necessary part of the language. It would actually, in some cases, interrupt the flow of it. And we'll see it in other
So you
examples.
could say GNAP.
But even then, the idea here is to keep this stuff really fairly loose,
You could put two.
you know?
So we could just do that as a series.
In terms of illustration style for it, I was always sort of shooting for something that's more like what we find in New York. Yeah,
Okay, so
I
that's.
figure that's the target audience for anybody who's ever reading this comic book. Is
So that's.
a little bit more informed, a little bit like, oh, I'm coming to comics from
Is
a
there anything-
non-comics space, and this is a little bit more familiar territory. But perspective does come into play, and then you tend to want to pull back from that and let the perspective not overwhelm.
Audio rhythm onto a visual.
I think so. I think it's different. That's why I figured the same so that
Anything from that?
Yeah, it's interesting because this is a.
And nothing from Alex sent down.
Also imagine example because of the write up of the journals that they just it's actually a lot more
How's the word out? You want to talk to me about what they're doing with their work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then, yeah. I don't know. But I've just shown the dialogue at it.
Okay. And you're finished with yours, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
You're not happy?
I'm not very
Yeah, no, it's true.
You gotta, like,
But they have
the drawing part of it is,
What they do is in ways that
We should show her some cartoonists who aren't, known for their draftsmanship. I mean, you don't have to be, there's some that are like, who's the one who does the weekly?
Yeah.
She has little squiggly lines here in town, she has the weekly. It's just her,
are you talking about Linda Berry's?
no, she does a little weekly, like, she does a cartoon about this big in the week's one.
I see it.
Yeah.
Like the craftsmanship, she's not a very good artist, but she's very funny.
Well, so the art of comics is the combination of words and pictures. And words kind of tailored, they run together, right? Like,
I'll see.
this isn't a really good example, I suppose, of this one, but the idea is what we see is supposed to let us into what somebody's thinking, right? Here, as his brain is starting to think about the East, the shadow he's casting is turning itself into a minaret. That doesn't take a whole lot of drawing ability. Like we'll expand on that idea later, and you get stuff that takes a little bit more involved drawing. The language itself, knowing where those balloons, knowing how the beats and cadence and the rhythm, the way you speak is broken down. That's the pure language. It's not just like that. It's really the drawing. The drawing is a drawing. And I know you came in a little late. We're kind of talking about the collaborative elements of concept stage and how important that can be. It's knowing how these things work together, Russ. What's really important. Like knowing how what it means when you go from these two to a launch. Like that's how like for me to understand that doesn't mean that you have that phone drawn. I know it's the giving me your idea.
It was a
Through visual form. That's the art. I mean, we can talk about, like, everybody likes to talk about writer artists, but they're not. When you're making comics, we're all making the art of comics at that level. It's not like if somebody gives you a script, you just kind of go, okay, I have comics for you, here's that.
3 nights?
You know?
3 months.
Writing, but the challenge is writing it into a short form. That's the art of comics. How's everybody else? We have another person doing another map sheet. Did we lose count?
Narrative.
I've heard of narrative therapy.
Yeah, another map sheet.
Narrative.
There's an it's like, it's got 2 names right there. And
I'm finishing up. I didn't lose live. They're kind of somebody gave it. He gave you yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I'm not really good at stuff.
Sharon.
I think it's good at facial features.
For me, that's why I was contribution.
She has worked at
Yeah.
and she's got an the
I
idea
understand
is
stuff.
to teach narratives techniques to medical records, so that they can actually know what you also listen to some of these things.
Yeah.
So you don't use your doctor, you actually tell these stories.
I fell off the porch, my wife passed,
You know, but it's actually, so, it started
Also,
with the
it's not
email, but now people who already just do narratives, especially, they need to kind of actual stories about medical.
Yeah.
So,
Alright, so did you guys, we gotta finish one of these yet?
the forces of this life come together, so that.
This was really stupid. I found out, is this how I can have it?
Alright, so now this is you and Jan. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's this up?
That's great.
Sheet, I'm gonna put this on the scanner, and you switch those around, so you're back up there.
I'm getting where I know where I want to go.
Attention should be ready.
Pretty much turned it out.
Oh, actually, you know what, Rasheed? Put table one on that back wall. So I just put it on, put it on table four, five. Yeah.
That's great, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, more powerful.
I mean, read these images.
Meanwhile, it's still
Yeah,
like.
What is the social group? Like, what you highlight, you guys
Windows.
subtly describe it through the narrative.
So I started.
This set would be from, you know, I'm something like
And Robert.
Richard Rogers,
Yeah.
son, because he does the actual.
And she.
He's doing sociological work,
that what-
and it's turning into his novel. So that social fiction.
He's like a, the city's like terrible.
So
Professor. So,
Yeah, I don't know, like.
there's,
I like
you guys-
that's one of the great things about it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
teasing. Like, the social media. Sort of these copies of these series of that it's pays off.
I'm reading a lot of performance of this is this interesting approach to
She's probably, did you get Michael's thing about the?
Right.
still they are acting
Right.
using performance that like militant tool.
Yeah.
We are going to display and show the performance of this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What it is that can do. I'm just listen. Yeah.
You didn't get here back, right?
Medical.
Yeah. And it's sometimes as a synonym for narrative. I know that Rita called it narrative. She's the founding this college journal called Literature Master, which are all about and they now have a master's program. And that's what the narrative really we have to do is kind of follow doctors and their plans. But I just kind of saw observer, I thought like an organization. I can, but
I did like.
then the idea is to kind of talk back to the audience and how what it felt like. And that's it. They. What do you got? Smith? Smith. Anyway, so, is there intent to turn their right? So as a. It's the last thing they see. So the idea is
You can draw.
Without the clutter. So we got one of these done. Anthony put the finishing touches on this. Hard to see here, that's like. But it started with Dan on the top, is that right?
Yeah.
And was there text in his lower down? Was it on the right side?
I looked at it.
So what happened here is still a pretty linear story from one to the other. We're moving from this scene at the top, it's a classroom scene, you know. I'm sorry, the top actually, this is an interesting point, the top came second, the bottom came first. Yeah.
I just had the people pulling out the wire and these things as you go, they can turn this to get
Oh, did he not give you those bottom?
You didn't know.
No, he gave me like the bottom half of those panels.
The bottom half of those.
I had like the legs, the wire.
Where the tree is, so that's full mark.
Yeah. So I had just extraneous like bird details.
And the only thing that you added to the lower one is the, yep. And the feeds are young thing, you put that in so that it kept a narrow structure.
Yes.
Cool, huh? Now what, let's get a couple of points here. Because if we were to take this from this thumbnail page, what sorts of things could we do? We could enhance this. Mix this up. One of these things you'd want to maybe do is think about what happens in this, like let's look at the whole page for a minute, and we'll kind of think about, so look at this page where it's a little darker. So we're thinking about like a black and white. Yeah. Not to confuse yourself with color, it's going to be too much of a thing, and maybe we decide we're going to take this up and eat this next and see what happens.
Social condition.
Here's some design things. We have pretty good borders and panels, pretty good rhythm happening here. 3 in the middle, and the 2 on top are sort of offsides and balanced. But some good things that happen with the rhythm, the way things are said. We'll talk about this in the poetry section, you can kind of do that later. But comics, when they divide in mid-sentence like that, are a really important part of the oratory quality of how you deliver something. It's, you know, shall I compare thee to a summer's day, thou art lovely, and you have beats and rhythms that happen by where you chop that sentence. You have beats and rhythms that happen, whether there's a connecting word balloon or whether there's 3 words. The same thing is true of narrative boxes. But what's happening here is you've got these narrative boxes, and then is this a continuation of the same leg through?
No, that was a beak.
A beak over here? So that's kind of what I thought. So you actually have 3 things. And maybe 3 more rhythms to this box. So maybe a way to think about this.
Right. Use it or promote it, nurture it here.
Like you said,
you understand. And we think about that beat here.
Yeah.
Not come off the edge of it, but not come to the edge of the hat. That it does rhythmically. Because it sets it off from the top panel where you can use that column. So what you've got now is making this a real focused panel because it's on the dark spot on an otherwise, you know, pretty balanced light and dark page at this point. change that thinking. But for right now, we're gonna kind of look at the way that rhythmically works. So this way, these are kind of boom, boom. So you're using that punctuation that you have in the Comic Sans. That makes sense. The same can be done here. What would happen if we sort of took this angle this way? And then went so this way. Like you're giving a little bit, so you've got an ellipses here. Punctuation wise in comics, unlike in text, you don't need to begin the ellipses. Again, some people do that. It's kind of a really old school thing, not necessary at all. People will read the ellipses meaning that okay, the next is part of what this song is building.
You can make them go,
But
this
this rhythm from up here, or they find food and hunting down, gives you that very direct down. Focus, right? And it's really going to make that focus. The idea of a bird might have been up there in the tree, leading this to be stronger down. Okay? What's nice about that is, so that's where you're going to put strength now. It's big, right? You can use the fact that we've got big darks that we're using in this background here, and use more darks here. When we do this, you can silhouette for a full top, right? We really give it that, you don't know what that is. And then this, maybe we would probably, this is a sort of a choice of your own, because being famed by itself might not be strong enough shape.
Right.
If you do the light here. But I would be inclined
Everything's moving towards
to think about and speak to their young being down in the same area.
vanish up.
where
Yes.
they-
You're gonna make a
So that there's a connection. So what's unconnected about that? So we just did. There's an unconnected moment. It's here. It's our establishing shot. Right? We've got a completely different environment. The rest of the game is happening. And we know that even without the ellipses to connect, he's saying here, we can presume that it's the same teacher speaking, right? And so we're carrying that through, even though he's using word glue, which is a completely different pictorial device. The only thing that's lacking, this is a strong panel. Kind of making sort of like, that's the thing, pulling back in here, guys. Kind of looking at what just happened, how it came in with very little unity. It's winding up with strong unity. How do we increase that when we get to that next stage? So there's a couple of different ways to do this. Part of it, I'm going to take a lesson from Bree here earlier, where she was saying she doesn't feel like she trusts all herself, right? Or for Suzanne, when she was saying perspective is hard. And we go, what would really happen here to make this? How could we leave those elements out? They're difficult to draw, and maybe we would kind of close up on Professor a bit.
There's some blank ones too.
And maybe what's important
No,
there
what
is
did it take
suggestions
us?
Hands and eyes, hands and eyes, hands and eyes. Okay, can't say this enough. If you've never been to art school, they should tell you this all the time. It's like the most important thing. When people look at first in any image, hands and eyes. Okay, where it's the first thing that people will focus on. They are so descriptive in like comics that I don't have anything on my laptop. I have some probably in my own work, but There's so many ways in which you can just use hands and big speech bubbles. Oh, that Chris Ware one's a good example. You can just use a close-up of hands and speech bubbles and know exactly like the mood of the person saying it through the language of their hands. We're so used to reading hands and eyes and hands and eyes. So, and then, again, it's very common. I'm not trying to redraw it, it's but a close-up here that'll allow you to see these eyes is going to lead you from this to this, right? It's going to get around these difficult drawing problems and how to put all these other heads in for all these people, perspective issues that you were talking about. And, let's make sure their heads. I don't want to point to his hair. Yeah.
Would that mean that in the previous page you would have to classroom that to show that it is a teacher?
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, possibly. If we were building a more long-form thing right now than just off of this exquisite course notion, we could definitely look into that. But we also, remember we were talking about another thing that's different about comics as a reading language is that every time you turn a page, that's the page you've got. You read the whole thing, and then you read it in bits, and every time you turn it, it's a new page. So I made sure that you guys knew to go from here to here. Thank you, she. Answer, she. Great. It's all through the phone. And so you're right. We could in an earlier version of the page that could begin in the classroom. Could be what they call a long establishment.
Sure.
This page doesn't have an establishment shot. Okay. That's the closest to it, and technically that's the closest.
Okay, hold on, let me just.
A one shot.
It's Jamar.
Excuse me, just a minute.
He's coming right now.
Is it Jamar or?
Jamar.
Oh, excellent. Maybe Jamar's doing the key parts. Jamar. I'm good, man. I knew you were gonna be out there. Yeah, that's great. Sorry, it's just we got some people there in the midst of sharing parts of the page and stuff. We're all showing some new stuff.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You use the space the way you want.
Yeah. Did he have to head out because of the move?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
5 minutes.
Jamar, you're breaking up a little bit. Can you, I'm wondering, were you walking somewhere that you can walk back towards? Yes, it's actually way better just right now. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. He wanted to maybe see some of the Yellow Kid material first, and we're ready to send some over if he's got some students that were going to participate in that. Excellent. So, cool. Why don't you have my email, right? Okay. Well, I'm sure I've got yours in somewhere. You know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit you with an email, and then we'll go from there, and then I'll put you on with it. We'll send you a Word file that has all the stuff for that students up there. Cool. All right, man. I'm sorry you're way up there. I wish you were here, but we'll see you over the video chat soon. I kept saying we got to put together this this sort of collaborative studio thing, and you know, looks like it's just here already. So absolutely. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. That was a very good cartoonist from Mark Nichols, who's up in Lancaster at the Pennsylvania College of Art and Science. We're going to be looking at that.
they get the emails?
No, I've got him on my email
Oh.
address. I've got his email, so I'm gonna, you know what? Let me just pull that up and give that to you. Have we got another one of these that we can look at? Is somebody else ready to?
There's 3 of them over there at his hand.
Okay, do
Wait,
you,
he's getting it.
oh, you're doing that right now?
No, I can do it.
So.
Okay, that's fine.
Dan, you didn't really pipe in on any of that stuff. Are you happy with some of the way that?
I actually have to look at it.
He probably took the drawing out of the scanner. If not, it's on the bed.
No, it's good. It's all right. Yeah, I don't know.
Excellent. Got it. So I powered up a whole bunch of stuff to bring, like I got, well, my laptop's got power, my iPad's got power. I didn't power up the Logitech. And I didn't bring a cord to connect it to power. So do you have any comments on that then? Is that me again?
Yeah.
Boom.
17, New York. Hello? No. This is Rashid. Oh, here.
Is that Alex? Hello? Hello, this is Ralph. I bet. Everybody's kind of coming in late. Hello, Alex, how are you? Yeah, I think probably I'm gonna put you on with Rashid right now, because I'm in the midst of another email right now, and then we'll see what we can do from there. You're still kind of thinking 4 o'clock? Okay, cool. I'm gonna hand you back to him, and then we'll set that up, because I'm also working with some students, and I think you're doing the same there from the sound of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great, man. All right, so here's my friend Rashid Williams, who you've not met, but who answered the phone in his surly voice a minute ago. He'll be nicer now.
Hey, Alex, how are you?
Dude, it's like that old Eddie Murphy routine.
Who that?
Answer the phone. What? So we're gonna have Tamara on here and Michael.
Okay.
And JC. And
Okay, cool. All right, so let's
also,
see.
and of course, I didn't realize this until too late.
Right now.
Michael, I just heard from him up in Lancaster. I'm connecting you by email right now. Tomorrow next is they're organizing that part.
Cool.
What is it,
Gmail is fine. It
It's
doesn't matter.
the, no, it's specific to Logitech.
Oh, okay, I'm ready now.
All right. Comics happen everywhere in the world. Well, that's
All
great.
right.
We're also going to talk to a little bit. We'll hear from Alex Simmons, who's part of 24-Hour Comic Day at the Ronald McDonald House in New York.
So I was sending you.
They're Do a special feature with the kids, get them drawing, making green characters. It's another fun way to go. We got another one of these, there's 3 of them we're going to look at next, is that right? I think that he's about to do Google Hangouts. Hangouts. But Rashid, this is the only one I can use a scanner.
Oh,
So you're
okay.
gonna do that on another computer.
Okay.
Remember, this one's dedicated to this.
Right, okay. Okay, you should have just got something from me. Okay.
So is this a fun exercise? You guys should, tell me what you think. Has it been a fun exercise?
Yeah. It's fun to think about what the first person was thinking of. Where they put the story.
Yeah, it's funny to see how it turns itself into something.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Okay, now with that, so so you're probably looking at us now, it's like a 20-second delay, so. The YouTube link should work, actually either or should work.
Sam, if you would do me a favor, actually.
Yeah.
Why don't you erase the brown
Yes.
marks I made on that board there?
Yes,
Which I think I kept some stuff up on the
sorry,
table.
JC.
Because we're gonna put another one up.
Well, you can't see me now. If you see someone walking across, that might be me, because it's about a 20-second delay. Oh, wait, maybe it's more live than.
Well, I don't know that, yeah, I don't really know what the
Okay.
screen does.
Right, so now I'm standing in front of it. You should be able to see me waving. Having a bloody t-shirt. Okay, so it is still. Yes, yeah, it's a delay. You'll see me though. Yeah, eventually I'll show up. Yeah. Right, because I'm actually looking. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that 10 minutes ago. No. But yeah, it's about a 20 or 30-second delay. Now, hold on, wait, because that's what we're trying to figure out. You may be able to, because I don't think, hold on, Sam. So
All right, who did this one?
the way we understand this now, I'm sorry, Alex, I'm speaking with someone else.
That was you, Nancy?
The way we understand this now, if
Who
we
started it out?
want to see
It
them,
was,
there's no way that through the YouTube thing,
What's
we
happening
can
to
see
these
someone
now?
else.
Here's how we're gonna do it. Here's how a good idea is. Have a Google Hangout with this person on another account, not the
Okay.
main comments account, another account.
Right.
We'll put that interview up on the screen,
Uh-huh.
and then we'll point this computer to that screen so it's broadcasting it.
Oh, okay. All right, so,
So
So
try to
how does
hang
it
out with
finish
them on
out?
like your own account or something.
okay, so we figured this out. So Alex, this is what I'm gonna do.
I took the video.
You, on your computer, if you go to your Gmail, towards the top of your page, next to your name, you should see like a little grid, and if you scroll over it, it says apps. All right, get on there and go down to,
Added the hands.
oh crap, it's not there.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
third frame is really
weird.
interesting, what's happened with its part.
We're looking for Hangouts, but it's,
Go ahead.
Oh, you already,
I made
okay, good,
this.
you already have it, all right, so wait.
That's when Drew, I made it like the, also this. Because of tornado, this is what's happening.
Okay,
So you'll have.
And
so,
The tornado means that they'll get revenge on that cat.
I heard it as a tornado means that he's taken out by the woods.
Yeah.
He's on the
that's,
land.
you know what, don't feel bad, 'cause I can't
Oh,
find
he's in
mine.
the air, the fish is in the air, is there?
Bringing up fish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's funny, I read it.
Oh, no, I see. Oh, how about this?
Thinking about
Go back
this.
on your
Yes,
email,
around
I think we
Yeah.
overthought this.
Yeah.
On your email, look to the left.
Oh,
Oh, could be.
maybe he's like feeling like, I'm safe beneath the
Yeah, go back to
water.
your email, look to your left, under like inbox and compose and all that.
So that's more positive side.
Oh.
These is more
Okay,
negative, more festive. So then these last tornadoes always be more positive.
okay, so to the left, where you see the red button that says compose,
So I added-
all right, if you go down, do you see like your name?
They can't fly.
I think so. I think it's all plural, like, awesome.
Anyway. they
Well,
can't
like
fly.
under more.
Now it's able to fly.
Hello,
Hi.
This is called when this dead person is free. And then this.
that's what we want to hit.
Represents stability.
Okay.
Sign up here.
There we go, so that's the Hangouts, okay, so it's there. So what I'm gonna do is,
You guys,
I'm going to search for you. What's your, it's Alex Simmons, right? Oh, okay, I think I got you. Yep, I got you.
Which, I think that's great.
Okay,
If you had started.
No. You should be getting like a call from me soon.
Would have possibly predominated.
And then like, so I'm assuming something, okay, so yeah, it's calling you, all right. So I'm looking now, and I'm on the phone.
It was some.
Okay, it might take a second.
Stuff right now.
Because this is still saying that it's calling
Coming
you.
in, right? Watch sign in.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get you situated and finish with this. And we're gonna kind of talk about the next steps. All right. It looks like you brought together
You
that.
shouldn't, because as soon as I typed your name in and your picture came up,
Some more.
now it says it looks like you're not available. So go,
So what can, is there anything that
No.
would help to unify
Okay.
some of these things that we would do if we were coming back and
Oh, no, I think we're on.
You got this
I think we're on, hold on.
stable, solid nine panel.
Oh, yeah, if you hit it loud, then you should be able to see me, I guess.
So let's look at the tornado. Right? Tornadoes are dominant.
All right, you can
It changes in size. It changes in size and shape.
Okay,
So,
there you go.
We're square around it.
I see you
We're
now.
gonna do a lot to see this state. We're better.
Now take a look.
Yeah, I see you. All right, hey. All right, yes, exactly. So the way we're going to do it is, me and,
I would suggest.
no, so what we're going to do is, we're going to do our voice chat between me and you on our account. And then we'll link this to the YouTube channel that's, you know, online right now.
Because a tornado itself has a tremendous.
Sure.
Fighting.
And,
And.
okay, all right, I'll call you, right, I'll do that. I'll call you at 4. Okay, all right, thanks. All right.
Series. All right. There.
Wait.
It's there, and it's sort of.
I gotta call back.
Here. And you flex through where that house is, you have some sense of freedom, like kind of keep it apart. We're doing sort of moving through here. Got it. So this is a commerce. Alright, maybe we were thinking something about that.
Style, right, like the frame.
Yeah.
You might put her down a little bit more and make it look bigger and more threatening again, you know? And then we look at how that represents the next panel, so everybody's feeling the same. It's not really as evident in this panel.
Yes.
Yes, hold on, but fish is in the water. If you drew the fish, you draw it. If you drew this fish, you also turn this into a cod balloon. That's the only distinct panel. These he completed. These he took in another direction. Right? And that's great. That's kind of a cool thing about this process. What we want to make this panel finding their eye. Make everything lead through to where that changes back. If we're using the same thing that's on the where it goes, everything's up and everything's down. So did you, when you saw this in the camera is here, it's put it in the air? When you drew it? Nothing wrong with it. The fish we just it's rough. Okay, so the fish is in the air. Let's think about that, what happens.
Okay, you probably want to get some outside.
A little breath.
34, 20.
Fresh.
Yeah, it's actually like the serialized comic.
Some bodies are the same. Then we should somehow remove this. But,
Because they're not going to crumble it in.
Okay.
so this is a person. Solid waste, how we do it. You said fix the cat is here too? Is that what you were trying to
A
convey?
lot of the times it'll be
Were you trying to?
like it's getting really.
The cat was it, yes.
I know what you're thinking.
Sometimes.
Other times they'll catch up. So they have to wait for new content. Yeah, they have to wait for actual content. You don't want to you're just gonna content to pick up because if any of them are working on but they have to.
Not cat. But let's think about what would happen. Well, let's think about like drawing up thing. I should probably read about that. But so that we're getting that sense of violence, and then you can kind of have the cats that are the fish that are following. This way, fish there. You know, that way they're coming down from the top. We still want to get back to this idea of where the hurricane is. Right? So we're really going to use that hurricane to move through the rest of the stuff. So the thing is happening here with the hurricanes is in the background. And it looks like this is sort of the last of the really sort of flat panels for it. You know? So let's give that hurricane a little bit. And if you want to watch this here, still more of that shape and put stuff like a tree in front of it. You know, we'll overlap those. And one of the things that you're doing. Schwen, sorry. One of the things that you're overlap.
Yeah.
That's an overlapping thing to the comic panel gives that sense of depth. Where it is. But it can get tricky. It's really hard to share your brain to do that.
Oh, that's what I was trying to, okay, I was trying to find that again.
So I tried to imagine this like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get you to think about is, let's think of the main portion of the design being this. And think about it overlap that way.
Yeah.
So this core striking person here that you got, great.
So that is the one.
Did
Did you get that too?
That's a great one. She's pull her further in towards her. She's got that coming at her in the background. get a little sense of overlap. It's a lot, maybe this means even more, like she's been wrong. But since we've got stuff leading in from here, we're gonna take another formal device.
Well, if you do that,
It's gonna be thinking about.
they need to go back.
You don't want to.
Charlie's gonna run it. He'll probably tell us we can have some Yes, he does have that in here, so we can ask him.
So it's echoing that right.
Size of this. We might have to send each audio.
Yeah.
So then that way we can still put our
two
tornado there.
One at a time.
We're gonna make it a little smaller.
Then they'll.
And then we don't see it.
That's, I don't know, but I know they
Think
have
about
more than
fish.
problem.
So that when we get to this, everything's calming down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
One that tornado, smaller and wide.
So I just shifted their style.
But it's not all the accordingly.
Just to protect.
And maybe we would think about continuous lines, but you did up there with the tree form. Coming this way, echoes that.
Watch somewhere.
Yeah, well, we might have
Pull it over the edge,
this.
you know, so that you can get in. Say, inspections are right when you're getting, you know? So that when you get to this layout, really center.
We're standing. Dan,
What else
your,
is that?
is it possible we can use it?
So,
Um,
that was the basic.
What else is happening?
because we're gonna be streaming from the Ronald McDonald House in New York, but then we're also gonna be streaming.
Oh, this.
So,
The fact that you made an inverted pyramid shape there, it's still static compared to the one that she first started with.
yeah,
That's top heavy.
how's your bag?
There you go, man, it's really hard to find this thing. Got people coming in, they're phoning in, doing all sorts of stuff, once you're supposed to spelling people doing stuff. Our plan is to pay for the stuff that you guys can do together for as long as you can, whatever want to do. And when we move in, move back out, we'll be here tomorrow, one as well. There is a little bit more organized structure with what I call the Yellow Kid Project, you see it on the website. I just illustrated up behind that, in that 24-hour period.
They probably do this to.
And then brought it down.
We don't know. We might not want it sent to
So that's, it has a,
Like, hey.
That's supposed to go live, or same thing for Robert.
There's a lot of.
Right now, you know.
Chaos, sorry. But, these are the, right? Should we do some more? Or do you want to get on to making?
Yes.
Oh, you've got until.
Yeah, it's
Directly. Right. Do you, what would you like to do in a modern way? You kind of pick up for it?
Did I just move my water keys?
I didn't.
No different.
That's
Yeah,
not
nice
your
little-
Yeah, it's got
Well, do you have a computer level? You have a level, right? I'm gonna suggest the Comic Light, where is it great letter? Again, 30 days trial. And get in there and play with it.
Yeah.
Also, you might want to take notes of the two books that goes up there. And you could do some reading that way.
I also have a
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Um,
So.
But if you want to use any of the technical programs, you can start thinking about how to start using the templates. Start to, kind of like break it down. And you're hanging them. But I mean, dude, you're anxious to draw. Every time we're all doing something else, you're wanting to draw. So why don't we get to draw?
It's like,
Yeah.
when you watch the fights.
I'm gonna look at the quotes.
Okay, so that's gonna be a fun exercise.
Okay, what's the
Code.
If you look at the panels.
I'm gonna put another one of these up and see how that operates. That stuff, I think that stuff is fun to learn.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm looking at them, like, I'm always trying to figure out like this direction.
But, I'd like you to scan,
Yeah.
It's looking into it. Yeah.
Sorry. So are you all focusing on?
so another thing you've got, we can head next one. And everybody else is on. You gotta make names, you commit. I did it. Update.
Yeah, but I was like.
No, but I mean, it's something to draw on the table.
So I'm gonna put it on the table.
I know, it's pretty cool. It's on the walls, and all sorts of stuff. Were you able to hook up with Jamar? Michael?
Yeah.
You were able to hook up with Jamar?
Jamar.
I sent you an email with Jamar and JC on it from my iPad. Did that not go through?
Yeah, I don't think the one I got is something with a guy named Charles. Well, Robert responded to an email and you said, "Oh, you talking about Lancaster?" They said, "Yeah, he got it." Yeah, he's
Documents are away.
documents. Yeah, he's in the process of doing it now. About the song.
Cool.
I don't know if it's because it's a document.
Oh, that could be an issue. I haven't thought about that.
So we are just asking if there's a better place to send it or what should we?
Yeah, that's an issue I hadn't thought of. I mean, you might be able to send it to somebody else. And do it from there,
Gotcha.
too. One of the students might just be able to do that.
From Gmail or something.
Yeah.
On film, the intercuts.
Are you guys, you're enjoying, we're doing this exclusive work stuff, we're doing one of those next too? I think I got one coming from you next. Oh.
I don't think he's collaborated, but.
Who's on this one?
That's,
Oh, this one's you.
that's fine.
The two of you?
Yeah.
Well, no, I haven't even, I'm still trying to figure it out. The logistics of it. So it's 34 chances. But
Yeah, you can have full screen if you can, yeah.
So that's another. You can see if.
like, oh, they're close to
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have them actually dropped off. Do you want to go to staff entrance? So it's on Walnut Street, near the corner of the school, there's like a loading dock.
There we go. All right, so what's happening here? Who's the partner? It was you two again, so you got the top of the page. But you got the top of the second. Start with you. How many was going on?
Past 34th Street.
Yeah, you zoomed in too tight, you can't.
34th.
I think it's a big page thing, it's good view, it's big page.
If they're here before 5, I can push them in there. If they're not,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really funny what happens in that middle.
So I wanna
In that middle section again, I think it's a lot of fun. But when you drew this, and again, this is the dividing line again, He did the bottom first. So there was no spaceship. So what was going on?
So I drew this console. So my first idea was just going to digest the vegetables.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I just wanted to move it along. I decided just to make it so. So maybe that's yeah.
That's interesting. I can tell you something. I must not have read that when you first did, or maybe you had some wrong when I first did what you were doing. I didn't read that. I read that as splash marks. Gradually closed, and then a cliff over here.
I didn't get it.
So it was true.
So I think I said to you, I said, well,
Yeah,
you might have mentioned, hey,
Yeah, but we're gonna
you
use,
know, maybe draw a cliff along the horizon line. But we don't see it like actually, it's actually, we don't see it.
it looks like what you did.
What were you gonna do? So then when I saw you did it, I'm like, oh, he drops out of nowhere. You know? But now that I see that you got this whole thing and it was here beforehand. So when I told you that, that doesn't make no sense.
It's sort of like so I this is where
Yeah, so
Oh, that's what it's one more. Okay. Yeah.
and then I have that
It's actually
as a way.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, it's great.
So.
That would be pretty awesome.
Right. I think what's interesting is what happens when you go to big story. So it's kind of interesting that I give you a and I had no idea what was going on. And it still seems to find its way into the final picture. I think that's so cool. And the idea of just following on a spaceship into another world. It's really pretty funny. Yeah, but I seriously, what I saw was some falling figures, and I don't remember this, right? And then I saw this, where he's through it, closing my shirtless ripples. I water, which is what I suggested this.
I know a little about Max, but not about what you're trying to scroll down.
What are we fighting?
Okay. All right, because I'm seeing like, oh, I don't see any lines here.
Okay, so.
Well, I made the suggestion on that last panel of the horizon line. Water.
Sorry.
But because he had this really sort of, I think it's done here.
But you told them.
So
Eventually this Charlie guy.
these are really nice riddles. They really are. The idea of, you know, these being narrow panels instead of wider panels. I really like what you did. And the balloon shape, what's dangling off of this? I don't understand that.
Yeah. I guess it's because like the top part is
Okay. What you got here is with everything falling out of the ships, and it's about this scale. The ships smaller that works well. So you would probably want to use a device like that, that balloon. Probably want to make sure that it's about the same size.
So
you probably would want to keep the same steady shape. Don't have that in your do. Because if one thing is passive, then you're in that transition. Okay. Another thing that's happening here with these clouds are the borders.
I do have another.
Those are really useful. Do that moderate borders, and it's really important when they overlap. it's hard. Wait, sorry, this with this, sorry, this, and then go way over here. So for first stories, kind of get laid out. It's really best to not break that structure. When you do it, it can be really
Whereas there's a film where he had some
Sky, you're better served
not just like.
if these
Marbles are higher.
which means that you grease these. Oh, it's that. Good man. Like we said, we're really solid here. And you've got this empty open space. Now, what did you envision?
Yeah. That way.
Just the.
God. All right, so here's a question, and this is open for everybody to answer. It's also a hard one. So looking at this, looking at that map, that space out, how do we read these panels? We read 1, 2, it's obvious, 3, we don't know the balloons anymore, so 3, 4, 5, 6. What happens through here? Read these to the line, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you go here next. Is that where you're at?
Yeah.
So go here. He goes over there.
Yeah.
Oh, the box doesn't really exist.
No, it did. Because then after.
Oh, okay. He's already.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this box is really good there because it helps unify that whole space. It sets up more rhythm there. It means these things happen. Then there's this.
Is there an outlet anywhere?
Yeah, right over here.
You're right.
Give me
It's
your.
a difficult construction
yeah, I got
because you have such a linear flow this way. To break it before you go over here again, it's hard. So what has to kind of happen for that to happen is these rhythmically have to be like that before you come back to this one. If you do that, create that continuous movement, right? So that when you echo it with this open down page, lift, it'll have that pictorial balance. You know?
Yeah.
Now, you said it could just be open sky. It could be that you have clouds with clouds in there that isn't in this part. And that box will really give you that sense. Or it was another nice thing that's happening. I thought they were world. You know, close it down. But if they are a vortex,
What's the?
pop phone, or even just says pop. You know?
Energy. Thank you for the email too.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was just gonna say. Another cool thing to do. Do a pop.
Use that stylus.
Yeah, no, I just saw that.
Did you know?
No, I
Yeah.
had no idea.
It's just, they got in touch with me recently. I didn't know either. So.
Now,
Cool,
if
cool.
the balloon moves down there and it pops,
So.
then we think he's dead. But if the balloon's just there, everything's going up. Yeah. Right? Because if the balloon's there, the balloon's exploding, we saw the balloon's probably here, here, and then we see it again here, and it pops. You know? Then we're reading that the balloon has got something to do. You know? If the balloon's just floating and he just fell through wherever he fell through, it just collapsed. On the roll.
I'll go with you.
Yeah,
That's fun. All right, we got one more of those. I think we got to do too, huh? What happened to where's the one that you did? Yeah. And did the top half not get done, or?
I did it.
Who did the bottom? Okay. But there isn't the other top of the top is,
It's only 6.0.
okay. Uh, 2378.
Dan, would you mind scanning that next one for me?
So, hi girls, I'm Ron. I know JC got you set up.
Hi.
What are you guys working on right now? You're doing the poem stuff? Okay, I've got a little thing that I'm gonna do that talks about how poetry can blend the rhythms and languages comes. So, but please, start working in layout and then I'll come and do that after we do another one of these. Anthony, John, what are you guys working on?
I'm actually just
Oh.
doing their schoolwork at the moment.
You're actually doing what? Homework, you say you have midterms?
Is it talking about this?
That's cool. I mean, but there's other stuff we can get people started on if they want to. These have been kind of fun. I don't know if you've been listening in. We've been putting these corpses up.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. Good.
And I think you're on the next one with Dan, if I'm right. Is that I'm gonna need food eventually.
Yeah, I mean, on the computer.
I'm feeling it now. I wasn't before, but I'm
Oh,
feeling
actually,
it now.
sorry, the food is on its way.
Where's work?
2 pizzas, wings, and fries.
Any of the pizzas vegetarian for anybody?
Is anyone vegetarian? Is anyone vegetarian?
Anybody vegetarian?
No?
Sure, there's 2 pizzas, wings, and fries coming.
That's good.
I didn't know that. All right, who did this one?
That's not bad.
Nice. Okay, so who started it? I don't mean if you were bottom or if you were top. I mean, who had started it off?
I started
You started it off, and on the bottom?
with the top.
With the top. So what happened? What'd you do? What do you see going on in this? What changed?
So I started with that with your perspective shot. It didn't have the coming out of it. I drew a guy just walking out of his door, the profile shot, and he just said sigh, just sigh. He's very tired. And then I drew just like breakfast table C. And then he took it from there and kind of turned it into a murder mystery.
Dan, where are you?
No, don't worry. So.
All right, so you continued that down. It looks like he's saying something. Is that a sigh? You're saying?
Yeah,
Is
so
that all
he
done?
initially had a side,
Yeah, you got it. This is also not being charged. Just plug that down.
I didn't know, I saw the breakfast scene, I saw a figure in the middle to the top panel in the middle section to the right. So I saw a figure there.
What's in the middle panel, the top of the middle, you know, and
No.
what are we seeing there?
Like an omelet with some ketchup on it.
Got
And some silverware.
I read that totally wrong.
Yeah.
That's
That
should be the market.
Dan has a lot of zombies. I think that's Halloween is coming up, so.
No.
So it's a brain.
So, okay.
Is this an exquisite?
And then we've got a guy sitting at the table that's got his top off, his brain top
Right,
off.
yeah, and actually it ended up.
What's the saying there? What?
That'll pull that.
That's one thing. Probably dance.
Well, that went somewhere you didn't expect it. So let me ask you some questions
Yeah, either one.
here, content wise.
But as long as we know we can't use to make any comics, we can't use that. Okay.
Is that the same guy walking?
Yes.
How do we know that that's the same guy walking as the guy with the long hair and the lower panel? I can't see it.
So,
Detail of him in the first panel.
guy,
No, it's not. It's like the end of
right,
the
so the tall guy on the left
Mhm.
would be the same guy walking. I tried to just follow the hoodie he had on. And it
Where
looks
do you
like
see the hoodie? And they're
Yeah, top right, yeah, the first two. You know what, are they, microphone cords, like, earbud cords?
Yeah.
That,
Okay.
I should have had them brought down this time.
Yeah, okay. All right, so a couple of things going rhythmic.
He was up all night. Insomnia.
Yeah.
Dark shadow. And so I was trying to draw him, like, I was walking out of the house, just like,
So
anybody just does the same.
so this guy is in that house.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
So the guy is saying,
Committed the murder.
So yeah, that all is like this guy screaming. While
so
he
why
actually
is he walking in these panels? Or is he walking away from?
No, that's the guy who told me.
You left the scene.
He just killed him and then he just left the scene, he's just strolling down the street.
Okay, so what kind of stuff can we do
Eating some brains.
to increase that sense of what's happening? First off, let's look at the rhythm of the panels again, right? Got some good stuff happening there. Again, tricky stuff like we saw in the last one where you've got a broken tier. Again, columns, tiers. So you've got this operating as a tier, but that second tier divides itself. That's not always an issue, particularly not when it's silent, because you can use the overlapping feet here, it's feet right here. But when you break to this other third one, that problem becomes a little bit greater because you've now increased that rate of tension by breaking that column or that tier again. Right? Now, this panel to this panel to these means that you've taken and you've fractured that easy ability to read the tier even further, meaning that this one is harder. Now, we also got in here this thought balloon, which we are using to let you know that this is the guy that's thinking. Let you know that's where that's coming from. Save that. We're going to get back to that in a minute. We're going to talk about the difference between thought balloon and narrative, or whether it be omniscient narrative or pervasive. But right now, you've got this sort of algorithm. This is actually pretty good because these are still life objects. Goodness too, right? Static rhythm there is good because they don't flow partially into one another. I would not do what you did here and break that panel board because I made too much of that, right? So I contain that. And they actually have a sort of a good rhythm of shape together, even without that. This angle moves nicely into the angle of the table, you know, as does this. Kind of, this one reads back a similar perspective to the table over here, you know. So the rhythms there are good, but because they're tricky to read in that broken tier, design-wise, we tend to separate them more, like we did with the Chris Ware stuff, where it's like, oh, this line went all the way across, but it didn't. Remember that? That means they become like still lifes unto themselves, they become like snapshots. And that's good. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of look at how that works as a snapshot. Call those still non-narrative moments that sort of like specific picture. If your camera's going bam, 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 bam. We have a similar thing that happens here. You see this guy's feet, you can never see his head. Right? That's a big deal. Remember what we said earlier about hands and heads, hands and heads, hands and heads. That's what people are going to look for. Right? So by having this guy, this figure like we have, problem is it's going in two different directions. That's not good. Okay. Probably, if you think he's leaving the scene of the crime, we probably need to make him moving out this way. For it to work this way here, so.
Yes, yes, you're in.
I don't think I want to reverse it, and I think you got a good form going here with the door. You know, I just think you don't want to make the motion go the other way. And then go. So it's simple, like, I'm probably just standing there. Yeah, probably just standing there, just sitting there. Yeah. Angle that way, and you can be standing, but your feet are pointed in that direction, but that direction, all the difference in the world. Yeah. Now let's talk about another thing that we got here in terms of like these static shots, right? We've got this door. Probably want to see more of that, but without seeing more of the figure yet. Hold it off. So what we probably want to do is more of a house here, and some recognizable part. Could be a mailbox. It could be, you know, a baseball bat that's something. Yeah, something so that we know that this is here. When we do that, change that, we increase the house, we go up further with it, even though we're in perspective still, so that it looms a little bit. Then we're going to think about what happens here. So we've still got this front bag, and maybe we're going to put that up here. Maybe we're going to break my rule I said and start our page with the screen. Pull it out of the panel, let it go into the bleed. Make sure that it starts there, because that's going to give more drama to the stillness. Okay? See how it does that? You know, still have screen here, still in car, some sense of sky in the background, but the real focus is on this screen, right? We have this thought a little bit next to that. It's still tricky. Also got this rhythm here, you know he's going left. The big change you're gonna have here, you can think about that figure.
Like, I skipped all at once.
They're just gonna
Like, just be.
Stick around. And so this pockets.
Yeah, feel free. Tomorrow.
Let's separate that figure from the rest of the thing. We're going to give him full. We showed his legs earlier. We're going to use the fact, you know, it's about standing. It's like, I remember what his shoes looked like. So now I know it's the same guy. You know, in early times, like, the reason everybody has the symbol.
We got Lancaster, we got Ronald.
Very well, she's told, you can tell who the hero is. Like, it's really that simple. So you use that sort of device. You've shown the shoes, you've shown now the direction, you've even shown a little bit of the way he walks. So use that again here, right? Use him downcast and thinking. And then you can do something like this. See what happens there? Or we break it up a little bit. We know what this guy's thinking because he's the first time we see his face. Now we know what he's thinking. Now we know what he's thinking.
So that doesn't necessarily need to be in front of a lot of pockets.
I would use it, I would tend to use it as a narrative box. I think you guys all understand the difference between a narrative box and a flexible or a word page. The thing about a narrative box is it's just like narrative in any other form. Like, it's completely subjective as to who's saying it. But I tend to think a lot of times that there's an omission here that says, he walked down the street and told them. But it doesn't have to. It could be a first person narrative that's thinking. It's thinking narrative. And it doesn't have to shape it. So, that's a fine line. Is that his brains in front of him? You think he eat his own brains?
Why not?
Or he's shit? Did we lose Eric?
Yeah, I think you had to run.
All right. I felt you man sort of machine. So I'm like, all right, I guess you get on.
In video. Also, in video.
Both of them will have.
Yeah.
And we'll switch to Google Hangouts, is that?
Yes.
So it's free.
Right, so we're going to go hang out.
So the Hangouts will go all over on.
Well, your iPad and, Dan's laptop. It's gonna leave this as is, and it'll just be recording everything.
We got one more of these things, want to do one more, or what's next? Don't worry about the perspective. I think there was one more, there's, you know, don't we have one more? If not, I'm gonna talk about, language stuff, that is poetry. You can take our course. Sign up for our course. Oh, I don't think you can. Still avoid this. This is all really sort of like hold on quick classes.
Talking about like
After the comics been printing and distribution. Like how do we get our work out there in the world? Yeah, I mean, we will touch on that in the second half of the course, but only lightly if we are, once you set up in such a way that it can take you through different things.
We're sending out the content, they're gonna work on the concept, and then. I don't know, I think so, yeah.
First at the end of the.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
Last
how
seven
it's
weeks. People in the course together, working in class. And some of that will be about how it's but we're on 2 years.
Yeah, that's right.
I work here to work us a little bit. You know,
Yeah.
Sometimes
We'll hang out like
shapes
this.
So during that second half of the course, we'll be talking about things like meeting houses, things that you've been. A lot of the comics world now is meeting houses and stuff that people trade off with each other or sell at comic shows. It's a really great industry. It's a strange term, but a really great community of that that can be an industry in and of itself. But it's getting your work out into the world is a whole other element. At some point, you know, JC and I were hoping that this would be a kind of a 2-semester course. Where it'll be, you know, part of it will be the analysis and then more of the word and visual studies.
This is long classes.
Yeah.
Well, I heard from Rasheed that we're gonna have Ronald Compounds and the Lancaster people are gonna be.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out now.
coming in, I'm gonna go hang out about the same time, and then we're all gonna talk about what people are doing.
Oh, was it? No.
Nine.
I just sent them this.
Charlie, tonight. They're working in Lancaster all the way here till 6. Or 24 hours straight. I'm gonna get whatever else. So one of the next points we're talking about is the Little Kid Challenge and all that. And I know I can their revised, they're gonna propose, so I've got a whole thing. We're gonna talk about it'll be about language. How comics is a bit more like actors are than no, it's more about ratio. And he is static. So yeah, that's about timing is hard. It's good stuff. And it's really it's really a nice message. So I have a tighter schedule on that because they're doing it and it says right. So they've got like 65. All right, who's on deck? There's exquisite protest. This one. I think that might have been Smith.
Yeah.
It's not about their
It's more they were trying really hard to match styles. All right, well, let's try to get first, or did you do yours? Second. Well, why don't you just, she just popped out and started and checked up on something, so why don't you say what, tell us what you started with.
Okay, so what I got was the other portion of the house, and, yeah, that's good. I think it suggested that I started on
Well, you definitely made him a man.
Yeah,
Clowns.
but I just after this on the industry, I made it,
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, you get the scanner there. Yeah, you can send it to,
How I started. And
just basically, if you send it to the,
I just decided to look at
we can project it from anything, or we can send it to one of the. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
What's he thinking? All on the bottom line.
Oh, okay.
Skeleton.
Yeah,
URL?
basically it's,
I
I made a reference
I
to
could just access it.
Old Man.
Old man to see. Yeah.
I'm just trying to see. So basically what happens when that goes on is kid struggling with the large fish shark. And then I'm like catching it and he's planning to like sell it to success and so forth, but it's all.
Dan, can you? Oh, JC. Oh, no, he's good. We got it. All right, thanks, buddy.
Just
So is this is the skeleton of a shark?
yeah, that's.
Can you send it as a link?
He's pulling it behind the tugging at the end of the book, which is
Yeah.
how the guy does it in
Yeah.
So
And
and that's I'm sorry, both a sort of reference back to the first 3 panels where he's dealing with success, and there he was again dealing with success. So it's
So how do we get to the dreaming of success stuff here? I wish Sam was here, she must have stepped up to make sure we have it moving. Oh,
Thanks so much.
oh, no, it's great having you. Sorry you're not gonna be here for this.
I think it works out.
Oh, you know, that'll help me. And, there's listed already. We'll hear from 10 to 1 tomorrow, there's some other stuff going on. We'll do it, so that's next time.
So.
Checking in with people who have started on their stuff and worked on it. Yeah. Okay, he's got, yeah, I see what you got here, you've got it.
Yeah.
For those who can't see it so well, off the screen here, you've got it.
Okay, great.
There's Sam, I see it. We're looking at your drawing, and explain what's going on at the top.
Alright.
So I just had a little mouse. First of all, I started with a picture of kind of like a dumpster and maybe shopping cart. And then a little mouse poking out of the shopping cart and showing a big green for the aspirations. So I was trying to kind of campaign and so little mouse trophy. And then I didn't want to pick it too much of the side and bottom, so I did the first panel of the panel, which the next person really got. And I just did a plain to like his like taking action of moving people's life and then giving them a really cool or looking face. So see what's going on.
So here's, I formally, in terms of formal construction, we're not gonna play with this grid at all. This is nice. This is also a very interesting silent comic. But here's a cool thing that's happening. Remember we talked about how he's sort of feminine, masculine mouse, the old man and the sea mouse. And here, he's a whimsical little mouse, right? He's also a little mouse. Let's think about scale there. One of the things that Sam did set up is exterior shot, dumpster, shopping cart, sense of scale from real world perspective. Zoom in on the shopping cart, sense of scale of the mouse in that real world perspective. Zoom in on the mouse, sense of the mouse's bigger. Okay, that's a nice tier the way that operates, you know. And it's also really nice. I'm sure because she doesn't really draw. She says she thinks it's clumsy. It's not clumsy. It's really great that it's all very forward. That pushes it right to the here, here, here thing. You want to have that one. Because it's all even, because it runs straight across the strip like that. It's very, very. Now when John comes on, what's happened to our mouse? Aside from the fact that his hair is dark contrast, and he's much more realistic. He's more naturalistic, because I hate him. But you can't say naturalistic animal.
Right.
But he's definitely male now. No, why didn't you use that? Right? He's not a little mouse anymore. Right? So what he's dreaming of here, he's flipped into whatever's happening here. What could have been really interesting with this, it could be mansion. It's like these. My sense is she's drawing a cartoon mouse of about the realism or naturalism or quality that you might find in Tommy Turner. Right? This is the mouse of our student's mouse. You know, like this is he's a substitute, a human outfit, rather than a mouse that just happens to wear it. Right? So what I'm interested in is the fact that there's this sort of it's like a real world struggle. But they kind of happen here, and we still see the mouse sort of prevalent. He sort of prevails over the bottom, but I wonder what would happen if we would have done this.
Did you read it?
Yeah, it's the same room. Maybe we don't have it here, but we may need to put the mouse here. All right, so we're transitioning from this into the idea of just stay on the plane. I'd be asleep in a luggage compartment right now, but no, we're on the real world, struggling through this, right? Because what's happening is he's finishing with that. Right? I think that has a nice sort of combined story structure. Some things do happen, pictorially. These are all really flat, like we talked about. But what John's doing is he's altering camera angle. For cinematic, quote, 2378. Wallet, oh, I have it.
You said,
Wallet, okay. And so, we've got this one shot, close up, away shot, active away shot, storm coming in, now we're going to an overhead shot, and then we go to another distance shot. It's actually good, it's not really a great comic. This, and they keep about the same scale, right? And then he's finally successful. Probably would have sold that more if I was you, by affecting the same style in the final count and having the giant shark instead of being foam here, hanging in a hook. But drawn in the same sense of style of the earlier house stream.
So that the whole piece is also
Yeah, I think you can get that. It's still bad. Right, and still revert to that earlier form of style.
trying to make it.
Yeah. Yeah. But it would be the old mouse in the seat. How do you feel about that, Tim? Let's do my Andrea hangout song.
Oh, yeah. But, all right.
That was fun. Have we got any more? Yours never got a bottom because we were off the mountain. So what we need is we need to do two more.
And
Jason, yeah, Jason. Well, I know, we're a little undirected because we're waiting on some offsite stuff that's supposed to come in, so it's been, we've been doing these exquisite reports. It's been a challenge. Did you find some poetry stuff?
Oh, yeah.
I think the next thing I'm gonna do is talk about poetry. But we have an uncompleted, exquisite prose. Would somebody like to draw the bottom of that? Anyone? Yeah. Yeah.
did you send me?
Oh, by the way, there's one here.
Oh, is there another half there too?
No, it's actually finished.
Oh, okay.
There's some comic strips that she's done. She said the URL to a sheet that you can also.
Oh, sure. Oh, we have another one of these?
Yeah, it gets scanned.
We have one or two. Oh, it's, it was done as a portion, like somebody did the other half.
Yeah, so what happened was I accidentally drew on
Well, there's food
the
also.
back side of the template.
Got it.
So, yeah, I drew my gravity.
Well, all right, here's what I'm gonna say we're gonna do. Still don't know when they're logging in on the outside stuff. Michael, are you all right with this? Wait, I'm worried about you, because I wanna get the offsite stuff going before you have to head out.
Oh, I'm chilling. I'm cool. I'm catching up on work, so this is.
And you had some she had scripts.
Yeah, so she sent Rashida an email with the
Yeah, she wanted to
URL
look at
to it, so you can look at it.
Can we do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it up.
It's my best friend's birthday, and
Bring time to shove these
Hey,
things.
video network.
Yeah.
No, she said at 4. That'll be your 80 minutes. Yeah, you should try that.
Really, yeah, I, guys, there is food out here too, that we just bought, remember when Rashid took my wallet for a few minutes? So, there's like wings and pizza and stuff.
Doing our both links to the same thing?
Two different things, but it doesn't matter if you don't get to the second thing.
Oh, okay, so I got both.
June is yours?
Oh, so June, if you want, you can go to the computer, so you can sort of scroll up and down and.
So I don't know how to read like, I can't do all of it. I'll try one. But do they have like sauce and like?
There are lots of napkins.
Yeah, sauce. It's actually small,
The world.
the.
Are they all ready? Out there too? They don't have it anymore.
They're from boxes, I'm not sure what's in them.
Yeah, you.
Oh, do you help her get going, whatever she, oh, she got it up, okay. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong screen.
All right, thank you.
Now, Bree, you were asking about distribution, and I'm sorry, what was your name?
June.
June? Hi, I'm Rob. This is June. Everyone introduce yourself. We're going. I'm going to see you. You were asking about distribution of comics and what to do after we start putting stuff out or getting it done. Just to show us a Tumblr comic, right? Tumblr is a really, really great resource for doing comics and getting them out into the world nowadays. I'm a traditional Tumblr has taken a really great place of like traditional web comics that were up for a while because it lends itself to short bursts of comics and little gag strips and things like that, or even a long continuous stream of them. They're a little harder to do in some of the things we were talking about earlier, like pages or graphic, like a sort of contained graphic novel thing. But they're great and they go everywhere and people can read them very easily and fast on their phones, which is a wonderful quality. So, you want to do a little show and tell?
Yeah, so I kind of like I was reading all of Booktunes at the time. So
Why don't you stand over there
Oh, okay.
and I'll do what is, I'm just basically doing a scroll for it.
Okay.
Are we at the top, June, or do you
Yeah,
want to go?
yeah, that's tough. So the idea is that with Webtoons, you just continuously scroll, so there are no pages. You just scroll down continuously. But then, I had this idea where I was thinking I could do, where the images don't exactly match what the words are saying completely, or they seem to be related. So, part of the comic is just kind of figure out how they're related in some way. But then I kind of figured it out because Well, you'll see, because what happens is it ends up splitting into two separate comics. And I didn't know if I wanted to just continue like two parallel comics all the way down. It just kind of fizzled out. But yeah, the idea is you can possibly split it.
Shall I scroll or ready? You tell me. Sorry, sign off. Yeah.
Yeah, try zooming in, I don't know.
Tumblr's weird like that because they want to have you have all that extra room for their,
Come in.
for their ad space that they want you to use. But possibly views in them is gonna help us. Window.
I could read what the words I'm saying if you want, yeah, this is really I can just do this and basically.
It looks like it's smaller than coming in. Got that? Is that the same?
I think it's the same.
Yeah, it's
It just
fine.
keeps zooming.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be zooming in on your work, it zooms in on.
But yeah, in the little text box there, she's asking, it's like, oh, mom, have you seen a cat? And then the small text, it says Pearl and sleep with plastic bags.
I keep bouncing back, though. Sorry about that.
Actually, can you click on it? Because it'll probably become bigger.
Oh, yeah.
It won't have the same scroll effect, but, that is way worse. Yeah, I'm thinking about Tumblr formatting. Maybe you can go into archive and access it that way. I know if you drag the images to a new tab, it becomes the actual site.
Do you have a computer that has it on?
But actually I can do something really quick, so it's easier to.
Or maybe you're going into the, I mean, you're going to Tumblr site to be pest control.
What about Real Contact or something like
Is this help?
Awesome.
that? Is that
I don't know.
Tumblr app? Oh, there you go.
No, much better. What did you use?
I just dragged it into the new tab.
Oh, yeah.
I just, yeah. So, yeah, that's only the first page. So the thing is, like, she's talking about a cat named Silver, and the narration is talking about two cats, Pearl and Silver.
Do I need to go to a different,
Yeah, you can close that tab.
I'm not sure of that. Is that it over there?
Oh, no.
Probably we haven't. That's quite nice. Remember we were talking about this earlier with some devices of linking? The way that the blood starts to drip from the same exact space that the cat occupies, or top of the cat. To
Yeah.
follow the flow of it,
Look,
all the way down
we're
the
having
face.
some difficulties over here, but I tried to call you from Robertson County. Did you see that pop
I
up?
really, really like the way that that sort of divides off.
Okay,
That's really quite nice.
okay. Take your time, take your time.
And then it fizzled out, because I didn't know what the defense formatting was. The story I was thinking of was that you would just like go through how the two cats who were almost like being and how they go completely different experiences, and like their perspectives completely different. And then in the end, like they're supposed to come back together. But I didn't know if there was a way I could tell both stories at the same time, or whether I should tell, because no matter what, even if I have them parallel to each other, the person can only read the comment once at a time. So I just did
But
time lapse style, you
You can also live.
didn't have a time lapse, you like shorter,
and then we'll be back here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and if your format's set up to be continuously scrolling vertically, I think people would read that, especially if you had maybe divided a bit harder line in the center so that you weren't reading traditionally from left to right. Because it is on a scrolling platform, you know, so it's on a scrolling medium, so people are gonna read it directly. And they might read each section at the same time, but they're gonna know that it's two separate stories. You know, they're not gonna connect them as long as there's like, make some sort of dividing line.
There's a couple of ways to do this.
Are you drawing on the wall?
Drawing on the wall. You mind quick? So she brings up an interesting thing that's talked about in the book we're using. Understanding comics is this idea of the infinite canvas that once we start thinking about the shape of comics in a digital page, that whole idea of how it fits the format of a book, what the next shape of the page is, and how it leads into the page beyond it, has become completely changed. The infinite canvas is this notion that a drawing can continue flowing from one to the next very easily. And that's sort of what we start to see happen here. It gets a little tricky to work into existing templates like Tumblr, but can prove a wonderful pictorial device because what it really means is she's used a really great form, like we talked about a few minutes ago, where the blood came down from where the cat bounded the one panel, and swept down to where the two cats were sort of separated, and then split off like they have here. It's possible to pursue that idea of a button and not think, since you're working largely in static panels, right? You can think about following this one's thread here. Let's say that that's that thread. We want this. We could decide very easily with that thread that a button would come here on the next one, right? And it could even turn itself into standard strip for a while, and it could go another way, and find its own form. The other story could do the same thing in a unique way, using a button again, right? But the nice thing is with a button, you have more control. It's about what you're doing. It's about how we're leading the eye this way to this thing, from one thing to the next. Sometimes it's half a face that becomes a sun in the next panel, right? And it still formally draws the person down so that they can go this way, and then this is a tree, right? And so maybe not even purely a button, you just sort of see a shape here that echoes where the edge of that tree would be, and then, you know, it's a car, let's just say, okay? The fact that you can do that means that you can explore the path of the story, the way things are abutted, to the way that they could actually come back together and meet. You can follow that path in any direction that way. By raising it, you can come here. And you don't, nice thing about Tumblr is you have freer control of the actual pictorial space, right? It makes it difficult to read 12 stories at one time on Tumblr because of the way that template is set up. But it does mean that when you collect these stories, they can be put together in a scroll. And there are wonderful examples of that from cartoonists over the past few years of exploring that. So look at things like Infinite Canvas and alternate shapes of comics, and you'll see some stuff. Abutment is a big key issue. It gets us out of this thinking of comics as this, you know, 1, 2, 3, to sort of all over the shape it can be. But because of the work that you're doing, it fits so well for the Tumblr package The only problem you're gonna run into is you're never gonna be able to contain this expansive of map. It'll never do that. It'll give you these things in a pathway. You'll be able to indicate, like, that the next one goes this way, showing part of it. But it won't be until you go to your own website where you're able to upload all of this as one contiguous screen. And for the canvas, it's also got a unique approach to this 1, 2, 3 pattern, gag strip pattern, sequential comment art for decades and decades and decades. Relied on being delivered through a serialized form. So you knew what, well, Marmaduke did the same thing every week, but you knew what was happening differently in a comment from 1 week to the next, or one 24-page issue to next month's 24 pages. That doesn't have to read that way now with the infinite canvas. You can have all of this and then work for a little while and decide afterwards, oh, I'm not going to go off in this path. And you can pull something out of the middle of a story and add to it. It really is part of the new way. It's not something we're dealing with too much of the confined space of this workshop today, but it's one of the new ways that people are kind of going, well, what does it mean that we can trust you to this? Yeah, so.
I'm actually calling right now.
Could you do something for reading if you were going to use that format and you wanted to tell them parallel to each other? Could you do something where you have all your visual imagery on the left side for that story and then have something like that blood trail, so you're not seeing a visual story for that for this character until this one's told. So you kind of stagger, so your red lines would be staggered kind of?
Why wouldn't you be able to do that?
Right. As long as you have something tied together and you keep people trained that they know that what's coming next is going to be the rest of this pet story.
That'd be really cool.
The idea of pictorial abutment, right, is just a way of moving eye from one thing to the other. It's a design element, okay? It's no different than the idea of windows as a design element. Comics are used to having windows. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no reason why a button can't be used in the same language to create a much more organic shape to the way that comes across. I agree with you, Dan. It's like you can really go along.
Yeah.
I always wanted to do that. Infinite canvas, abutted comic. You may get a chance to do that eventually.
I hope
Okay, hold on.
There's one more thing, because you guys still have.
All right, hold on. I'm going to call you.
No, we're happy. This is what it's supposed to be about.
Well, I think that's
Talking with you.
Rob, you ready to talk to me, Earl?
Absolutely. If Alex Simons wants to come in, Sam.
Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, hold on. I'm hanging up the telephone. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hang up the telephone.
All right.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you? Yeah, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, hang on, just hang up the phone here. Okay, I know the lobby right now of Ronald McDonald House, right? And I'm gonna walk us back into the room where the event is taking place, because this little takes back, and we'll go into the little smaller room where my art is from.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Is it good to go now?
Oh yeah, you can go whenever you want. We're with you.
Okay, I'm trying to see a way to make this a full screen effect, but no, it doesn't. It seems to want to think this is getting bigger than this. Okay. Oh, I see. That is it. Okay. All right. Good. We're good to go.
All right.
Okay. Look, here we are. We're at the Ronald McDonald House, New York, where they're having what's called Superhero Day. Hey, my buddy Jim and Solid Rock. Paper cuts. Okay. Proceed.
Yes.
Now, where are you guys?
We're in Philadelphia at University of Penn.
What's the event?
Hello there. How are you guys?
Hey, Robert.
Just met Rashid Williams.
Jim.
Hey, Jim. How are you? Long time no see. And
We can barely hear you because of the noise here, so I'm gonna walk us into the room where the event is. I want you to see Jim, because he's the handsome guy.
Yes, he is.
And then we're gonna go into the room, you're gonna get a quick glimpse of the party, and then we're gonna go in and talk to some of the artists who are there. I explained it over, she, he'll tell you while I'm walking.
Excellent, excellent.
I'm gonna turn the thing around.
Now, how many cartoonists have you got at Ronald McDonald House today?
Next event, there we, no, that's not what I want. There we go.
You can see all of this on, oh, that's behind me too? Yes.
And then Jim the Spider-Man.
Yay!
Alright, so this is Ronald McDonald, sorry, this is Ronald McDonald House we're at in New York City on the east side, and you have all kinds of activities going in. The DJ, all that music's coming from him.
Excellent.
Okay.
We don't have a DJ.
We have Chris Giarusso for the art room. Hang on here.
Next year we need a DJ.
Chris Giarusso, hang on, I'm gonna call Paul over. Is it Paul?
Sure, the students up there.
Paul. This is Paul Castiglia. He helped coordinate our presence here, Kids Comic Con presence, my presence here at Ronald McDonald House. That's Robert Berry. Robert Berry. And that's Rashid.
Hey.
You find out if we're all getting on camera or not. You find out if we're not. People are going to introduce them to the artists. So we have tables where I'll show you Jim for a moment here. We have tables out here. Oh, sorry. You see Thor.
Thor? Hey, Thor. Excellent.
We have a lady Thor here.
That's fantastic and very topical. Wow. Oh, you know I'm a Cap fan, so.
And we have Jim here. Yeah, Jim.
Jim's drawing, great.
He's doing free sketches for the kids. And I have, say hi.
Hey, Cat.
That's a great job.
I didn't know.
Then we have Soraya. Yes, smile for the camera.
Hey, Soraya.
And do the background sketch. Yeah, well, that one too. I don't know if you can see that.
Go in tight. Nice. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
I can on my iPad at least. I can. That's great.
Kids, as well as we're giving them comic books to take home, to read, to enjoy. And see that at the moment we go back into the other room. Pardon me here. Okay.
But the thing is, like, part of it.
So you see the kids in here working on their own drawings, and here are our artists. Chris Giarusso. There's Chris. There we go.
There we go.
I wish it was easy to put.
Hey, how are you?
So they know that that's what these art that Chris says he does. G-Man, right?
A lot of fun. Yep.
Right, okay. And then we have this shift over here to the wonderful and vivacious Anna Rocker. You focus on tracking the other one here. And then work with Mark D and the freelance art, graphic design, and other things. And then we have this ugly and ever so lovely and effervescent. Because I can't see how well it looks.
Nice.
And again, lots of free comics and stuff that we're giving away. And the kids are in here, basically, they come in to make their own characters. They come in to draw to their own drawing, create their own characters, or to have a band for one of your pages there, so this is to show what these young men here are doing. There we go, thank you. So they can come in and do their own drawings, or Diana has brought, let's see if this will show up here. These are pieces of her art that she's allowing, that she made copies of, and she's allowing the kids to, and what is this here? What is, oh, they're doing their own coloring on some existing art. Diana and Chris, Raya, and Jill.
That's fun.
Alright, so they either do 3 sketches for the kids or. Oh, hey, I can't put the young man on camera, but someone who did it is, we have your hand. Okay, that's his hand. That's not his drawing hand, but that's the hand of the person who did this. Okay. So they said, you bring the artwork for them to do coloring or something, but they're really learning, besides the fact we're wonderful people, is they're learning how to take an idea out of their head, how we do it, take an idea out of our heads, and put it down on paper and work it out from sketch and from a sketch that they'll see Chris doing in blue line,
Right.
or Momo doing in pencil, and he'll go in and do inking. And when I do a workshop with students, what I tend to do is I start out by letting them know what are, I consider the 5 most key jobs in creating comics. So I'll start out, and usually this is a back and forth with the kids. But we'll talk, and I'll get them to come up with a writer, and then they'll say, oh, somebody who draws it, and I'll say, let's get a little more specific. What is it cool about? And they'll come up with a penciler. And they'll say, okay, so when you have pencil drawings, it's kind of light, right? You're ready to print with that? And I'll say, no, what do you have to do? You have to make it darker, play around until we come up with, a pen, or what's in a pen, ink.
There you go.
And we keep, breaking it down. So they wind up with a writer, penciler, inker. You talk the old days, it would have gone to a letterer at that point, who would have actually lettered onto the actual page, or an overlay. And then it goes to the colors. We'll talk about old time versus current. They scanned in a computer. How computers are. Hang on a second. This is the hand of Captain America. I mean, I want you to notice the difference. You'll recognize his hand. Look at there.
That's Spidey.
Nice.
This guy's here from East Coast Adventures. How long do you think he's been here? Come to this character. Make sure you see him. How long did you get? Wait, oh, you live in this area?
No, I actually live in
Oh, you live in Quick, but you're half, no, you're square.
Wow.
Yeah, it works on 2 levels.
Yeah, well, but anyway, people live right here to fight for this. And they love it, and then you try to do this at a number of events involved. Yes.
Oh, yeah, no.
So the hero, the image of the hero, the costume hero from comics has an impact on the lives of kids in their situations, whether it's on print, on paper, or a lot of individuals people that do an exchange with them. The image of these characters lifts them up. It gives them something exciting, and it gets the heart racing, it gets them
excited.
That somebody can do things that makes them feel good, and it makes them feel important and relevant, and that's a great thing.
That's great, guys. Good job, Spidey.
Excuse me?
I said, good job, Spidey. Can you hear me? Can you not hear me anymore?
No, he's gone.
Okay. But Alex, you can hear me fine now, right?
I can pretty much fine. I hope someone said, Diana, you get a second, I left my book out there, and I'm just going to put this in. It's always the front desk. Just go to the edge. The counter, so you don't make the counter. Brian Spider is here. Guy who wrote the book on Spider-Man, on Batman.
Yeah.
Hi, he's here signing 3 books to give to people.
Oh, that's great. How long does the event go on today, Alex? Alex?
I couldn't hear you.
How long does the event go on today?
Oh, it was only from 2 o'clock until 5 o'clock.
Got it.
Ending 5 minutes. But again, kids are running around, kids in wheelchairs, kids will be carried, and it's, and they're just, their eyes are used. There's a wonderful face painting artist in there, well, there's a husband and wife team. they do some phenomenal stuff, and art they put on their faces. And I wish I could show it to you. You know, but again, you see.
Yeah. That's great. And how does it feel to really be able to, how do the
I'm sorry, say it again?
I guess for the people that we have here, I'd like to know, what's it feel like to be able to kind of like get cartoonists, bringing that to those kids, you know, bringing that kind of day to them.
If you've ever seen a magic show when you were young, and you go, wow, how do they do that? It's the exact same feeling. It's magical, it's exciting, it's great to watch them light up. Thank you. It's great to watch them light up, you get excited to hand somebody a drawing and their eyes get huge, or they can ask the artist to do a drawing for them and the artist makes that thing happen. And you just see the wonder, and then they start to ask questions about, well, how do you do this? How do you see the teamwork? You realize something you do or something you love has that. I'll give you this very quickly. A few weeks ago, actually, it was like a month and a half ago, a friend of mine's son, who's in his 30s, passed away, cancer. And before, in his last days on this planet, in the hospital, he was very uncomfortable. But he loved Power Rangers. That was something he grew up enjoying. I reached out to some of my artist friends, Stephen Harris, and Dan Parent, and two other people, Diana, and I said, these guys just do chaos of those characters. Send it to me digitally. I'll send it to your mom and fill it up and put them around the wall in his hospital room. So they did that. And Jim Solidrop, paper cuts, is doing what he can do. A comic of the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Jim and a bunch of books to him. And in those last days, his mom sat there by his bedside and read to him. Looked smile on his face. And when you look around his bed, there were these images. And yeah, it's his favorite character. And he's also so thankful that people did this for him. And that just, the pain and everything was going through, mother described it, despite the pain, was smiling. He left peacefully, knowing that he was loved, that it was important enough to do that. So then Jim called Power Rangers artists. Yes, we gave the books, and this is what happened. And the gentleman wrote back to Jim saying, I never knew my art could have that kind of an impact in people's life. Thank you for sharing that with me. So that's what it feels like.
That's great, buddy. That is a great example. I mean, it's a solitary profession until you actually get a chance to have that happen.
All of the spirit and fun tax balance. But from the same material, people have gone through harmful experiences and felt a little bit better because of that material. People have learned to speak another language from that material. People have learned that their imaginations have validity from that material. So it goes beyond something that you can throw on a rack for a couple of bucks. It goes beyond that. And that's what's important, that we remember we are in a valid profession. And what we do matters, whether we realize it or not.
Great stuff, Alex. We're going to be going on soon with the Pennsylvania College of Art and Design, where they've got about 60 to 70 students up there. They're taking the 24-hour comic pledge. God bless them. They're working from 3 p.m. today to 3 p.m. tomorrow, all the way through in some cases. And some of them are going to be like working on our Yellow Kit project with it too. So as we start getting them up and rolling, I'm hoping we can get back in touch with you some point and see where we're at on that.
Travel for a little bit, but then, yeah, absolutely.
Excellent, man. Thanks, and tell everybody there thanks, and have a wonderful time with it.
But you see Chris and Suzanne, so you can see them right there.
Thanks, guys. Great day.
Oh, well, he's saying goodbye. You want to say goodbye?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting us in.
Yeah, okay. And you know, Jim, we follow.
Yeah, tell Jim I said hi, and maybe talking to you later, but I'll probably see you on Friday for New York Comic Con, right?
Oh, absolutely. But if you want to reach me, call me by phone first, and I'll make sure that I'm on line for you.
Perfect, yeah, we're trying to get them set up in Lancaster. I'll see you, buddy.
Okay.
Bye-bye. So that was what's going on around the townhouse, and that's a good day for cartooning if I ever heard of one. Alex didn't really get a chance to introduce himself very much. He is a writer for Arch Comics. He's also one of the guys who developed Kevin Keller, the homosexual character that was added to the Archie lineup a few years back, and increased the sense of diversity with that. It's pretty exciting stuff. He's done some great work there, and this Ronald McDonald House thing was a little more closed in than we wanted because they didn't want to deal with all the parental permissions for showing any of the kids. We kind of hoped we'd get a chance to see the artists interacting with the kids a little bit and give you a chance to sort of see just how rewarding that can be. So, we're still trying to figure out what's going on in Lancaster, but I think we're going to talk about poetry and comics too. And I got to say hi to my wife. Hi. All right, John. There's some pizza and stuff here.
In the meantime, I can also talk a bit about some themes that we were addressing earlier. So if anybody's ever seen this comic.
Yeah.
So Rob was talking about different ways in which the comic panel in there can go in different directions. Well, this one is, well, it's too bad it's different. The ideal thing would be that it's to read it from left to right, right? The idea is that actually you could make a long, like, half of this on scroll, you could unfurl and have this, and then so you see how she begins to bifurcate and go in different directions. Now we suddenly have three tiers going on at the same time, right? Taking these little elements from like zooming in like this, which is another technique that zoom. And then you've suddenly found yourself in a lot more complicated story I could follow. And they're distinct, right? They're related, they're in the same world, and then they keep growing like this. I'm just visually going through it. Now it keeps growing and growing. And then suddenly it starts to, and I did print it all out and I had like taped up each image to see when it's like the actual hard copy of it open. Yeah, I didn't count. Like how many seconds?
I seem to remember it's about, there's about 10, 12 pages of comics.
Was it, well, the PDF is 13 pages, so it's like something like that. And then you see it goes back into its simplicity and ends up in the world.
Yeah, and all the stuff that showed you along the way.
Yeah. So it's kind of a really imaginative way of approaching how you could do different things.
Another interesting thing in that, I don't know if you have a file there, or if you can bring it up, any of the Joe Sacco Great War.
I don't have it on there.
Yeah.
I want to show some of this too. This is the plot about Bill Griffin. Exactly. Zippy Head.
Zippy the Pinhead.
Zippy the Pinhead. So the idea behind this is kind of interesting. It's deceptive first, but there's a very simple conceit going on here. And it's basically, I will add one more panel every time I get to a new tier. Right? So 1 panel, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's a simple condition, like a kind of a exercise. That gives himself. So he calls it, he gives it an ironic title. He calls it the plot thickens, and it does. When you read plot, it gets crazy and complicated. But the form
is smaller.
Thins out instead of getting thick, right? So there's an irony going on with foreign content happening in the story. And I mean, it would count to discuss in more depth, but what's interesting is he says, right, my name is Charlie Bendix, I wish I had a spoon, it's like stirring the coffee with his finger. But you see how he puts a bunch of little treasures if you pay attention, like there was nothing in the paper. There's like nothing in the newspaper, it's so bad. He does a bunch of jokes like that all
Well, it's interesting, you hear that, like, last panels,
Yeah.
and they're almost down to the point where they're one-word panels. You know, because they're that, yeah.
And you're keeping all this stuff consistent in size, you're not shrinking the type up, even though the whole route is shrinking.
Yeah, so he has less and less space to tell a more and more complex story. And he tells things that are, that make no sense. Like, I never told this to no one, Charlie, but Shirley and me, she don't know. Well, we got a kid, right? Like, it's impossible for her not to know this at the time, right? And then it's interesting because he knows he's running out of room for giving the reader content. So he starts to more and more rely on the iconic ability of comics to send you a message by having just one symbol or one icon, right? And then, so here is craps tables. So he only has time to draw dice, slips, waffles. This isn't just a religion, and it's breasts. So we know that that's what his religion is. And this is the kind of an example where Scott McCloud talks about the interdependent relation between image and words in comics. And this is an example of interdependent relation. You cannot get the meaning of what he's trying to convey in that panel without the kind of contrast between religion and having that as an icon for religion. It just doesn't fit. Anyway, so that's another kind of simple exercise that we could have tried, right? It's a kind of challenge. Bernie Krigstein, I want to talk a bit about Bernie Krigstein, who was really a kind of he's not as known as he should be, but he was really big with EC Comics in the early 50s. He did some really interesting things, and I've got just a couple of slides here. Bernie Krigstein, That Thing, Ray Bradbury, science fiction short stories. And by the way, they started doing these adaptations without asking Ray Bradbury. And it turns out that he was an EC Comics reader, and he was very nice about it. He wrote in and said, all right, I know what you guys are doing. Just put my credit in there and send me something. I won't do anything. But what's interesting to know about what Krigstein is doing here is that he received these pages with the text already written on them, but no image. Okay? So he decided to draw a very open, establishing shot of the landscape, even though he had these speech bubbles clearly going to what the writer was imagining would probably have been characters' heads, right? That's what we kind of imagine ourselves. But he's kind of thinking about it in a different way, and eventually kind of showing you how you can still get the meaning of the story and have a whole other set of information to be sent at the reader by going in a counterintuitive way. And you can see that he does it at the same time. He unexpectedly zooms out to give us again that sense of the landscape of the great man. But we know enough now of the story that these are still the same people having the same power. Right? So he's really interesting. One of the masterpieces that we're doing is Master Race. I don't think I'm in here. But Master Race was a comic directly treating the Holocaust in theme, and Art Spiegelman saw it, and it was a huge inspiration. He saw it and realized, wait a minute, I can talk about this stuff in comics. His chosen medium, so it was very revolutionary. All right, just a couple of examples of variations on time and space. This is the first page of Richard McGuire's 1989 strip Here, which was published in Raw magazine by François Louis and Art Spiegelman. And it's a simple conceit where time constantly shifts, but space always stays the same. Space never moves. It's almost as if this is a camera, the panel is a camera aimed at the corner of this room, right? But at different times. So you see at the top, it gives you the hue of the year. And then within the panel, space again never moves. Now we're only seeing this part in here. This is 22 with 57 superimposed on here. Again, the same space, right? And this is the first page. Who's the cat? The cat is only in 1999 on the wall. It's an 8-page comic, but throughout he's going to be doing something like this. And I'm adding in new pages here. I'm not showing you the whole thing.
Kumar, how are you? Can you see me? I'm good, man.
So each one of the, again,
We're having trouble crossing the streams there, I guess.
but what's important is that he also.
You seem to be fading in and out a little bit. So, I mean,
So you realize that really you're not seeing this through the corner of the house.
a little better.
You're just seeing this through the patch of
Good, good. And you got our Word file on the.
The dog of time.
No, I'm getting ready. Just hold on.
It's a fascinating.
All right, talk now.
So that was really important to.
Much better. Yeah, I unplugged another thing and.
This is a clean history of the idea behind here. This is our form doing the same project over again from the past all the way to the future.
Perfect.
This is Chris here doing the same using the same thing.
Hey guys.
Oh,
you guys all got T-shirts. T-shirts.
Yeah, where's our T-shirts?
This is again.
Good call, Mark.
Frank King. That's the reality. Used to do these in the Sunday.
So I'm going to bring over Michael O'Brien here. And we're going to kind of talk about, he sent the scripts over, he knows more about them than I do. And we're going to talk about what our next steps are from there.
Hi guys, I am coming. I'm just bringing my laptop. Do I need to move?
No, yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about this. This is
Okay.
Don't worry about this.
For some reason it called better on the iPad than on another account on the laptop. So you seem to have missed other calls from him, which is a bit surprising. So, yeah, well, I know, but now they've only got 23 out.
Hi guys.
So this is Michael O'Brien.
Nice shirt.
Yeah, you need to send us some.
Yes, please. So, what you guys had are song snips, or they're actually some of our whole songs of from a couple of places. I do a lot of work. I do a lot of work with young people. Art, theater, music, and being a lot of times it's exploring. Really for the purpose of becoming much more enjoyable, to see past our struggle, our traumas, our issues, and start looking at how do I cope, and then how do I move forward towards the things in life that I believe in achieve. And sometimes people dislodge during that process. So that's what these songs are. A couple of them are from a project I'm currently working on with the Neuro Arts Program in Philadelphia. They have a public health project right now on youth homelessness and youth housing insecurity in Philadelphia. And so I was hired to do some work with interviews, groups of youth who are either also experiencing homelessness currently or recently have. Some were experiencing homelessness with their families, some were completely by themselves. And then the flip end of that was I did a music project. And that's what these songs came from. So one aspect was more of what we call psychoeducation stuff. We looked at the impact of trauma, we looked at the impact of the experiences that lead to the onset of homelessness, because they're so varied, particularly for the youth population, it's already subject to the batch of stuff. And then that was that group. And this music stuff is coming from a separate group of youth on
That's Michael.
So we usually use it as a tool to advocate, to get their stories out in a healthy way, that wasn't too much oversharing. And yeah, it's just going to be uploaded. The 10th, yes. You already get the 10th. It's a collaborative piece between the young people and a lot of professionals who are producing on here. So much of his time, and it's great for chicks to work with him. He's an engineer and so that's the concept. There's one piece in there too, that's from another side. Same kind of vibe, but in Miami-Dade County,
That's the YouTube stream, so whatever we've done on the board,
I was hired.
Yeah, see, that's good, that's coming from here.
To work with,
That kind of board. But what I like to do is go to, like,
just like limited citizenship status.
do a chat. Do you recommend?
So that's where all of that stuff is.
It's really great content, and really excited to see what our team had a couple of questions for you. I know we're all kind of working pretty fast here, so some things may get lost in translation. But a couple of guys here had a couple of. Okay, because it might be sitting here for failure. So I'm just going to team talk circle.
Yeah.
You have the address.
You're so
Running, so you're going to do a video. I've been told we're going to try to do this.
all right, great.
Crimes of the experience of that person. And we have to song with it. There's a correlation between those two. Like this person helped create that song, or it's just something that goes with that story.
Gotcha. No, so these are they are autobiographical. And so what I did to protect, yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, I'm just going to jump back in for 1 minute. Damar, you still there? Well, no, it's cool. What we might want to do is, Rashid on one of the other devices is going to start to set up a chat so we can type some of these questions and follow along too, because in a few minutes I'm also going to need to use this device in a different presentation, and then we'll be able to kind of record some of this and chat in from a number of different laptops if people have that. So you're going to probably get a message at that first address that we use for a chat.
Yeah.
That's not video, but I am not setting it up myself. So just keep an eye on it. In the meantime, let's let the rest of the guys there start asking their questions. I didn't mean to interrupt you so much, but I think it's going to be better if we can all kind of type it a little bit. Thanks, buddy. You should have it from the earlier stuff about Google Circles, where they phoned into us. The PCAD, that was on your account, though. That was on the account. Get it off my phone.
So, yeah, these are autobiographical. What I did to protect
You guys are fine.
in there, I usually change certain aspects of the story. And like,
Are you guys coming in on the
just to keep it general, but well, general and common, so that all the stories are true. They're not like I'd say 40% of what's in the paragraph actually happens.
talking right now to the group of kids that I brought over there. Once that's set up, I go kind of chat with the last thing I do. Have you brought home your So you're gonna work together on that. And
I'm gonna move. Can you repeat the question?
Saturday, then feel free to introduce yourself. I'm just trying to get all these new technical rings together.
No, I actually, it doesn't need to be exact for me at all. I think, yeah, I mean, the beauty of this is that these stories are true still, right? I mean, like, I didn't think anything about it, actually, a lot, everything that you read in here is happening to a child.
Can they do that? They do it on a separate thing and then.
You can think. Whereas if someone's going through it, right? No problem.
So I'm gonna butt in again for just a minute. Let me ask a couple of questions to you guys, because I'll be handling a lot of the art side stuff. And we're gonna wanna do that through a lot of type chats. All of you have email capacity and your own laptop. All right. Rashid, one of our partners here, I'm gonna have him send an email directly to you. Okay? Off of Edward Players. Michael will or maybe come off the Making Comics site rather than my site. And then let's get everybody who's working on Yellow Kids into that, and I think we could set up through Google Circles an ongoing chat where we're typing in stuff to each other the whole way. You know, it may be a little harder on image. If you're doing it from phones, that could work. You might be actually able to do it on your phone and take a photograph of stuff as we're going along. But I think we can find ways to share that too. So, yeah, perfect. It's all about wrestling the tech. That's the new challenge. All right. Did you guys have any more questions for Michael? I'm going to sign off with this chat, and we'll sort of move it into the written world. Hello, thank you for doing this. That's JC. You'll be seeing him a bunch of this too. So.
If you guys want to hear that song, we can send it to you.
There was some concern that he might not be able to send you files over an EDU earlier that were sound files, but I think. Yeah, so let's get some email stuff going for everybody. Awesome. All right, I'm going to put Rashid. I'm hooking up with you tomorrow. We'll get all the training. All right, yeah.
Bye, guys.
All right. So, let's consider this meeting now. So, right to Mark's email address from my account. Mark.
Yeah,
Okay.
wherever you go.
Oh, whatever. I didn't know if the noise over there might be too much.
Link to him, and we should be able to build an ongoing Google chat. So we're
That's me, so that's from the comments. Yeah.
That's right. This?
Yeah. So.
This here is showing that's the spring now.
Right.
All right. So. You said that to Jamar.
No, I said that.
All right. Try again. Send one to Jamar. He might be able to send you some more messages that we can get going from that. All right. All right. Perfect.
Michael's doing.
Oh, this is.
I just did one.
Yes.
She might want to.
She want me to talk about Mark?
At some point, maybe, I mean, here. And she might want to get
That's where.
And then Santa Buff, and I didn't get to think about it, kind of years ago.
But I
That was
think
my favorite when we used to.
so.
They're all here now. I'm gonna try to put them over here.
All right. See you.
We're gonna be here till 9 and then we're also here till 1 tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be doing lots of little stuff. Are you gonna be here for a while tomorrow?
Yeah, I will.
Daddy?
I will.
Thanks again.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it looks like we started on a couple of the challenges going so far. Where we at? Who's still standing? We got all the guys coming in. Kelly, right, Tom? Oh, your challenge, right? Cool. I'm Rob. JC, you probably already know. Or you should. There's going to be a couple of things happening simultaneously. Well, the next thing we're going to talk about is going to be the interface between poetry and. In the meantime, they're going to be talking about homeless issues and trying to get a bunch of kids that are working up in Penn College of Art and Design in Lancaster. They're going to be narrating some stories of homelessness from kids here in the city. So we're doing some offset stuff at the same time. They all kind of got stacked together in one individual stack. But we're getting closer. So there's 5 of you in the group, right?
Yes.
And you wanted to work collaboratively?
Yes.
So my thinking is to put you over here at one big table, minus all the junk and chicken wings that are, you know, they're from the previous set of.
It's been a long time.
Sure.
Now, I'm going to teach you some ways to do both a little bit today, too. Because my sense is that you have the goal of taking together as a group a single poem, a couple of poems. What's the plan that way?
We're gonna start with the A poem.
A poem.
See what happens with that.
Okay. If you haven't signed in yet there for me, if you would, that would be ideal. You know what we didn't do, Stacy, that I just realized? We never collected email addresses. We have some already in the file.
Yeah, we do.
How's that going to work out?
Oh, no, we're good. Yeah, we should be fine.
I brought some other copies. And I would be kind of, this was like a drum drum. Like the symmetry on the arrows on the picture.
And are you leaving still for the post, or are you leaving soon?
Oh, I thought we were gonna go over to the
Baraka,
Is that actually married? Yeah. So,
We'll do
yeah.
that next week.
Anyway,
So maybe more stacking.
Okay.
We'll do a whole lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
I do have word ladder
Okay.
challenges.
Yeah.
And ways to talk.
Okay. So do you think you're going to 9, right?
Until 9?
Yeah.
It does continue on a lot of YouTube stuff where we're off-site stuff. We're back here at 10-1 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it looks like we got through like a lot of challenges we had in the early part. More on back inside.
Yeah.
So we did Swiss courts and stuff like that. Well, there was enough of them to share it all.
Yeah.
You should return
Word
to
ladder.
graduate class.
I think it'll be a lot of fun tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, and I think we'll have some fun people come in.
Okay, I think we come in tomorrow. So I just make kind of things.
Have you had any design?
No problem.
I signed up for a sociology class because I'd never taken one.
All right, if you guys want to settle in, you feel like you need to
Nope,
lap
excuse
up
me,
or
no.
anything.
Yeah, if you guys
Have
don't
you
want
used
that,
any of the
you
stuff in the
can
collect
check what
room?
you've got going on to your.
Well, if you don't feel the need for a laptop, you don't need a laptop to make it honest. It helps, but it's not necessary.
Are all these recorded?
So, well, we're filming some of the stuff for on the live stream. When we're hoping to, digitally save what was created and distributed on one for But if there's something you really like, high res, let us know.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
My skills are not that yet cultivated. I'm bad with backgrounds, like I can't change.
And I do 4 words again. Pretty great. I think, yeah, but you said that you want to do that. Definitely down. But we should probably do it. Should probably do it before I start this next poetry. So give me just a minute, and I'm going to download this thing that I have, and then I'll talk to it down.
Well, I think that we should probably start out with,
Well, I've got some help to send your way on how to develop thumbnails and stuff. She wants to do a little bit of a quick little blurb thing with me, and then I'm going to come back and do a little thing on translation and poetry, and show some examples of that. And then I'll show you some really great adaptive methods for thumbnails that'll go really fast. You'll be shocked by what can be done that way. Have you've selected what you're going to adapt?
we're finalizing.
Okay. Well, why don't we do the little, I'll do the little, put a little minute there, and then we'll come back to that, and then we'll talk about some EE comments.
That's your,
My,
yeah,
only
that's what I want to go on.
Since when you're one of the,
regular
you're welcome to sit over at one of these
song.
tables too. You still here, still trying to get that going, right?
Well, it's wait for him to respond back.
Go.
Rob, we don't want to see them anymore, we just want to chat with them.
Not while this is going on. We may come back and do a hangout with them after too. We want to get this going. Text file. It's too confusing. I have too much in the room. Also, I need my
Right.
iPad for presentation.
Okay.
For the timing.
Okay.
You know?
So I'm not.
Right, here, like.
Also, you work that?
What
The.
Yeah. So there, but once we link via Gmail, I can send. Well, I just need the address. Someone's email.
You use mine, or you use the.
No, we need to make
No,
on
for
their
that.
side. They need the audio.
Oh,
Did they say which one to send?
They did, well, Robert said we'd all link up.
Charlie
Link.
didn't reply, Charles.
Okay.
Said, we have to send it back. But maybe you should turn.
I'm going to try.
Should I send it to Jamar?
Was he the
Jamar
one
was the one
talking?
talking.
Why don't we do that?
It's going to be, maybe there's going to be. It's a full-time student has to be grade, so. No, it's English, minor, so. I mean, it's as.
Yeah, I mean, like. I don't know,
Yeah, but
that's
that's
like what
either
I
way.
don't have. Also,
So it says we got all that.
Oh, I'm taking the class.
I can say as a person who has dialogue. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. That was only a
You have his hand?
Yes. Y'all need it?
No.
Oh,
we have
okay.
to-
Yeah, so I just, I mean, I can send a message about hangouts, but he's not on. So,
Say that.
no, just the hangout, I email.
Always fish are.
Maybe that'll be-
Oh, you know what? He did respond to me about like 20 minutes ago. I don't know why I didn't say it. About sending, I said we could send the files.
All right, so, yeah,
Okay. So I'm Rob, and I'm going to be talking about comics and cartooning a bit. We've got 2 files here, something I recently did, and we're also going to look at some other translations and how the language of comics can really operate. Now, some of you I see have brought some tools to work with. I have plenty of stuff too for supplies for this part of the endeavor. There's also a thing that we're going to turn you on to in our in one of our working laptops. It is a program that they have here at the lab at Penn. That's a comic-like program. It's a great way of building thumbnails in comics. And takes a lot of the drudgery out and really speeds the plot. I hate to ask this question. I always have to though. What kind of drawing experience does anybody have? Are you guys, how many of you draw? Like draw on your own?
Yeah.
You? Okay.
Absolutely.
Zero's fine. Zero's fine. A lot of what we're going to look at is comics as a language. So, I don't think you can see this one better.
There's, I can also put it right there.
Oh, yeah, well, let's do that, because I think diagrams are really place then. Grab a marker. Yeah. So this is one of my favorite poems by E. Cummings. Makes me cry pretty much every time. But it was done as part of a project to work with Mitch McKay's Little Nemo. Nemo Sutherland, their famous sort of proto comic strip. Real great ancestors of the medium, and a local comic shop, Locust Moon, around the corner, is doing a compendium of new artists using Nemo. And it's riffing on sort of a pattern list. Because of the backstory that's involved in Nemo and the dream quality and nature of it, I felt that really very, very few things lend themselves as well to this particular comic poem as the Nemo things. So what you can sort of see here is one of the things that we ran into was the notion of how do we exercise the idea that comics poems don't have a title, they have a first line. How do we make that feel like a title? Feel like it has that impact. So by offsetting that in a completely separate connected balloon, we're able to make it even stand up quality and echo the old time quality of the Nemo strip. And we start with that sort of same format. If you're not familiar with Little Nemo, pretty much falls asleep every night, goes into this wonderful dreamland where he meets the princesses and clouds, and wakes up in his bed. It's more than usually with a stomach ache, or he fell out of bed and had a dream of falling. A cat lives on top of him, so they dream about that. So it's really kind of fun. So what we get to do though with this is we get to kind of use Winsor McCay's sort of steady rhythm of the page to set a certain pace for the cadence of the poem. I often like to talk about how comics, and we'll see this in Shakespeare in a moment, comics is much more an actor's art than a director's art, because the beats that you give to a word balloon or to a narrative box, whether they are connected, whether they're separate boxes, is very much like the beats you have in speaking. It really adds a different level to the reading experience, but still is a reading experience. So you're able to kind of layer that with transitions that happen in the background. Make you kind of focus. The hat makes us see that he's dreaming of himself as a little older figure, as he does often in the books, or in the magazine pages. To this princess, she begins to take over the dialogue through here too. You don't know how well you know the poem thing, but there's sort of switches in where the narrative voice seems to happen that are really kind of important to examining them. The way the layers of the poem come together,
And we get to do that really simply here by following those kind of ascendant transitions of shape here down to where the flower is actually doing some speaking, you know? And as it begins to talk about the snow carefully, everywhere, descending, just as you would do if you were speaking the poem aloud, you're able to offset those by connected verbal rhythms to get that same rhythm. We're able to take another very classic Windsor McCay device and start with the snow. Flip the time looking up, bring it into this passage of nothing which we are to perceive in this world equals the power of your intense fragility, whose texture compels me with the color of this country to describe the death and forever in each. That's like one of those ones that you kind of go, just let that. And that's a wonderful thing that we can do with poetry. It could be about how we set it up, how we remove the things that people look at, and give them a feel to really enjoy it. So that's another really key element of comics to provide. But what we've also done here, is in the Windsor McCay standard, I think I just my screen. Oh, did power failure there? Yeah, it just typed out. My code now, I think every all C's to presenting. But we get to break that, right? We get to sort of break that pattern a little bit to really add the most emphasis in it on a beat that I think essentially becomes technical beat in changing the rhythm of the poem. It feels very much like after we do that, we go to this parenthetical last few lines, which actually have a stronger verse rhythm to them than the earlier lines of the poem do. The rhyme scheme that he doesn't often contend with in the same way, but he throws you as a little hook at the end of this one. I do not know what it was about, closes and open, something you understand. The voice in your eyes is deeper than all closes. So that balancing of rhythms implies this sort of 4-beat rhythm, back to not even right in such small hands. So we use physical structures of weather like the snow, the dark descending, the moons with the clock, the fallen moon for passage of time, indicating a world of dream, the idea of the sun rising through the woman who wakes up or breaks up like Persephone, and the falling of the rain to be able to act that. Oh.
Just wanted to show real quick on this, like this is an example of kind of like an actual Windsor McCay, and he does have sometimes these middle insertions like that. Anybody seen any Windsor McCay? This is a famous one. You see that what Rob was doing with the title piece, kind of that similar.
So one of the other things that I've done that I think really speaks a bit to rhythms of poetry and some of the things that you'll want to think about in adapting those beats and rhythms to the page is the 18th sonnet, that shall I compare thee to the summer's day. It has its own unique, wonderful rhythmic flow. It's a great thing to read. And then I think an even better thing to hear spoken. So when I had the opportunity to translate it, I said, well, I know it's only 18 lines, but I need 10 pages. That's the only way to really do it. Because what I did is I just walked around for the first day and just kept reciting it to myself and thinking about where I thought the breathing spots were, where I thought the real indicated spots were. And how those should exist on the page, to me, the rhythms that we'll see in the structuring of the lines actually went a long way to predict how how the images would connect to them. So see there, we begin in a kind of an unusual summer's day. So, thing echoes around a couple of simple, well, not simple, they're very complex thought and modern. But it echoes around some really simple constraints that I'm going to work in. This idea of where I am in the real world with this reflective memory thing. The poem does have, well, it's often considered a love poem. There's a lot of allusions to death and memory, and a lot more of the final ending, the ending of it, that it's about art, but it's hard for us. But it's also here on this notion of a page that separates these moments. But thy eternal summer shall not fade. So there's one image connected to that. There could have been 3 images. But by building to one full page where that's the big reveal, it's offsetting them in those 3 wide moments. You're able to kind of give as much breathing space to those books as possible. Actually, it's not even full wide, it's only half. So if you were to see it in its written form, that way. Michael, are you leaving this wrong?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't log in on that's why we're doing that.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's all good. Thank you for having me.
And I'll talk to you with you later.
Absolutely.
I'll give you a call, or you give me a call when you're doing all 3.
No problem.
So that's it. I think that's really enough to kind of get you going on how I think about poetry and education. You guys have decided on a kind of a poem that you're going to work with. I've got some templates, setting up pages, and then a program that I commonly use called Comic Life, which I told you about. So that when I lay stuff out now, in a comic, I'll often work with an existing template, and I'll give you guys some of these storyboards off of it, as well as layout pages. This is a classic 9-panel grid. It's a very cinematic grid. I'm not saying you need to have that stable grid, but it does divide sort of the margins. You need to be working well on these interior sections, right? So when you're building your storyboard, you put stuff up like that. So think about these. You decide you want that to be. Again, we're gonna, after we get to the point where you kind of get a storyboard established the way you want, we'll show you how to set these up in Comic Life from your storyboards, and we'll put the text in at the right side. But the nice thing is you know that you're so by using that as a format, it's a good way to kind of get in and play it. And also have, if it feels like it's too overwhelming, you're just going to have that. Look this data. What's the poem? Can you read it?
I'm not a painter, I'm a poet. Why? I think I would rather be a painter. Why? For instance, if I go over and start a painting, I drop in. Sit down and have a drink, he says. I drink, we drink. I look up. You have sardines in it. Yes, it needs something there. Look. I go, and the days go by, and I drop it again. The painting is going on, and I go, and the days go by. I drop it in. The painting is finished. Where's sardines? All that's left is just numbers. It was too much, next size. Again, one day I'm painting the color orange. I write a line about orange. Pretty soon it's a whole page of words, not lines. But another page. There should be so much more, not of orange, of words, of how terrible oranges can hide. Days go by. It is even prose and real poems. My poem is finished. I haven't mentioned orange yet. It's 12 poems. I call oranges. And one day in a gallery, I see my painting.
It's got some length to it. You're probably talking about multiple pages. Yes, but I think probably the best way to get you started is I'll give you some templates, I'll give you some raw paper to start with. I would suggest, if you're going to do it as a collaborative thing, break up the structure a little bit. Somebody start a little bit further down from somebody else. See about how those rhythms start to occur when you play together, you know? And the tricky thing with this poem, and that's why I thought it was going to be what you're saying is, do you actually put oranges or sardines in? There's a quote on the board over there from Dr. Seuss. Words and pictures are yet in the end. Married, they produce a progeny more interesting. And that's kind of what that poem speaks to. Would you have him discussing sardines and then never showed sardines? Just jump with me. Candy, you've got another poem you want to try.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Needed this way for it.
Here's plenty of blank paper. I got more of that too. There's one template, there's two more. Let me see if I can get to we may need to give Jamar a call again. I'm concerned about that. Another problem is we're so busy running around. Yeah, but they were asking some those are good questions. I didn't hear it. So,
Yeah, I think Mike took care of everything. He's been back and forth emailing tomorrow.
oh, is he?
Yes. I mean, tomorrow been back and forth emailing since earlier, so he's
Well, I
out.
wanted them to hook me into that. Will you send an email to Mike and say I'd like to be able to do a chat?
Okay. Well, Mike's not doing that now. He's headed somewhere.
Well, he's gonna try to do some of that. That's another reason I knew he was doing the soft side.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I think your email
That should be
email's all
plenty
right.
enough of the template for you. You can see pretty well self-directed, so I'm gonna let you kind of lock into it, and then right here, then I'll come back and add anything I can. And some of it, the nice thing about these whiteboards is we were doing a lot of, for the exquisite corpse stuff earlier today, we were doing a lot of diagramming and showing people sort of the way things work rhythmically, like I was showing you just there with the suns and the movement going down. So we can kind of look at some of that stuff from the thumbnails together. Oh, you doing it?
The other thing you can do
What you
is
doing?
use
Did we lose JC for good?
Yes.
Well,
So you can leave right there. So that's something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be nice.
But you're not gonna use it. Okay.
Backstory is that
Oh, it's not complete, no.
Hold on. That's not just.
Think about the palindrome though, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Where's the middle? That's one of the first questions I asked. All right, well, you got to roll on. So you're leaving me with just left.
So now that he's great.
I'm giving all phone and my postcode, my iPad.
He's the conciliator.
Yeah. That's still the.
That's so that's conciliator. She's a break and any dongles. She's actually hard to go. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about it before we teach it. Oh, she's got it.
Okay, so, and I'll be.
Very a lot of these.
That's
Yeah.
So they know the word, you can get on the stand by as far as.
One day, walking and she gives, you are going to do it now. Why would I bring up this here?
Right.
But I'm not.
I'll get it.
I need to reserve it.
Our YouTube stream.
I'll say. Actually, yeah, I'll even take it down right.
Okay.
Break that up. 2 panels. So we probably want 6 panels per pin. Thinking about image, which becomes a lot of text, so it's just trying to think creative about how we present text. And to bring in some of that abstract line a lot of lines for this function.
Where are you guys going to dinner? Absolutely, your design.
That would be awesome. I'll let them know.
All right. Okay.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
I think that's the second.
You can't kind of get around and all that, be home. Rasheed, what do you do?
Actually, why don't you just into 3 panels?
We're doing some of this for a while now.
Either 6 or 9.
Right. And then
Were you planning on at least a week? Were you planning on going over there?
I have no idea, honestly. Yeah, right.
Yes, well.
So, well.
Right, right. Yeah, no,
Dan's going to
so, although it was like a, just.
a party tonight.
A lot. Maybe it's what it's just, yeah, it's just completely about content. I'll send you everything. Yeah, and I have enough.
Okay, well, we could have taken
Play
this.
with it myself and see if I can make it. So figure out what's good. Whatever, because I just, yeah, I have to give them 13.
Right. Whatever you guys have.
Right. So I would say is enough.
I mean, we only could.
Right, right.
Yeah, we keep questions.
So great, thanks so much.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
This is great for the war.
All right, man, get home to your baby.
My baby.
Get in.
Oh, thanks for totally getting play on that rabbit head thing. I was like, I can't really get in with it right now.
I just thought it was this morning.
And what's funny is, like, that's close to what I was talking
No,
about.
that's what I was.
Yeah.
I was gonna, I had the, I had a few slides, but I didn't have rabbit head on, I had it in my computer. So I just, after hearing you.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to see, and I'm sorry she left out here as soon as she did. I wanted to see her deal with that, like, quality of edge stuff that she was doing when she was abutting somewhere, rather than red. It is essentially a printed comic.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
I did do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Or this could be something that you make.
I've got so many like sketches and notes for things in the accordion books I want to do, and I never get around to it. Keeps on being I'm complete, sketchbook renaissance.
But this one can be just
Right.
like,
That's great.
Well, I just think gave up on keeping them because of the other stuff that I needed to do. Wow. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back.
I think we're talking.
Where is it? Out in that way?
This is actually.
It's
on the
actually-
third floor or second.
Yeah, you can either go downstairs or
Black.
upstairs.
That's definitely.
I think I think this
So we're actually not doing a lot of supernumerary things here.
Yeah, I did, I ended up writing it down, just because of the map.
Oh, maybe it went out.
There's one like that one.
Right.
There's that one, there's this one, it's three,
Busyness,
and then no, that's not mine.
Okay.
all of that.
I remember from last time. His is like bigger and stuff.
I mean, actually, like this, actually. It's really lots. No, we're here, this is all done more, so in this part, this diagonal one that you guys are doing. Looking at on so you're building all of this, you're doing sort of the same thing, but with that, with those homes of. And adding only back. All this. Yeah. As well. One day, we get our sardine.
One last appearance.
Orange. And then you can move in here using the words, you're making them more, and you're giving it lots and lots of, giving it
So like builds itself up.
yeah. Lots and lots of.
Do you just want to do like the
Black one?
just like
Yeah, and then you don't, you get the motion. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Take it back a little bit. Early, we're early, maybe. Maybe. Let's go with maybe.
Yeah, we are.
jaggedy.
I'm mixing the words and shapes. Yeah, so, alright, let's divide this into get a quick. Thumbnail thing. And I first certain bit, and then so maybe there was nine. And you can start working on the word art and the first home stuff, and you split it up, so now we just know that it's 695, and also do, yeah, I think she probably did this is we all think so let's look at pictures of each.
This is the 9.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's just alright. Yeah, the ones are.
Oh, okay.
Shape homes, orange things. Yeah, that's how I was thinking. Stop.
Yeah.
Actual.
There's like
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
So,
And then.
kind of like that.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, like. Yeah, to the, where is it?
Why don't you see if you can send another little ping to Jamar somehow?
Okay.
Through,
Yeah,
do this.
so, okay, so it's in
so it's all stuff from my,
online. Hold on, so like.
kind of keep doing this.
I probably didn't notice already.
I wouldn't want to give you that much either.
I was Facebooking and tweeting, Instagram. All this stuff like this.
That's kind of what I think too. No, I mean, that means
Actually,
poem.
yeah, the
That
actual part of
line
the words,
certainly is
I'm not like,
the
yeah, like,
page, right?
the words have to be, it can have to dark note, to take raw. So. No, like, okay, so I did the outline, because you were supposed to erase the outline with it itself.
Are you hoping to tell us,
It's
right?
ambitious, but.
I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Not getting out.
Yeah, I just need an outline to see the
Okay.
shape, that's why I have to, that's why I learned the shape homes back.
No, I
Yeah.
I think that's.
Some other
We just had to know.
narrative,
100 things that are wrong.
you know, like that would be a subtle
Garfield. Really?
Sort of like, that is worth sort of sketching with, and this is such an Oxford, so metaphorical. A line.
We draw a hand with like.
Well, I feel
Like, seriously,
like
hand
it's a lot of
word, E.
Right, yeah, I would say it's like.
Oh, true. Yeah.
More what?
More breath.
Perspective.
Let's choose the word. Mortality issue is part of that as well. And those are all, you know, obviously. Things that work well. But, there's an interesting thing.
Yeah, there's
here
so
in
much
sketches,
more.
and I guess I would argue that.
Yeah.
Sketch a
Well,
little while,
great,
you didn't write sketch.
Yeah.
I get on my sketch, here's an interesting thing that you did. Got really.
And I can write the words, I
Man.
can write the words, like those.
Right.
Those wires. And I can draw the pictures. So this is gonna be the words.
You know, there's also.
Really do change the goal? Yes. Like,
Oh,
yeah, I would, yeah.
I hadn't really thought about it until I said that last time, you know.
Yeah, like, I mean, the soup is orange, like gazpacho, or like something.
Pumpkins.
Pumpkins.
Yeah.
Gazpacho could be orange.
Mac and cheese.
It's a tinted orange, we're not doing that.
I think
At the Home Depot.
Pumpkins?
Was Home Depot ever made?
So like the big
No.
really ones. So we could like do that.
Well, foxes. This was the 50s. We can't.
Are you coming up with a list of orange things?
Yes.
Excellent.
Ellie Williams.
Everything, it's gotta be everything that's not
Or a
orange.
hair of someone.
But you can't have an orange on your list of orange.
Yes.
A ginger person hair, the hair.
Like ginger.
A ginger,
I know,
ginger person.
sorry. A redhead. Just like,
Excuse
you
me,
know.
I'm a ginger person.
That's
You should just draw Ellie Williams and our mark.
Yeah, I'm saying brown hair. We're ginger dating on red hair. Okay, I'm not gonna be ginger dating, I'm moving to the sack girl shop. But well, some people are getting this. I read my life references.
Yeah, there's that.
The penguin. Yeah.
Wait, you should draw like an actual flower. Like an orange one. Like knitted hands. Like, inside.
Or I was just thinking, just go like down, like, hey, wow, like in the shape of a cave like the cover is words, but
I think
obviously
there was a really cool like
European 24-hour comics people are all tweeting about this.
What?
The European 24-hour comics people are all tweeting about
As
this.
well they should. They started 6 hours before we did.
something like that.
Yeah, okay, I need you to get back
We're together.
in. And to,
I'm trying to figure out. Oh, I know. Make cards.
Or I think what you could do is you could just draw straight forward on
they kicked me out, and I don't know how to get back.
Or we're talking online.
Yeah.
So go up there and for some reason it keeps on default.
Yes, it may make
Oh,
maybe
okay,
it's
it's just- yeah, it's good.
So.
Should I try to type it in for my email?
I mean, yeah, I
He
think,
said he's emailing back and forth with Mike.
well, yeah, you should have gotten those emails.
I don't know that I
Yeah,
did.
you should be,
I've been away from it. I was doing
yeah,
this other.
I'm pretty sure you were in those. More than likely you were. Yeah, this one right now.
It could just be a lot of homages to like
Have you got my PowerPoint tied into my phone?
Yeah, that's me.
Yes, no, actually, I have mine, yeah, yes, I have your PowerPoint, I have your phone.
I'm coming over there. 'Cause I got-
Is that gonna be this now?
Yeah, you need it.
I got 18% power.
Oh, yeah, that's 69 now, that.
Well, it's
First
because
regular
it's
version,
got the one thing, you can either put it on screen or you can power it up.
This is going to be very
So,
interesting.
you know.
I was thinking about that, but I was also thinking about traffic people.
But honey, you should feel free to be able to come dinner. You don't need to
And these are.
wait for anything.
Yeah. Okay, we're not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like,
You guys just copy orange crush.
Yeah, I thought you said you were.
Why is that? Both turn so fast. I just.
Yes, when someone told me I'm not. So we're out. Now that you said like, I live in my the suburban kid.
Near suburbs, in a ring.
So-
It's confident. It's the one that's just one dot.
so now I gotta,
Because when you stare at it, it's like the dot.
you can be.
I mean, it doesn't if you're staring at a 1.5 by 3. Like. It's really cool though, because it's like your eyes keep jumping around and you can't really register any one dot. So they it looks like
That's my
like
Oh.
orange crash cancel out of that. Which is what that's.
No, no, I know it.
Yeah.
I just like, I was scrolling across the bottom, I saw it.
It's basically like
Oh, they do.
Right.
Don't reach out on
They got say, okay.
Okay.
these guys are.
Controllers.
Yeah, it's great. But, yeah, I can keep that image,
Need that, traffic.
I can have that, we're looking at.
Do you guys have any questions or anything?
Definitely not gonna go.
No.
Sometimes it starts by deciding what you're doing.
These are all like absolutely. Maybe depends on what's the.
No, why don't we just do a tab cat?
I was gonna say, like, maybe okay. It's like.
Yeah.
I think, okay,
Tab.
So.
Yeah.
so how many pounds do we,
Like, yeah, so this one's already filled.
so how about? Here,
Can we add,
Oh, take it, sorry.
so you wanna do, is this just?
That's just
the
gonna be
orange one?
regular orange, regular orange.
Now, I don't really know how we should build this up. Do you maybe want to do two, are we gonna do a golden here? That may be two pounds. Cause that can, that has the potential to do like a lot.
I think it should be these two.
Okay. The art, so whatever.
I still have to draw my words to begin that. So, what he does, because I think match the words, and what the image of him. Just take a picture of them, sitting between the sheds, like, and you just draw, make it more. I'm right, to me. I write it to me, first time, three swings, two. And then it's just right there. And you just have to follow along with him, like. It's too much. I know that's, we don't have to see it, it's cut
So days go by is gonna start the 12th.
Yeah.
So we're only doing from like
Retail.
to 5.
Here, and go to this. Here. A Palzero orange is, the Palzero orange is quiet, the Palzero orange is going to do a couple more. But I'm trying to, because if I want to go look at
So how?
They are also having
powerful,
literally
like,
two negatives. Yes, too much.
Okay, I like that. So copper orange.
Yeah. So, yes.
Where are you guys gonna go eat?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna go eat?
Where's my other orange and for it should be so much more. Yes.
Cool.
Alright, let's just upwards. Finally,
Like how we're
yes, so that we don't draw.
Maybe add what?
Upwards. And the light is the last one.
What add what to be like value string, because that's like.
Sure. The musical? Okay.
So do you want to put a person in that?
Oh, good.
How about like a cool, nice background? Sit.
So it's just to
Yeah, just the word art.
calm them down.
Yeah, because it's just like, it's a lot to tackle, and I don't know.
Saying,
It has to be one, you guys need to do it.
saying, show people.
Oh.
Well, I don't think so.
You know, they're gonna show them.
Not
That's not.
not descriptive of people being forms, maybe figures. Depending on how it's done.
So would you be thinking about thought balloons or narrative boxes?
So.
I would say the narrative boxes, maybe in typeface that is fall into the image. I don't even know that I would assume that's pretty on that.
then I'm gonna tell you something that I think you should try to get you in on this. Because it can be a real log jam. Take this kind of approach to what yourself. Rhythm and beat. Remember what I was saying over there about how I went around and noticed and like just spoke the phone for a while. But the rhythm and beats tell me what needs to go with the images.
Yeah.
I would take an iPad grid. You can throw it away. Start with an iPad grid. And then decide where you're going.
It was second
Long term.
Right.
How long of a pause do you need after a moment? Is that a whole other account?
I like that.
Well, that's what I was figuring, started and ended with momentarily.
Shared.
It would be cool if physically I can lay it out.
Because it's more of a shared.
It would be cool if physically I can lay it out, so it almost guys the same, in the same.
No, I think we should.
Maybe not necessarily
So
the
the
same
first one,
image, but maybe the same sound, I don't know how.
Could you have a,
But for that one, I think all we're saying.
sort of a beat stress there, so that,
Okay. Okay. So which makes it so.
let's just say you have 9 panel, right? But basic grid. This.
So much more.
Right.
There should be so much more.
And it's probably a lot of so that sort of rhythmic structure of the 3 panel can go in any sort of way.
Yay, okay.
But then we have the final stage,
So I need the.
you echo that, they go this way.
I need the version with.
Pause.
Yeah.
And maybe palindromically, I'm sure that's a word. Sounds like when we.
It's kind of like the idea is I wanted to move.
Maybe start thinking about how the words fit into that 9 panel grid structure and where you play with them. Also, there's those watching pages too, man. You gotta remember what you did in watching about breaking the cycle of that 9 panel grid.
Maybe why, you're doing
Reading that.
I don't know why this isn't sitting.
So do you guys want to, why don't have been letter or think about our panels?
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys, I'll turn that off of that one.
I think we're doing a lot of change with letter work.
I think like the last page, I think it'd be cool. Sorry,
Get that on, right there.
This one doesn't? I don't want to turn it off all, I want you to do it and see what I'm doing.
Yeah, so that'll turn off also.
No.
Well, no,
No, it's just
With
turn
the
off the
aesthetic of the last page, that would probably. Like, go with like the progression for like the black and white.
That's a panel from watching.
So why don't we, that, but you guys should print out the source panels. So that I know.
How's that?
I'm actually gonna take a second and tell him he's doing a palindrome thing about how the 9 panel scheme can be used structurally and broken really nice. So great thing about 9 panel is it's really cinematic. For language of comics, these are a column, ones to go up, these are a tier. But because it's a real even rhythm, and also very, very important to this is the fact that they're a taller, skinnier panel. So dialogue can kind of heavily work itself into that if you're doing something cinematic. That's not as important in poetry, but it's this idea of this established steady rhythm that allows this thing to have the kind of cinema sense that it has, where everything's like a little snapshot in here. You know who's being directed to talking, you're getting placement from everything all around. And sometimes those placements are fading back into things that you've seen earlier. Other things that you notice are echoed by other shapes. But what he does is, in one when he uses this 9-panel grid through about 700 pages of stories, and then manages to use specifically important moments for breaking that. So we sort of see how we begin with a close-up that pans back, he moves over the top of it, and back, and up. See how these panels, then you don't really notice at first, but they are almost a continuation of shape because the perspective is the same. So you're continuing to read this as a 9-panel grid in terms of the separate tiers rather than columns. But this last one is a full extent with the top figure looking at the blood stains straight down below, and there's a little bit more echo of the shape of the bald spot there. So what he's done is he's used this sort of cinematic approach to give breathing space. Again, this is like we were talking about with poetry, this is very important. Giving it that breathing space. The first time you break that grid, it matters. Here's a 2-page spread where he does the same. He just flips it on his ear. He has 1 2-piece for the third that links all the way through, but now becomes a double splash page when you're opening up. And so, even though it's a silent page, you have this great cinematic element. You know, it's still solidly narrative structure. Not even though you're going like this, you're now reading the columns, right? Rather than the straight tiers. And it's still that 9-panel structure you've seen working all the way throughout. Here he shakes it up by infusing an interview scene with a mugging scene, and the way he manages to balance that is he breaks it in separate structures. So you know that you're jumping back and forth. Color is a real directive in it. I don't suggest people play with color in the 24-hour project, but that's also a really key factor here. But you can see where that 9-panel grid, it seems almost more claustrophobic. There's more talk going on in these interview scenes, and then there's continuances of talk. This is another form of montage. You know, you have the idea of montage where the scene is connected because what they're saying in the one panel. And please, let's try and keep it snappy. Continues into the next form, right? Yes, I do. Another 1-2 page. It does much the same thing. Where it goes from, this is all one continuous scene in the top panel, but it nicely breaks up the structure of what they're talking about with one another and gives a new center of interest to this form, which is going to close off really most of the drama of the book, and have this figure disappear into that form. So by using the one continuous flow of image through all of those panels and this central motif, he's made that the real stamp of what you're looking at. So the nice thing about the comics page is that idea of the full pictorial design when you first open the page, right? And then what happens as you start to read, how you actually start to move your eye through the page. That's probably, now there's a couple of Watchmen pages that do the same. So this is another 2-page sequence just before he completely breaks the form. It's an issue right before there's an incident, like a nuclear incident. And he reveals that it's already happened. So you've got 1, 2, 3 beats here that are set in tiers, right? And then you've got where he's taken those 3 beats and divided them in half again to make them happen really short and fast and hit you really choppy and then fade away. So that's it. So that might be helpful. Huh? I have comic life. Should we do some?
Yeah, I'll break these up, although somebody's judgment.
So is this, put this on screen 4. So get out here. See, I like it. I'll see you. Yeah, yeah. So let's just hold.
More chairs around on each side. Conflict is great, it's really easy. You ever use it?
Okay, so I guess we'll just. So.
Alright, so I actually have set up a here page right now.
Let's do that.
That's your computer, okay. Your computer is fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to just one. I need a picture.
My glasses on.
Yeah.
So, this is a, was sometimes an iPad. Is that the kind of layout you're using?
Well, we all have to study.
Okay. So, one of the things that you can do with this is you can kind of lay out, right now you're in standard format kind of thing, so you look this up. And here on this side, you can find template, series of templates for different layouts. They don't, like, see how this one is text? Looks like that? There's really no need for that. You can pull this over. Drop it down. Make that and then stretch that, and you essentially have the same thing. Another thing that you might find useful is to review a thing called show alignment guides, and I also have show grid. I sometimes line stuff up. So you can stretch that over. So you expect that alignment guide thing to be spot on for that. What works nicely with this, that I like a lot, is you can go ahead and grab a narrative box. Drop it right in here. You don't want to hit enter, that gives you actually a return. But click off. So, and then you can alter its size. You can change it. Change the text to center justified. So we can play with that. You can play with shapes that way. Obviously, there's other ways to put coloring in, but if you're going to work by hand, then I suggest this for laying that on the lettering. And then you can put it right on a whiteboard and draw it. Yeah, it works really fast. Kelly Writer's House. Just a creative writing form. Did that help loosen anything for you, Dan?
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm gonna draw the easier ones first. So I'm gonna go over here.
Do I have any? You know, I brought.
I see.
I only have T square at home, so yeah, I have plenty of straight edges and guides.
Yay! Thank you.
Let me help.
Sorry, we kind of spoiled the end of watching, or rather, part of it.
Yeah, I didn't hear that well, but I thought
She's
Well,
already watched it.
no, she's really watching for class.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell you anything.
I mean, I didn't really see it as a nuclear, but it was more something else.
It's not, that's why I was kind of going in nuclear.
It's
Thank
been
you.
leading up to it like
Thank
that the whole time.
You'll know what it is later. But you
Yeah.
that's
It's
and
fantastic.
okay, so they're going out to print stuff, right?
Well, you have two boxes.
So basically, here's my ideas. So there's the orange, the pumpkin, the traffic cone, something because these three are really simple.
Yes.
Something complicated, something not complicated. It's just same. And so
I like the simplicity in the last panel, because that's like.
yeah, just a creamsicle. I mean, the stick is not going to be anything because I think with, especially with work home, you're going to have to need something that's not necessarily the word. Like for a bridge, it's going to be like those bell parts. The rafters, string things are going to be words.
And I think that actually is better.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
And so it's orange, pumpkin, traffic cone, Golden Gate Bridge, girl's hair in a bun, awkward orange.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet.
I have to do girl's hair in a bun because the bun has two parts. There's her actual hair and there's the bun itself. So since it's just of words, I'm just thinking of some bunch of words.
One thing is for certain, Richie, that whatever we do, it will include beer. Very well.
This is where. What should we bring everything?
Okay.
And like it's gonna build up. So it's like we're gonna add some of the orange color to it. So how about?
Is that proving to be easy enough to learn?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's a little fiddly at first. But. I don't know. Jason, did you take the main camera back? You did it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Good, thanks. I'm just gonna bring that tomorrow.
Oh, it's
I think. Well, I brought the game. Because I was thinking I'd give it a little painting down.
Okay.
But that always makes me something a little bit more. Oh, I thought you did a little painting down. But I want maybe more people are a little further along.
Can we just, let's look at the first one.
Project for the weekend and what you see for this.
Yeah.
We all do it. Is this something we should like?
We really should.
We need to accomplish Ally's lifetime goal.
Can we make this a personal project, Ally? Sure. Yay.
Okay.
So you make what projects?
We're gonna continue this after its workshop.
Sure. It's hard to make comments in 24 hours.
I had to do that for a class. I had to make a comment and some goes with these on animation poem, which I took literally, and she was taken to the dream world and I had to draw it and ink it like overnight.
Yeah.
Scan it and turn it in the next day.
Well, we're gonna be here tomorrow from 10 to 1 too, and we'll be interfacing with those people that in Lancaster who are doing the Yellow Kid stuff. You know, they're on for them, it's a credited thing. And they'll be working overnight on some of the projects, so we'll check in with them about what they're doing, and then we'll, and there might be, like, tomorrow I was just telling she would do a little inking demonstration. But it's, yeah, it starts in January. Yeah. This was like a little, yeah, it'll be myself and, JC.
Up here.
Huh?
Yeah. Up here, right.
Yeah, earlier, yeah.
Do you have any idea? Which piece would be?
I believe it's on Monday and Wednesday here in the collab room. But really, really excited about it. All this, like, tectonics and start generation. Yeah, so I tell you, it's so great to be able to put stuff up in diagram. And I early afternoon. It will be a, close to 15 people. And I believe it's a, put in and then sort of review. Is that for it?
What you wanna do? That's the scanner.
This is the like.
That's a light.
Yes.
Um,
What you
I
wanna
just
do?
want to get.
But yeah, if you
What, you're what?
I was gonna light box.
15 weeks, and the goal will be that you'll,
Dan,
we'll
can
look
I
at
get you?
different types of comics, and we'll do exercises, show how
Yeah.
it works. We'll also have friends from.
Just put it in.
Well,
Is there a printer?
no, we don't.
The printer, we can actually take and print in the lab, they're ready for us.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know that I brought Dave's, you fit Dave's stick in your pocket?
Yeah.
So what you wanna probably do is set up a few of those, save them as a PDF, and then take and print them for the lab. The lab also has content too.
Yeah, so I guess I can transfer it out.
Yeah, if you save it to the desktop, you can just move it into the Photoshop, create a file. But yeah, there's also gonna be like 7 weeks of it at the end, it's gonna be one.
It's say that again, it should. Should be the option to say that. Yeah. That's it, this is it.
What? Which, oh, that's saving to the hard drive or the?
No, that's saving to it.
Oh, you did have a.
Yeah.
Just say I didn't bring one, you must have, you were panels that.
Yeah.
I will say that. So,
Thanks.
You guys don't know where that is? I thought maybe you had it. All right. Shoot, if you're here, I'm gonna go with that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. School.
This is awesome.
We haven't.
This is inspiring.
Yeah, I have to like space out. Each other.
Yeah, I think I agree. All right, anyways. So we got to this.
Yeah.
And like, what I kind of like this here. We start about and then here.
I'm actually
have to have
Yeah, so.
And then
Okay.
finished and I have it. And then to make this, all those things are on there. Without- just your actual.
Right.
have it mentioned on the GM. So you can and then afterwards.
I was thinking, like, I don't know if she wants color. Oh, no, she didn't want color. I was going to color, I was going to make it dark orange, but then fades, and then instead of having orange and orange, all those kind of things are like. Actually, yeah. I mean, I don't get to ask her about the color.
Super dark orange.
Yeah, that's, and it fades into nothing, because it's so, because it kept getting away from orange. Yeah, I'm creative.
We should ask ACAT.
I need ACAT's number because I updated my phone, but you know we update iPhones, sometimes these are contacts. Yeah. Happened to me today, and my phone overheated, and I was like, oh my god, what are you doing? We have to like for 6 minutes, started working. I'm okay. So this is like, so I have to go. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, well, it looks like Alex the one thing on that, so you might want to ask her what their timing is tomorrow. But sure they'd love to have it.
So we're gonna do all these items.
How do you work? Lay out a few things for.
Yeah, no, word by word. Momentarily, I kind of like that pause where I can actually even have an establish a shot. And then taking each frame.
This panel, all of these items
Like have these items without where it's just like these items.
making it evident.
Actual, yeah, yes. I would think about how this will move. Because like, the circle kind of like, so that it keeps its motion going, the order of that. And using strongly. I don't know, think about like,
Yeah,
like really strong.
like not, obviously not, it's like more interesting, like.
And I have some black to this just to. Are you doing, oh, I'm trying to lay out things. Okay, because the home is going to be the vein, because you know how it bends. So I have to make the words bend. I have to space certain words so they don't branch each other. Yes.
So what actually is gonna be called?
I think actually there should just be swatches abstracts. Yeah, that is so cool. But like, somewhere that.
And you can make like, I think your idea is really good. When you have the actual objects, just do like, black outline and have the object be white. And then in the space, kind of have those abstract splash.
Should they be increasingly orange in the end, or should they decrease?
Yeah. I think they should get like.
I think you should start.
Go up to the last panel.
I think you should start with a lot of orange splash. Yeah, until nothing. I mean, I think that should basically.
That was right.
Yay! Yes. Let's go straight. Let's go straight. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I didn't have to say that. Thank you. Thanks.
Definitely, thank you.
He's still there.
Okay.
Yes, he's still starting.
Then I'll just do the.
Yeah. Contemplate more of the balloons so they turn into.
Yes.
Remember talking about you used to be able to like grab the middle of.
I'll get you.
The word orange in there.
I think it's
You know, grab that middle template and pull that longer than the other. Yeah. I know once upon a time in the new format, we figured out how to do that.
So that the word was kind of like
Yeah,
bigger in the middle.
yeah, exactly. If I want to make that the shape of it.
So I think that you should do.
It's that rotate. Wait, now, wait, I'm trying. There you go. Once you click on those. Now, you guys might want to look at the board for a minute there. So what we've done, I noticed when you read over there, you're like taking a lettering program
Yeah,
and making it shape of an orange.
yeah. Oh,
Like will allow that.
yeah, I need that.
So.
Basically, you can kind of morph this into a rounder shape, to fit into a circle if you want.
Yes.
Does Penn offer Comic Life?
Comic Life is something that's in the lab. They have it on the computers in the lab.
To get it on your computer.
It's like $10, I think. It's not really expensive at all. And there's a 30-day trial period for it too. It's free. So I would say the company's called PLASQ, PLSAQ. And yeah, it's compatible with Creative Cloud too for all the Mac stuff. But it's really useful. And as you can see, I don't like the lettering and the diagramming. I can make thumbnails like you're doing off the top of my head. But when I want that math to be exact, and I want to know how many words I can really fit on a line, I don't want to get out like a letter. I want to be able to use the stuff that'll give me that kind of a file, and then just plug in the whiteboard and trace it through. So, it's a big, big. Now, are you guys coming back and working tomorrow too for a while? I mean, we're not done now, but just the woman from Penn Video Network was just asking. No, that's a sharp. You're old school. You're using the blue line.
Maybe you can
Yeah.
show what should like stacks of.
And again, you can, as they did, you can break the rhythm of that anytime you need.
You guys had a lot of groups, right?
Yeah, a lot in and out. We had a good, solid crowd from 12 to about 4. And then we had a lot of chaos around 4. Because a group that we were supposed to get together with, 2, and then another group we were supposed to get together with for offsite stuff, around 3, we weren't able to hook up all of the technology for the offsite until we got them both together. all the people that were in here were leaving, and and then you guys were coming in soon. So that was a little. Yeah.
Yes.
See, if I were you, I would want to
We're seeing it from his perspective.
I would want to make all the panels with text in to determine how many pages I have.
Well, I'm kind of just going by hour in text. So I'm just kind of drawing visual sketch down.
Yeah.
Probably not instead, but I just kind of want to have something in place. And each panel is aligned, so, you know, I don't have to type, if you're talking about placing the type ahead of time, where the key.
I would place the type and then decide the images.
We haven't heard anything back from
Twitter.
Excuse me, is there like a circular stencil? I mean, I have oval stencils, but I need more.
I didn't bring a circle.
Okay.
Stencil. Sorry to say.
It's okay.
But
Maybe.
the base of a water bottle, the base of a spray bottle, that cup over there. Lots of circles. Yeah. Okay. I can't do it on here because that's really not. I'm trying to answer, but it's over here now. Hello. Hi, yeah, it is. Hi. Sorry, you got me on my phone. I was like trying to get to the other device in time, so.
You're building from Pennsylvania?
We are. We're on UPenn campus.
Oh, wait a second. I see 2 images. Are you Robert also?
Yeah, I'm here. This is me. And then there's another one down below that's not open. I wonder who that is. Is that one of the other accounts?
Probably that.
So we're not having a chat.
This could be somebody just said something about the Hangouts, but I don't know who. Let's see. Is that you, tomorrow? I've got no pictures on this device. Let me see if I can find you on the other, where I've got a stronger online circuit. Let me see.
My burner is kind of empty. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Oh, that's better. Hold on. We got a little static, a little better. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get off my other phone and onto this one. I'm in stereo here. 1 minute. Because I answered you on the phone. All right, let's hang that up and see if I stay on this picture. Yay. Yeah. Not much. What's happening with you guys? I think so. I didn't really get a chance to check in with you guys on what Michael was doing. How are the guys that you've got rolling for the Yellow Kid? What's happening there? Are they found what they want to do?
Yeah, they're all working. They're all doing thumbnails, and some of them are already started.
Great. Now, what are they looking at the general length of the pieces being?
Well, I think they broke it into groups, and some of them I think are going to be around 4, 6, 8 pages. I think it's going to equal out to 24.
Great.
So everybody has a different number of pages that work on.
Okay. Now, what would be really great, we're on tonight in this facility just until 9. because the whole library closes down then. And then we're back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So now I can be online to talk with them. I can also do, if we arrange a chat, we can also do some chat stuff. But it'd be really kind of cool to look at some of their work and kind of talk about some of the pointers of design stuff before they get to the inking stage. Or to the finishing stages. Are they passing it along to other inkers, or how is that working out? Good. Now, one of the things I thought that you and I might talk about too with this is there's some broader plans to kind of keep doing this as a teaching mechanism and getting along a lot more stories of youth homelessness. So at some point we've got to decide kind of a look for who the anthology character is that sort of places these. What's the yellow kid look like today? You know? And Gail, where are you from? We've got Gail on the line from somewhere there too. I see her. Where are you phoning in from?
I'm phoning in from the Netherlands, in Sweden.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So are you guys a little tired now?
Yeah, kind of. That's 12, and everybody's starting to get there.
Yeah. Hey. When can we see, I can sort of flip around and see some of the diehards that are still working in the room here. There's some folk over there. When do we get to see some work going up? We got an Instagram, but we haven't started really using it yet. Are you guys doing Instagram?
And also, some disciplines have their own blog.
Great.
So, we have different disciplines: animation, illustration, design.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Oh, the social media. What I think would be cool is, why don't we see if we can figure out a way to get some static images, right? And email each other like early tomorrow morning, you know? And we'll get some stuff up on like Twitter, we'll get some stuff up on Instagram, Facebook pages and all that. Yeah. I think anything that we hashtag with the 24 HRCP, right?
Hashtag 24HCD.
HCD? Yep. Not HRCD. No. So I guess it's hashtag 24HCD that people are using for 24-hour comment day. I thought it was HRCD. Okay. And then we'll start reblasting stuff and we can comment on it there. I think it'd be really nice if everyone else has got, we have a Facebook for the site, and we'd be happy to put stuff on from there too, and people kind of comment there and see what they're doing. But it'd be great to kind of touch base with people, sort of help them through the long haul. Dale, you've got probably the tiredest crew of people at this point, right there. Oh my God, that's gotta be bad. Yeah.
Okay, so, Ross, we'll touch base in the morning. Sound good?
Yeah.
And we'll definitely photo document different kinds of works of the students and our work also, because we're making the newspaper of the 24 hours.
Perfect.
So, we're from the graphic design this department. Purpose for purchase. So it's a long night.
Oh yeah. Well, why don't you Have we got emails working for some of us too? Would that be easier? If you want to send me anything, we can kind of through the email, put stuff up wherever.
Okay, that's
Perfect, perfect. All right, guys, keep plugging away, and we'll see what we can do with those other kids for the other kids stuff. See you later. I know. So that was the Netherlands, all designers working on that. She said she just talked to
Someone in Singapore, yeah.
What time do you think it is in Singapore?
Jeez.
Well, Netherlands, 8 hours.
Yeah, no.
7 hours?
No, it's probably 6.
Alright, so this is what I think.
No, it's 6.
For our second page.
6 when I talked to. No, it's 5.
So then that if
Oh,
too
London.
much happens.
5. When I talked
Yeah, you're right, London.
Too much.
Remember when I talked to Clinton, then 2, it's 7. The one is 5 right now.
So Netherlands is like 6. 6 or 7.
6, I think pretty much all European Western coastal countries are 6. Singapore? That's a line. Fish. I feel like I should be helping you guys. You're all like so self-directed.
That's easy.
You do. You know what? Music somehow in the room? What do you think?
I think we're probably, most of us have. Yeah.
Oh, really? Are you winding down too?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This
Oh, no,
is
this
so helpful. We'll in the future continue on with this and share it.
Please, and we'll get some stuff going up, and feel free to, at some point, like I know you guys are gonna extend the project beyond the weekend, feel free to send along any thumbnails or sketches, and I'd be happy to, help with some design tips or anything that we can match along the way.
And I'm definitely gonna try that first.
We're
Me too.
pretty excited
Me
about
too.
this course, I gotta say.
I'll fight somebody who's not. All the up there and I'll fight one. Yes, that's.
Do you need, I brought a lot of like extra material. Can I give you any for this?
Sure, always.
So that's just simple layout on paper. Feel free to take those templates, but there's some 6-panel templates too.
I think you guys might.
You might want to get up and get on the comic life thing, but if you want some 6-panel stuff, that's next to those. So that can be helpful. Do you guys know how long a comic's gonna be?
Yeah, just the last one.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do it. I mean, we should trace when I think Christina could do our lettering. That's the, yeah, with my site. I've never seen anyone in my life with more beautiful handwriting. It is like, it is.
So this is a 300-pound Bristol paper, smooth surface. That's what you'll want to finish on.
Yeah, we're doing, 4.
Or you might do, I thought you were doing physical stuff.
We're gonna do a bit, we have 4 pages.
So I'm gonna give you like 10 of these,
That would be awesome.
okay? The nice thing is, once you get your thumbnails all together, your template, throw that on a whiteboard.
Yeah.
And everything's right there for you, you can jump right in. It holds markers really well. I wouldn't suggest many color markers.
Okay.
You kind of want to stick to the Micron pen set that Ally had. And maybe think about the color. I know the color is going to be important for this one. Maybe think about the color digitally. If you're going to use oranges because you want to use physical markers, the thing you want to be careful with this paper and those markers that you have, don't mix them a lot. Try to like use solid, bright oranges alone and not another red or a black mirror, because they'll tend to bleed in together.
Yeah, I think you're probably gonna stick with a solid single. Yeah, so
Yeah.
for impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
And that being said, if you're gonna do it that way, make that the very last thing you draw on that particular. Okay? That's a definite. Because that stuff smears. It's not durable, those markers. They're not really as good for the stuff. They'll work and they'll scan well because they're vibrant. You know? But the micron pens that she's got are good because they're also they're pigment pens, so the color lasts. They won't fade. Right?
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Feel free to stop in tomorrow.
Have a great one.
Have a good one.
So you realize what this means? Years.
What do we have to return to the lab?
Well, we're keeping everything overnight. Waters can stay here. Because whatever.
Yeah. What did you say? We're just taking.
We're gonna take the equipment though, and we'll just throw it in your trunk.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No,
Your trunk will be safe for Andy's, right?
yeah.
Oh, so where are we live streaming from? We're live streaming from here.
Yes.
We are, for those of you who may be watching on live stream, I don't think many are.
There's no one watching except me, and I'm there.
Okay, well, I'll tell you the truth. We're going for beer. You can turn it off then, shitty. Well, I wasn't sure that those girls that we just had phoned in from the Netherlands, those kids,
Right.
that were